Starting the YouTube stream.
Quid was ranked 1.
I didn't know the stark difference
was
between
ranked
second and
1.
third.
By the
Let's
way,
see.
Encore JJ
W
won it
Poro
because they were
co-streamer,
both
let's
top
go.
five.
Thank you,
Morgan
Tox.
Morgan couldn't play because he was in Korea, so that's the one asterisk. But
Goss said missed last LCP co-stream because I conked out. Me too, Goss. I watched the first series and then I skipped the second series and I just went to sleep. What team are you cheering for? Today I'm cheering for Cloud9 and then I think I will cheer for Sentinels for the second match, but I won't know until the series actually happens, right? Once the series happens, my heart will decide for me.
He just gave you his jacket?
I'm gonna give it back.
That is a gorgeous
But it's an amazing jacket for an amazing
Smite like the
solo
summoner spell? Yep.
that is definitely going to be
Exactly.
today.
That jacket
TL
looks
Jet
so
returns.
comfy.
Yeah, it's actually really warm.
TL Jet returns.
Yeah.
Don't use it.
Okay, I won't. I won't. So here's the predictions: 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. I think all of us are really excited to see this matchup. The LCS is finally back, but to me, the biggest question. Give me your biggest question mark.
How is the volume of the LCS co-stream? Is it like a little bit quiet or what's the deal?
Performs on day one. Because yes, there's always the asterisk of like he just got to the States.
Have a
so
feeling you're going to be
maybe
cheering for
not that
Shopify? I don't
but
think
I'm
so,
like,
actually.
is he just gonna be on full
It depends
shot
on
no matter what, as we send our full resources towards the bottom lane, or are they gonna let him thrive a little bit? 'Cause they
on how Fly's players end up looking, but like I really want to cheer for Griffin. I'm a massive Griffin enjoyer. I watched all of his games in the CBLOL. It's a little quiet. Well, I mean I can turn it up a bit. We'll see. We'll see how it feels once the cast actually starts.
Right now, right? And mid is such an important pressure point on the map. So I feel like even if there's not a lot of jungle,
Because like my mic is the same volume as my LCP
in the mid lane,
Yeah.
go streams, but I think that the difference is that
very crucial to deciding who wins this game. And
LCP is not English casters, so there's like less to listen to. Excited for APA and C9? Well, we saw APA on C9 in Kespa Cup. I personally would have preferred Loki, but it is what it is. APA was fine. He was having some laning issues, just getting solo killed, dying to ganks a lot, but then he was doing some good stuff later. Fun fact about Morgan, he has a large fan base in Vietnam. Interesting. You want to know another fun fact about Morgan? Morgan also has a disgustingly large fan base in the West. People fucking love Morgan in the West. Love the team breakdown vids. Thank you, thank you.
Winning every title is a big step, and my career still has a lot to come. Since the beginning,
Hello,
I knew
all
that
of these new people coming in, first time chatters. What's up?
I first started watching LCS
Stream is a
when I
bit
was
quiet.
really,
What, like my voice is a bit quiet, or the broadcast is quiet? Because I don't want to like turn up the broadcast too much until we actually get into the cast and we can see how loud it is.
When I was 15. It was definitely an inspiring moment.
Say LCS needs to be up a bit more. All right, we'll turn it up a bit more.
Player of the series, crowd started chanting for him. And I remember he was like just super emotional, and it just gives you motivation to see yourself in those shoes one day.
I'll hold off on talking about Griffin until he actually plays tomorrow.
majority of the LCS, it was
I have a lot to say about Griffin.
TLG won twice, and then TL. I would say there's been 3 great C9 eras. The OG C9 roster, the rosters with Jensen, Sneaky, third with me and Zen in the 4 years that we won. Sure, that old dynasty has passed, but I don't think that means we can't start a new dynasty. And yeah, I'm looking forward to proving it.
Thoughts on Jose Dioto being back? I'm a little bit lower on Jose than most people are, I think, because I think realistically I do think he was the best jungler in the LTA South in 2025 Split 1, but by the time we got to Split 2 and 3, I thought that there were maybe like 3 or 4 other junglers who were passing him. I didn't think that Jose was any more impressive in the South than like Tadu, Doom, Desamus, these types of players. Even Griffin maybe potentially was better than him by the very end of the year, like by the time we got to Split 3 playoffs and stuff. And then so next I think about what it looked like the last time Jose was in the LCS when he was on FlyQuest, and I never thought he was any better than middle of the pack. Because back when LCS had 10 teams, I always thought Jose was somewhere between like maybe 4th and 6th. So I don't know. I'm expecting Jose to be a middle of the pack jungler again. I don't think he's gonna it seems like a weird choice for a team that wants to win a title. Because I heard that there was a chance that TL were considering Inspired, and they decided that like Inspired would not be a good fit with Yon or something like that. But I think that's like crazy. If you had the opportunity to maybe get Inspired and you didn't, that's wild to me. But yeah, there's also a chance that a lot of these teams don't have the players that we're expecting them to have, by the way. I've been hearing about a lot of visa issues. You heard that Quid wanted Jose. Interesting. The only thing that I heard is that Quid really wanted to play with the whoever the 100 Thieves assistant coach was. He wanted to go with that coach to whatever team was next. That's the only thing I heard about what he wanted. Thoughts about Big Dokes being back? I'm very, very excited for that. Although Lion's not playing today, so... Yeah, I mean, obviously I would rather Zamudo finally have his chance, because he's been having visa issues for like over a year now, but... Well, probably not over a year, it's more like 6 months, 6 to 8 months, but like... You know, I'll never complain about Dokla playing. I love Dokla.
We got new teams, new players, new squads, and new opportunities to show everybody who's the best and who's the rest. And we're about to kick it off here today.
Flowers is a good choice to be the opening hype man. Turn LCS audio up a little. Everybody wants me to turn the audio up. You know what? We'll just... There. Alright, you guys happy now? Is this what we wanted? No, I'm kidding.
Now let's go ahead and start this off right before I get to the team's crowd. I need your help.
Really happy you're co-streaming LCS. You lost your co-streaming. You lost your co-streamer? I'm assuming you meant?
Come on, you can do better than that. Who's back?
Way better arena than LCP. Well, the LCP arena is really small for what it's worth. I think LCP arena has like 40 seats or something. It's very small.
They both happen to be competing in Korea in the Caspa Cup during the off season. So let's go ahead.
Oh, by the way, before we start, should I show you guys my LCS fantasy team? Here, we'll see if the players are walking out. Players are walking out. But yeah, I have my LCS fantasy team. For week 1, I went with Dokla, Hambach, Saint, Rahel, and Seos to fit inside of the budget. Do you have a league for us to join? I don't. I don't know how to make one. I don't know if I, like, if I were to make one, am I not allowed to be in another person's league? Because I'm in somebody else's league. I don't know if, like, that's the thing, but I didn't see how to make one. So I have no idea. You could be in multiple. I think it's too late anyway. Weren't all of the confirmations supposed to be, like, hours ago?
The first 2 competitors today, back for the LCS.
But yeah, if people want to be in the same league as me, I am currently in Bunny's Buster League. It's the Horror Bunny, Horror Bunny group.
LCS, Kobe. LCS! Oh, it sounds so sweet when you say it. Rolls off the tongue.
Inspired will win LCS anyway. I think that Lion are contenders. I think there's 3 teams realistically that have a high enough ceiling that they could be the best team in the region. Like, the teams I'm looking at are Cloud9, TL, and Lion. If any other team wins LCS, the region is cooked. Los Grandes is 4-0 and CB Lowell. Wait, I thought they were 3-0. I thought they played, like, tomorrow. But I saw that Dudu played a Tristana game and he popped off. He went, like, 8-1 on Tristana. It's pretty awesome for him. Just tuned in from Cagel's stream. Got hooked on the Worlds videos. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I heard people saying yesterday that everybody was, like, going crazy about Ophelio's gun rotations in Cagel's chat, and Cagel was getting pissed about it. That's the Poro influence right there, baby. Did you see Los completely dunking on Loud? I didn't. I saw Los dunking on Leviathan. I didn't see their series against Loud yet. But if Los is 4-0, that's awesome. I'm really glad that I made a video about them then.
That's right, I got APA with me with a lighter.
But yeah, Los is like the one team in the CB LoL that I'm really interested in following, so I'll definitely watch their games later.
It's been nice so far. I've actually been enjoying myself compared to last year.
What was Cagel saying about the Aphelios gun rotations, by the way? Was he saying that the blue-white rotations were good,
Any
or?
expectations, any plans that you have going now, of course, on your new role on Cloud9?
Wait, Kadriel was saying that the viewers were wrong? Does he really think that the
You just talked about
that, like,
winning a
the
little bit. You joined that team,
green,
that was the start of your career in the
red,
LCS, and you're
blue,
going up
white,
against them. How's
purple,
that
whatever
sound?
rotate? Like, does he really think that's good?
Lucky I would need it.
And
Like,
now
the
let's
rotation
start
that
the
I've been
show.
seeing, most of the pros who are doing the weird rotation is that they've been going, the rotation they've been going is red, blue, white, green, purple. That's the one that I've been seeing, and I think that rotation is so bad.
It's so good to be back. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azael here.
And then you have some other Felios players like Dudu in the CB LOL, or Fung in the LCP, who are going the rotations that I actually like, which are the green, blue, purple, red, white, or green, purple, blue, red, white. What's your prediction? What the fuck are you doing here, bro? What is Griffin doing here? Huh? I don't know. I guess I'll say. I'll go Cloud9 2-0. We'll say Cloud9 2-0.
He has not yet tackled Yon.
Dude, Griffin, I was glazing you earlier, like 5 minutes ago. I was glazing the shit out of you. You missed it.
TL obviously a ton of changes over on the other side. They won.
I was saying that I thought that by the end of because people were asking me about Jose, and I said that I thought that by the very end of LTA South, that there was a chance that I would have rated you higher than Jose. So we'll see. Those are big shoes. Now you have to be top half in LCS or I'll look stupid. Avatar is so cute. Thank you, thank you.
You still definitely want to beat them and show them that they made a mistake and replace them.
A chance? I mean, I think so. I think it's like you either have Jose 4, Griffin 5, or Griffin 4, Jose 5. I think you have one of those two for your end of year LTA South jungle rankings for sure. I mean, I think that the top 3 is definitely still Tadu, Desamas, and Doom probably, but after that, 4-5, if you want to go Griffin 4, you could have. Loud had a lot of momentum in LTA South playoffs. I thought that they might be able to do it. I think they just got a tough draw. Imagine if Pain just doesn't randomly win an upper bracket. I swear to God, if Pain goes to lower bracket, Loud beats them. In the form Loud was in, I'm almost certain that Loud beats Pain and then ends up going to the merge tournament. Griffin, thanks for the sub. You guys can join my loud ass sub music. Oh wait, Griffin didn't sub. Dame gifted a sub to Griffin. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Griffin, I hate you. Dame is the GOAT. Alright, we got some drafts heading in. So now that I've been coaching a team in Div 4 Prime League, I have some opinions about draft now. I think that there are a lot of the champions that teams are prioing as like super crazy OP picks actually have answers. Yeah, Azir first pick is fine. The main thing, so here are some of my hot takes about 2026 draft that I'll put on record right now. I think that Orianna prio is too high. I don't really agree that teams should be banning Orianna game 1, 1, 2, 3, because I perceive Orianna as having 3 bad lane matchups. I think that she can lose significant advantages against Azir, Akali, and Syndra. I think you can go any of those matchups into Orianna and it's fine. So like for example, we're seeing TL going Orianna, but usually for me in the Azir Orianna matchup, it's like sure, Orianna does a little bit more damage pre-first item, so she's better at scrapping around early objectives and like she gets a little bit more pressure in lane and stuff, but once Azir has 6, like if jungle can pass through mid and get Orianna's flash one time, or if Azir can trade flashes with the Orianna mid, while her flash is down, it's basically just scheduled deaths for her over and over again. Every single time that you have good tempo for it, and the Azir has ult, and Orianna has no flash, she just dies. So like I think that that's a matchup that isn't great for Ori. I think that the Akali matchup is bad for Ori because the Akali can survive lane, and then she has kill pressure on side lane later. And then I also just think that Syndra, like Orianna just loses to Syndra 1v1 outright. So also, yeah, Dom on stage is wild. It's been like 10 years or something, right? The last time Dom was on stage, I wasn't even born yet. You know what's crazy about this Nidalee pick? Is that it's technically a flex. Okay, well not if Thanatos locks in Gnar third, but we saw Elio play Nidalee support, by the way. Elio played Nidalee support in the LCP and won. So it is actually a flex pick. Trust.
Renekton is also Morgan's most played all time, and I think
Ori versus Syndra, doesn't Ori just get shoved pre-ball upgrade? Well, the thing with the Ori Syndra matchup is that in theory it used to be mostly even, right? But then Syndra got her Q buffed on the Worlds patch, and Orianna got her W nerfed on the Worlds patch, so it swung the matchup in Syndra's favor.
Which I just think makes so much sense here.
Like, we tried to play it a few times, the matchup did not seem playable for the Orianna.
When you're playing against Renekton Italy, you just want to have something safe that even if they target you, even if they dive you...
Who did they run Nidalee support with? It was a terrible draft. It was like the worst Nidalee support angle of all time, but it just worked. Let me look it up.
Really good response, I feel like, from Team Liquid. Renekton Italy, even if they're going to get
like,
that
let me see. Scoreboards, it was Vikings versus Gam, game 3. No, it wasn't game 3. I'm lying. I'm lying for free. Yeah, they played Kai'Sa Nidalee, bro. This is so ill. They played Kai'Sa Nidalee and it worked. Like, this is like the worst pairing of all time. Like, Kai'Sa can't get pushed for Nidalee, so they can never go under tower to like shoot spears at them under tower, because Bard just outpushes both of them. And then Nidalee has 0 setup for Kai'Sa. So we're playing a team comp where Kai'Sa's only setup is Malphite. Like, it can't be good. I refuse to believe that that comp is good. But they won anyway, so what do I know?
Unless you're going on hit Varus, you definitely don't want to play lethality Varus into a team that is already showing Scion.
Least mentally ill LCP match? Yeah, pretty much.
Could go some more on hit 80 carries here, and there are...
Dude, Renekton Nidalee in Big 2025 is crazy. But I'll tell you guys this, I actually think it's fine. The other draft thing that I was going to talk about is that I think AP junglers are actually really strong. Like, I feel like the meta across the world is moving really slowly. People are still going Xin Zhao, Wukong, Pantheon, all this stuff. But I swear to God, the best junglers in the game right now are like Diana, Gwen, Udyr, like these types of picks, I swear are all so strong. I think that Nidalee is totally playable. Renekton Nidalee is totally fine in this meta.
Coming from Vulcan, so still have options like Rel and Leona and all these types of champions. Funny thing is that Nico is still up too, and Nico right now,
like for example, if I'm not somebody who likes to ban Malphite in game 1, because I think even if you leave Malphite open and the enemy team bans Sylas and picks Malphite, if they pick the Malphite early, you can counter it with Udyr or Mundo. I think those are both bad matchups for Malphite, and then all you have to do is pick carries that don't suck against Malphite ult. So I'm fine with leaving Malphite open on first 3, even if Sylas is banned. I'm also fine with leaving Jace open on first 3. I think that you can leave Jace jungle open if you're willing to play Diana into it. I think that Diana has a good matchup against Jace, because Jace can struggle against dive. So like I think you can even go stuff like Diana Yasuo. That's something that my team has been a big fan of, is let them first pick Jace on blue side, and then we just pick Diana Yasuo into it. Or like we'll first pick Ashe or Varus or something, and then if they go Jace on red 1-2, then we'll go Diana Yasuo 2-3.
Vulcan is very good at the Bard. We'll see if he is going to
really curious what teams are doing off season, because they're also really attached to Worlds meta. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of how it feels like. Like, I actually do like the angle that C9 is going for here. It feels to me like they're actually trying to read the new changes. Like, I think Sivir is really strong right now. I consider Bard to be like a top 4 support right now. I think that if Bard goes Electrocute, he has crazy lane pressure. Do you have a favorite team in the LCS? I won't know yet until my heart decides, but my brain is telling me that I'll probably end up cheering for Cloud9. Just because I really liked the Cloud9 roster last year. So we'll have to see how I feel about APA over Loki, but I definitely was hoping that we were going to see Cloud9 in internationals.
Not really that hard engage over on the C9 side either.
Yeah, so we have been seeing Quirky Nami as well. This has been a pairing that's popped up. For anybody who has not seen any 2026 League yet, Quirky Nami has been a pairing. You basically just, similar to Lucian, Nami just presses E on the Quirky W's forward, goes for a crazy trade pattern. But I don't know if the Nami is enough to win this bot lane. I feel like I would perceive, like, if Vulcan goes Electrocute, I would perceive Sivir Bard as winning into Quirky Nami. So, I don't know. I actually think I like C9's draft. I would perceive C9's draft as kind of like winning mid and winning bot, and then you have good setup for Nidalee to play the game. So if Blabber ends up playing really well, then I can definitely see this being good. I can see TL just getting blown out early game. I feel like APA is weak as a mid laner unless he improved off-season. APA weak as a mid laner? I don't know if I would say that. I mean, we saw him in Kespa Cup, right? Cloud9 won 6 games in Kespa Cup. Vulcan got player of the game in 3 of them, and then APA got player of the game in the other 3. So like he's been matching pretty okay with the team, I think. Prediction is open for the next 2 minutes. Nice. Let's go. My mods are doing something. This is huge. It's crazy. Also, yeah, viewership is going wild right now. If I add together Twitch and YouTube, I have 160 viewers. That's like almost out-peaking the... That actually might be out-peaking the LCP playoffs from Split 3. Alright, we got the Game 1 pause. Let's go. Don't trust him because he's American and TL was really disgusting. I mean, I think TL was disgusting for other reasons. Like, 2024, TL were one of the best lane swap teams in the entire world. And they got really used to like all of the level 1 lane swaps and stuff, and I feel like as soon as they had to go back to normal laning, they just had some insane growing pains and kind of had to relearn the game on the fly. And then there was also all of the issues of like Umpty having some mental health stuff, and then so he left the team, and so they were playing with new junglers and stuff. I don't know, there were a lot of external circumstances for TL that made it reasonable as to why they were underperforming.
Practicing very heavily together. Of course, Cloud9, besides APA, you know, keeping all these other members over here. So really building
Since Dom is gone, need a new co-streamer. Yeah, this was my strategy. I timed my LCS co-stream debut specifically with Dom quitting. I did this on purpose.
Some Discord messages with Quid, got very spicy with it.
Kind of weird seeing an actual ad in a pro tournament. What do we mean?
One of the players selected the wrong runes, so they were.
What are they saying? A player selected wrong runes? Wait. Shouldn't the player be forced to just play it anyway? If you select wrong runes on stage, surely you just get punished for it.
They're checking to make sure.
Anybody else remember when PZX forgot Smite in the jungle and he queued up Viego with flash teleport and they just lost the game insta?
And essentially, like Azale's talking about, it comes down to, did the guy click it
Electrocute Nami?
Register it, or did he just forget to click?
Yeah, Electrocute Nami could be wrong because they changed the interaction, right? She can't really proc it as easily.
Hopefully we can get that resolved ASAP.
Let's see. If it's a TL player, they should be forced to play with it. If it's a C9 player, they should remake. True. That's the angle. Then he got fined. Yeah, he got fined, and then his career was over. He never played again. Like, that's so crazy. We take Smite, or we forget Smite in the jungle. We get fined like most of our salary, and then we get blacklisted from the region.
That's not the player's fault, so there is going to be a remake.
Keg, thanks for the sub.
That is very blue.
Yeah, we got the Mundo cosplay there. One shout out. Pushing.
I should really turn down my sub noises, the sub noises and follow noises and stuff. Did you do LCS Fantasy? Yeah, I can go over it again since there's more people here. My team for week 1, what is this? I can maybe zoom it in. Dokla and Bessa, Hanbok, Wukong, Saint Talia, Rahel, Sivert, Seos, Leona, and Anero. Maybe I'll just do my fantasy picks every week, like on stream or something. I don't know. Follow noise is fun, stuff is a little bit loud. Yeah, for sure. I can try to turn it down now since like nothing is happening.
Really exciting. I do think that top lane matchup should be so interesting. Obviously, we're playing best ofs. We're not having any best of ones this year. The format has been updated, has been improved. This is going to be a really fun kickoff. Obviously, with the Swiss stage, we're going best of.
Oh yeah. Also, for anybody who's new coming in, I'm currently recovering from having a pretty bad wave of sickness. So
of this.
I don't have headache or fever or anything anymore, but I do have a really stuffy nose, so I'm going to be blowing my nose a lot.
The best player on TL based off scrim, so this guy's been playing really, really well. Excited to see how he shows up. But this is all the chat that they were going back and forth.
Could you make subs less distracting as well? Yeah, I can just turn off the emote explosion. So yeah, I can just turn it off completely. So that's off now.
Not to him, to his beard.
Usually people only sub like
yeah, once it becomes a certain size,
once a week or some shit, so we never have to worry about it. But
yeah. That's an advantage.
if there's a bunch of new viewers and they're subbing them, then maybe I should just turn it off.
Can get in there for the tackle as well. Still expecting some action on stage between these two.
But yeah, we'll go to sub noise.
Like, you know, like a berserker champion, go for like Olaf or something. Do a little more damage. We
Turn the volume down on it.
TFT synergies.
Yeah,
that will come
the beard bonus.
I don't know, bro. If my mid laner's locking Olaf, I'm giving him the report buff. Like that. I'm not so sure.
Unless it's Faker.
I mean, Faker. There are exceptions to every rule, but I also think it's highly unlikely I ever end up in the same lobby with Faker. You know what I mean? Like,
How was that? How was that noise? Is that better? That seemed quieter to me.
It's just not the same world. But we are back in the lobby. It's getting remade off your screen right now. We're about halfway through slamming all those picks, getting them locked in, making sure the runes are correct, and then we will.
So yeah, no emote explosion. So sad. Scorpio, thanks for the sub. Proxy, thanks for the sub. Guess I can also mention while we're still in the pause, I keep track of everybody who subs on this spreadsheet, and then you get points for every time you sub or like gift a sub or get bits or anything, and then if you get enough points you can get me to do stuff. Like, I guess the only one that's really relevant for you guys would be if you get 10 points, then you can request a Poro commission, like a Poro drawing. Did I add your sub? Yeah, I've been adding everybody's subs.
Do we need Volley Bear buffs? But it doesn't even sound like we do.
Okay, so
right now. Dusk Dawn is so OP. We'll get into the new items though. One of the funnest parts about the new season is the new items. We don't have any really good Dusk and Dawn users in this matchup, but
no Echo or
Proxy.
But man, that item is crazy though.
It is really good on the champions.
Force.
It's really good on. That is for sure. I feel like that it's kind of true of a lot of the items. Like there are
pay to win stream, yeah, pretty much.
Are more specific.
However, I will say this, okay?
Yeah, exactly,
the Patreon Poros, like if you sub to the $10 tier on Patreon, I'll draw that Poro within like a week. Like I'll be on that shit as fast as possible. The point shot Poros, those take a while. Oh, wait, but let me run ads right now, by the way. I completely forgot about ads, but I don't want to get ads in the middle of the game. So we'll just run those now.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes
hopefully nothing happens level 1.
But now we are locked in. Everybody's ready to go, and we're ready to hit the rip game here in this best of 3. Just
Volt
like
T8, thanks for the sub.
Best of 5s all year long. Imagine playing best of 1s in 2026. Get out of here.
Ads? Well, it's either I run them now or they play in like 5 minutes and then everybody gets fucked, you know? Milky Wannabe, thanks for the sub.
Our best of 3 between the two teams that I think a lot of us have at number 1 and 2 for predictions at the end of lock-in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the only thing that I'm concerned about for the C9 comp is that they kind of early indexed into the Renekton Nidalee, and I highly doubt they're going to be diving Scion, so I don't know if Renekton gets much value early game, which is completely fine, because Renekton scales better now than it used to.
APA and Quid are very close friends, by the way. This is...
I can tweet this, right?
But yeah, it's definitely the type of situation where Cloud9 are going to want to play bot side, because they'll have push with Silverguard the entire time.
He's so wholesome.
Yeah, I mean...
Aren't we homies?
Are we friends? Yes, we are. But now you're the enemy.
Until playoff matches are over.
All right, all right. All bets are off until playoffs are concluded.
All right, the frenemies in mid lane.
I am wondering a little bit, though, because sometimes one of the things with the Azir-Orianna matchup is that, like, yes, junglers can pass through mid, try to get Orianna to flash, or, like, Azir can trade flashes with the Orianna, and then you can gank later, but Azir's setup for Nidalee Spear is pretty low. Like, I'm wondering if Quid goes Merc Treads, then maybe the Azir won't actually find value from like levels. 6 through 9 and stuff. Maybe remove the follower visual. I don't know if I can. I can make it smaller here. Maybe that's what I'll do. We'll make the alert box smaller. I'll make the alert box smaller and I'll put it kind of in the corner. So it'll appear in the top right corner now. Shouldn't Ori stomp lane? Ori would stomp lane, but Orianna's lane got nerfed. Like, people... right before the Worlds patch, she got her W like headshot. Her W got like a 60 damage nerf or something. Like, here, let me just pull up the exact patch notes so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. But like, Orianna's way less oppressive in lane than she used to be, and it just took pro players a while to actually kind of adapt to it.
There is less of a punish there.
Yeah, look at this. Base damage reduced from 270 to 230. So it's just like, in lane, it's nowhere near as strong. Like, AP ratio is up, but that doesn't matter for lane.
Let's be reasonable.
Still looks so OP at Worlds? Yeah, but you have to think about the champions that weren't getting played at Worlds. Like, there was no Syndra at Worlds, for example. Like, Syndra got buffed, but nobody was willing to try it because the Worlds format is like so risky. Like, you screw up one game at Worlds, your entire tournament might be over, so people don't want to take risks. But like, if people were playing Syndra, I think that the Orianna would have gotten phased out.
Once again, not an amazing buy. It's a cloth armor and a refillable, nothing that you're going to write a postcard home about, but again, his job is really judgmental about these buys.
Now, it is true that Orianna should have pushed into Azir early, because Azir also isn't really a strong laner early. But I'm just saying, it's a matchup that I don't mind picking Azir into. Like, if they go Orianna and my mid lane is a good Azir player, I'm down to just pick it.
And has to get away through that magical journey, pops the flash as well. Summoner spells down, and he is in danger here. The bottom lane, once again, going the way of TL.
Oh, and now the wave is
That's a really bad wave state for Sven. I'd love to see how that happened. Also, notably, I don't agree with Vulcan having Spellbook here. I think that Corki Nami is a strong enough lane that Vulcan should have gone Electrocute. Would have made the game easier for Sivir to play.
The minion wave just kind of melting here in front of them too, so TL have a really good position with the minion wave. They have massive sustain advantage because the buy did allow Yon to also get a refillable in addition to having Nami sustain advantage.
Collaborate hitting any spears in lane. Well, yeah, but I think the idea is that in theory, Azir could shuffle Ori into a spear because it's like guaranteed CC. I don't know. I do think it's also true that APA's lane phase has been a little bit weak, though. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Just recently we had the tag team duos competition.
Or Hail of Blades, true. That I guess that was a thing at one point. I have no idea if that's still viable or not.
Out of that next spot.
Did the runes get changed? I think so, right? Because weren't they saying that it was... I thought that the rune mistake was that Core went Electrocute on Nami, but I'm seeing that he has Aerie, so they probably changed that, maybe.
Was by the other Team Liquid duo. It was crazy.
Team Liquid have always had that grind mindset.
Hate that it's dark blue and light blue in the middle.
He was one of the early ones hosting.
Oh, you mean instead of blue and red? Yeah, that is kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's themed for the teams, right? This is the TL color and this is the C9 color, so maybe it'll grow on us. Maybe it's fine.
A lot of hours played.
Yeah, Spawn, when I was talking to him, in this offseason, he was telling me how, every season...
Alright, well, actually, my perception of the draft is changing a little bit, because I was expecting Vulcan to go Electrocute, and for C9 to have a pushing bot lane. But if Corki Nami are going to have pushing bot, it's actually way harder for Nidalee to play the game, so I don't know how I feel anymore.
I like it. Their bottom lane definitely does have hands, and will that result in Dragon priority for them? They've had a lot of cryo here, but the gold overall... Wait a second.
Let's see. I would normally feel like TL would be happier to fight this, but... Okay, nice combo onto Nidalee. I was going to say that maybe C9 can fight because they have health advantage on AD, but nice engage from Jose.
as C9 wanted to see
GG, TL wins.
TL as the punish.
Not yet. Come on. We all know that Blabber is going to die for a Scuttle Crab once every game. This is expected, you know? This is like Cloud9 loaded into the game with this disadvantage already. Alright, if Sven dies here, then maybe the game is over. Oh, alright, Bard heals. Patch feels like one fight wins the game. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, here's something you have to consider, right? Orianna flashed for the play. So now all of a sudden, as soon as Azir gets ult back, that Orianna's gonna have to play really, really safe. Like, there's no such thing as a free kill. I mean, there is such thing as a free kill, but like, it's rare that there's a free kill. This kill was not free. They used Orianna flash, so they're gonna have C9's gonna have mid pressure now.
I also love that the gold is back in first tower. That feels really, really good too. Those are great changes in my mind.
When did Lucian get a rocket ship? True.
But they are able to punish Blabber. And Blabber has not really been able to.
But yeah, like there's gonna be a timer where Sven has flash and Jan doesn't.
So I think TL are super happy with the pace of this game. They're pressuring.
So maybe they can like play for second Drake and then no carries will have flash on their team, or they can like make a play on Orianna, or if they want to fight Grubs, they have an easy target for the Grub fight. Like C9 have options. The game isn't over, you know. Early game is still playable.
Yeah. Jose's eyes were on Blabber. Guess where Blabber's eyes were?
Crab.
Crab, the crab. He was looking at that juicy crab.
Obviously, TL is really happy with getting the kill, but oh, okay. I'm really glad that we got to see how that happened.
Hello, during the replay, we gotta investigate how he got in there. He's going
Interesting.
for the invade Orianna. It does cost you, some increased quest progress when these laners are going for invades.
Well, that hurts the game a lot.
Jungle, but your quest progress gets refunded because you got a kill and kills.
All right, we're looking at the replay here.
So Quid, here we go.
All right, Blabber is greeting for a control ward. Nice.
And it
the phase rush.
This is what we wanted to see. First we're greeting over a Scuttle Crab, and now we're... No, here's the angle, okay? I'll tell you guys what Blabber is thinking. So with the new season, if you have multiple deaths, enemy team gets like no gold off of killing you. So Blabber is feeding on purpose, so that way he's only worth like 100 gold and he can play more aggressive.
And just like that, Quid is really accelerated. Top lane, yes, there is this nice little CS lead for Thanatos. He's a couple waves ahead, but it's Sion. And if you haven't really blown it up at this point, it usually is not going to get out of control.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about it at the beginning of the day before the game even started, but Quid was the most eligible bachelor of all the LCS. All the teams were trying to court him, and for a good reason. Quid is a star. And being able to chase down Blabber, who on Nidalee, this is a champion where you have so much mobility that you do feel like you have the pass.
No joke, is it worth to keep inting for a kill if you already died?
Orianna, really
Wait,
nice
what do you mean?
usage of all the extra speed boost there. And red buff is your second reward on top of your 2 kills, on top of all this gold that he has. Red buff, by the way.
Are you saying, like, is it worth it for Blabber to, like, make a really aggressive play to try to go 1-for-1 or something?
We didn't get to talk about it yet, but that play where we did see the first blood onto Blabber.
I mean, like, if Blabber can find a 1-for-1, then sure.
Want to see C9 look to attack Quid.
I don't know if the game's gonna work like that.
This is the flashless Orianna against the Azir with flash. If you can get multiple members there and at least try to punish that.
But yeah, I mean, like, Blabber dying on that timer is pretty bad because
best defense for Quid.
Now there are no objectives up, Orianna can just kind of play safe till she gets flashback. I don't think she's gonna get punished. So TL is like actually just winning now. Like there's, I don't know if there's a punchback anymore.
To play for quite a while now. 4 minutes on the next Drake because Jose Diodo claimed the first one just 60 seconds ago, and then the Rift Herald not going to be rearing his head for another 5 minutes or so. But it is C9.
Thanatos is doing work in the Renekton and Sion matchup. Usually, I feel like when I see this matchup, the CS is even.
But when you're losing in 4 out of 5 positions,
just Thanatos doing Thanatos things, I guess.
To push up and really get some plate money. Quid's going to go ahead grab the second plate from mid lane.
And honestly, I feel like with the nerfs to Void Grubs, I don't know if anyone else feels as strongly, but I think they are just garbage. I think they are trash now. So if one team is stacking
Vandal Pipes is how they make this Nidalee useful.
But that is a super uneven trade, and it was like.
How do we feel about the Luden's Nidalee? Is that really the best item for her to go?
Consolation prize.
Yawn? Very low on HP there. Luckily, does not get caught by the Tempered Fate. Team Liquid's going to walk away on this one. Core with a nice bubble. Yawn still in a little bit of danger. Defensive tidal wave. Make sure that C9 aren't going to get anything else. Wind becomes lightning over the wall from Jose. Connects on no target. But as TL
Like, let me check
C9's going to walk
Nidalee
away.
builds right now.
That was a near thing, though. You know, Yawn
That seems
getting
weird in
aggressive.
my head. It feels like wasted stats.
There was no flash. Nidalee likely
Yeah, nobody's building Ludens in solo queue. There are 38 games of Ludens rush Nidalee in solo queue, compared to 6,700 Lich Banes, 1,000 Rocket Belts, 800 Leandries. There's some Dusk and Dawn in there. Yeah, the Ludens is weird. It's kind of what I thought.
Renekton Ultimate is one of your big kill possible windows. Morgan, though, has been doing a good job trying to hold him off, just farming up as much as he can on the top side. Does get the pop-up for quest completion for both of them here, and Thanatos has been able to get his little CS lead here for Renekton and get his turret plate money. But in the end, you do get a team fighting Scion for later for the side of TL, and they knew that they were opting
He's building
into this,
ARAM Nidalee.
when they saw the Renekton.
Yeah, but like, is Ludens even the most damage you can get on a spear?
If you're on the TL side,
If you were playing solely for spears, wouldn't you go an item with flat magic pen on it?
Yeah, they got to be really, really happy. You know, Thanatos definitely still at a much stronger point right now if there were to be a team fight once his ultimate is back, because he's on the Black Cleaver. When you make that pit stop for the Bramble, of course, that is going to slow things down. APA taking a trade here.
Oh, another ulti there from Quid. Can't threaten anything.
Okay.
Just runs him through
Sure.
the spear.
That is certainly a way to randomly get a shutdown. Nice.
Come on, where's the response, APA?
He's recalling. There we go.
Okay, he's on board. Yeah, he had to finish up the minion wave.
Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say in response to that. Okay, sure.
You know, now he's like focused. He's locked in. I got to collect my gold. Then I'll have the luxury to tide. It's a very short as well, very short.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
This is why you got to mute him before the game starts. He's not going to give you an inch.
LCS is so back, hell yeah.
Just over invested in like this core JJ sustain. I feel like he had really a lot of confidence.
Do we
there,
think that
and he
Quid
just
thought that
counting
Core
on,
was going to press E on him, and that his combo was going to do more damage, or what was the deal there? Luden's Ori seems suspicious. Yeah, I've never been a fan of Luden's Ori either.
Was not enough to keep him up, so that's a big shutdown for Cloud9.
Like, I think especially this game,
makes it way more interesting
when there's like a
because
decent amount of burst
double
damage, I
streaming
feel
here
like you
is
would
not
rather
gonna
have a
select here.
tankier build of some sort.
Even
I
though
don't know.
bot lane's been getting pushed in a lot, Sven's been farming
That's supposed to be her
okay,
number
and now
one
the
mid
AP
laner,
is
by the
gonna
way.
be
Hell
healed
yeah.
back in mid lane. This Azir on one item. Power Spike is under attack.
Okay, APA tries to get out, but Jose Diodo is ready to flash follow. Quid's gonna flash here as well, and Jose.
Dude, this mid matchup is something special, for sure.
Make sure that he gets accelerated in this game. 3-1 TL.
Pretty sure Chovy made the same play against BDD, so it's chill. True, that means that LCS is equal to LCK.
And this is very early on here from them. That's going to lead into Dragon number 2 stacking for TL. Again, Dragon stacking to me is just the most important objectives in the whole game now, with Otacon being removed and top side of the map getting reduced a little bit. Blabber and Vulcan are getting a little bit
I mean, I don't
antsy
think
here,
there's
trying to sneak around and look for something.
Yeah, Quid has no flash. They know it. They're chasing after the Orianna now. He does get caught with a Tempered Fate.
Orianna might die, but there's no way they can contest Drake. Yeah, stuff.
They want to put that money onto Blabber if they can do it.
That's that Luden's Nidalee value right there. Wasn't that like kind of weird positioning from Quid though? I feel like he had full vision of what was going on. Maybe Renekton just had a better flank position than I was paying attention to.
But still, being able to punish that missing flash is really nice. But like you touched on, Kobe, it's great to see the aggressive play from Quid and Jose Diodo. This duo looking good thus far here against Cloud9.
I do know that all of the teams seemed like really confident that TL was going to be super good. Like they were talking about how TL was playing really well in scrims and stuff. But like my only frame of reference is how C9 played at Kespa versus how TL played at Kespa, and I thought that C9 looked way better at that tournament. So
I mean, you basically become poke and healing, right? But they have a
we'll have to see.
Isn't really that relevant.
Yeah, and
I mean the gold lead's actually
you can
even.
Try and highlight some attack speed bonuses for Sivir and Azir a little bit too, but that is reaching.
Yeah, it is
a little bit. Yeah, it is.
Yes, Scrim Gods.
You know, that's what we're looking for here. Like I said, I still think they have.
In my opinion, Scrim Bucks are real. By the way, I'm a Scrim believer. Until proven otherwise, I'm a believer in Scrim results.
On from that squad. But TL, they just seem really locked in at the moment. Moving over to Rift Herald, there's some really nice, you know, rewards here with Rift Herald with so much value.
By the way, I wasn't paying attention. Do we know if this is on 26.1 or 26.2?
Okay, here comes your dive. Morgan's gonna try to get away, but they put APA in front of him, so he cannot use the ulti to get all the distance he wants. Morgan tries to get back underneath the turret.
Let me check. It probably says it on the wiki. It does not. Usually it does, but it's not. Did they show it in draft at all? Do we know which patch it is? Would think 26.2. I would think so too, but LCP was on 26.1 still, so I'm not 100% sure.
Going after Quid, ignoring the dragon, going for the kill there. This time for Rift Herald, they do get the bottom side, but again, Rift Herald.
What's the difference between co-streaming and just streaming games?
You know, turret plates.
Well, you're not allowed to just stream the game. If you stream the game, Riot will appear
You're gonna get plates off tier 2 as well. You know, there's plates
at your front door.
Towers, except for the Nexus tower. So, you know, in tier 2s, tier 3s. So even though they don't kill the tier 2, still more gold there for Quid as Blabber again.
Blabber has to flash away from the shockwave, or it would have been a third death for this Nidalee.
And it's Echoes of Hylia, so he is going into.
Is Jan still inting his runes and taking Alacrity over Bloodline? I don't know. I didn't see.
Vulcan, that I was showing earlier, you know,
do they still have like that LCS widget on the official broadcast? Like on the Twitch broadcast or whatever? I'm on YouTube, but I thought on Twitch there was like a widget where you could see people's secondary runes.
You know, with the additional attack speed from the Nidalee plus the Bandle Pipe's attack speed, it's not bad. Like, it becomes pretty relevant for both the Sivir as well as the Azir.
Blabber is Echoes maxing. This is a very interesting build. I guess he's just playing for Azir and Sivir, which is fine. I'm still not 100% sure what the Ludens is for.
That's that kill he took on Quid. That's his 300 gold.
Like, if you wanted mana, like if you're gonna go this build, I feel like, could you not build into like Diadem of Songs or something like that? Maybe it's just not enough AP. Maybe you're just useless if you do that. I don't know.
We've forgotten the sins of the long ago times of Aegis of the Legion. Get like aura.
Because like if Blabber's build was Helia into Diadem, I might see the vision, you know.
Or at least greatly increase effectiveness if you're still doing damage. And Nidalee,
gotta hit the poke.
The damage is conditional, yeah. So
Sven. Oh, super low on that one. Yon and Core JJ are
also, that's Corki Nami damage for you right there. I swear, Corki Nami is such a disgusting mid-game combo. Like, this shit does so much damage.
That is just frightening damage. I mean, when you have that mandate...
Luden's Helia Diadem? Well, he can't, because he doesn't have a tier. You would have to go tier at some point if you were going to do that.
Had to use a spell shield, had to use the barrier, had to use the ulti. And really, nothing was committed over on that.
Why is he building Ludens with Conqueror? I don't know, but I don't understand Blabber's build. I think the Helia is fine, but I don't know what's up with the Ludens.
Nicely done. Yon's just letting them know. Nice try.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan just has not been able to hit these ultis at all, and Blabber
starting Helia is better for first item spiking earlier. Yeah, well, the thing is that support items don't really give you that much AP. Like, isn't Helia only like 35 AP or something? Like, maybe it's just a terrible spike for the jungle matchup or something? Maybe he has the wrong runes? Yeah, but I thought they remade. Didn't they remake the game?
It's coming up in 12 seconds here. And Team Liquid already trying to move in to take the vision so they can actually win the fight first. Morgan here.
Like, I was under the impression that all the runes were actually fixed.
Through the wall means that the C9 support is fine. Core JJ also very importantly sidestepped the spear that was coming out from Blabber there. So full health bars.
Yeah, I just don't know if rushing an item with 35 AP is actually a strong enough spike to exist.
For that C9 mid laner, Thanatos wrapping around from the side, looking for the angle here against Team Liquid. He's already popped the dominance.
Let's see, Sion forcing his way in. Vulcan is out. TL have good control of the control ward, and they're marking Renekton. Sion is getting really chunked. I think C9 are actually pretty happy with this situation. Like, TL's kind of one angle to get space was just having Sion ult in, but the ult wasn't actually that good. They only got one flash for it. I think C9 can win this for sure. Thanatos maybe went a little bit fast, but Sion is also dead. I think Azir goes pretty turbo here unless he gets one shot by Sion passive.
APA disengaging. Morgan's dead body finally gone. Tempered fate hits nothing. APA down to 100 HP as Quid is still looking. Team Liquid gonna walk away from this.
Yeah, not bad. Now that I'm thinking about it, TL's comp is a little bit low range. it's pretty easy for Azir to kind of like force his way in and chip people. I feel like if Thanatos doesn't go that fast, then the Azir's kind of like just winning the situation for them outright, you know?
Just as fast, and then it became all about APA on the side, creating space for Blabber to secure the dragon. Then as he gets chunked low here, the flash looks a little bit funny, but I think he's scared of a flash auto following, so I think he wanted to early flash.
Thought Corki would be enough.
Avoid that.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is that Nidalee has Echoes of Helia, and then you also have Bard packs, so like you have Sustain, you also have Silver Spell Shield, so you can sustain the Rockets to a degree. But yeah, I think trying to say that Blabber curved from a carry build into an Enchanter build once he started inting is like still weird, because I still don't know why he went Ludens first. I don't get the Ludens at all.
In the previous one, it helps out so much.
So annoying.
The extra slow CC is very, very valuable and allows them to play out these team fights much easier. So Cloud9 getting their side of the team fights operational.
And I mean, Morgan obviously is picking up some MR now, trying to build towards that.
Like, I really don't think Jungle Nidalee should have any mana problems.
Early on, he had the Sunfire, he had the Bramble, so there's a lot of
maybe you can go like Horizon Focus Rush, you know? Extra spear damage, not a super expensive item. A lot of ability haste for his E. Maybe that's a better rush item, for example. Like if you're really trying to go like spears and heal packs only. Will Nidalee build Ardent? I wouldn't be surprised if she ends up going Ardent.
Yeah, Morgan during this whole time is pushing mid lane, so they're trying to get.
It's something I did consider.
It's going to draw Sven over to farm the rest of it. And they might even go for an extra play here. Team Liquid on the top.
Oh, C9, they try to stop it.
Okay, the Shockwave wasn't amazing. Jose's just going in. Actually might be good, the other's one-shotting APA. I thought that they disengaged it fine, but they kind of stuck around a bit.
Jungle, and it's Core JJ taking the kill. It's Yawn taking the turret. It's Team Liquid taking everything.
You know, Jose's actually been playing pretty well this game. Like, I thought he played that first Scuttle Crab situation well, and I feel like he's taking space well in these kind of like skirmishes, mid-game moments. Maybe Jose is better than I thought he was going to be. We're not going to be one-game Andes, though.
Once again, Jose has been such a star pickup here for TL. It's good to see him return to the LCS, and he actually gets shoved outside.
But like, surely after the Shockwave and the Nami ult is like disengaged, there has to be a way to live here.
The extra chase down.
I mean, this is just really
I don't know, maybe not.
By TL. They send 4 down towards bot. C9 respond with 5, so they just leave Morgan there. They disengage.
Looks like Blabber's going Zonya's third.
Lane, but Vulcan showed mid too, which I think was kind of that big issue. Is you show multiple members there in that mid lane, and then of course TL are going to look for the re-engage. They punish there. They take the tower. TL playing the map so well, still have that dragon advantage here, up 2K now.
Yeah, I don't know about this Nidalee build.
At this point,
I don't know. Is Shopify gonna play today? No. It's TL versus Cloud9 and then Sentinels versus Disguised.
Jose from his stream, and there's a look at the history of this guy. Really outstanding stuff so far this series. I think it's pretty unquestionable that he has outclassed Blabber in this game with a lot of the initiative that TL
I still
members, both
don't
him and Quinn
know
have.
if TL are going to win the game until I see another
They have
objective
yet
set
to
up.
really turn it into a full breaking point for this game. Cloud9 are
Like, I think it
very much
depends,
still
because
capable of taking over
in theory, like, if somebody... I think TL are a little bit slow to try to contest top. So they're kind of just like dropping top wave, and if somebody goes to catch top wave, then C9 will be able to get position on Drake again, and if that happens, then I'd have to see how much work Azir can do in the standoff again.
The harder and harder it gets for these comps that need to land the poke.
Yeah, like I think TL just have to drop the top wave and play for the setup.
Has not been able to really hit the skill shots when it counts. Almost all the Bard ults have missed at important moments, where I feel like every time we're seeing a Spirit hitting a minion or nothing, we're just not really seeing the coordination.
I mean, it's not that bad for C9 right now, actually.
It really counts, and it's just going to get harder and harder. When we get to the stage that Morgan is just perma-grouped, The spears are just getting tanked by him. That spear does still hurt.
No, actually, never mind. It's not great. I mean, like, they have inner track on mid mid though. They can maybe play. It's really hard with this mid tier 1 being up though. I think that Bartle does nothing. Yeah, it actually looks really hard. I think like if the mid tier 1 was down, then maybe they can play because they can force TL to answer mid. But with that mid tier 1 up, it feels like they have no way to actually get in, no way to face check these bushes.
For Sion here, the durability is just through the roof, so he's just trying to fight Thanatos to stay in combat, stack up his Jack Show, and you can see he's like infinitely taking, plus he has the Nami sustain here, so massive resistances, massive front line here for Team Liquid.
Just depends. TL seems a little bit scared to start the Drake.
And I think they're going to successfully do that. Thanatos trying to find a way in.
Yeah, Thanatos wanted it, but immediate Valk from Yawn.
Should it really be this easy for C9 to get in? Like, C9 were able to get in through bot, but they don't even have bot push. I wonder if TL could have postured this better. Or like if when C9 was mid, if they could have started the Dragon to force the issue and make C9 commit more. Now we're just getting a 5v5. Let's see how it goes. APA is taking a lot of damage.
Looking to keep the pressure on Sven. Decimating smash, no stun. Dragon down to 3,000. C9 still regrouping, but health bars are injured. TL looking at DPS.
Yeah, I mean, TL get the Drake, but I'm shocked that C9 actually got positioned there.
This is not Soul, but TL.
Like, C9 had no vision of the setup. TL had control of mid and everything. I think, like, either you can start the Drake and force C9 to walk into you through mid lane, and then you get, like, better team fight. Or C9 like start making moves towards bot. I feel like because we have bot push, maybe we can also shift our pressure bot and not let C9 walk in.
And really, it cost him the whole fight because even though he lives,
I don't know.
he's so low.
The setup felt a little bit weird.
Never step up. He'll get flashed on and killed. Jose feeling happy about that one, and rightfully so. He is playing great in his debut with TL.
I swear, for me at least, that W is hard to hit. It's kind of skinny, okay? But he has been nailing it every single time. You talk about
Yorbo, thanks for the sub.
True.
It's not a giant circle.
Also, it speaks to the discrepancy between hitting your skill shots. And, you know, a lot.
Yeah.
I'd say the W for Zin is about as
Am I
skinny
crazy
as,
if I think C9 can win this game? Oh, C9 can totally win, yeah.
Yeah, one of them
It depends on how well APA play out the situations, because like I'll put it this way: if C9 ever managed to get position on an objective, which in that last Drake it wasn't impossible because C9 had pressure. Like TL effectively dropped both a top wave and a mid wave to have setup. So like if C9 has a situation like that where the Azir is in side lane pushing it out maybe 30 seconds earlier, and then TL is forced to answer, and C9 can push down mid and get set up on the Drake, I think it can be hard for TL to actually play. The only real way that they can break into that setup is that you have Sion ult to force your way in one time. But if the Sion ult's not good, and then Morgan takes too much damage trying to get out, like on the Azir, if Morgan gets chunked for like half of his health, I think C9 can actually win the setup. But that said, I do think that TL is super favored at this point. It should be easier for TL to control objectives.
That's why even when you're getting, 20, 30 CS advantages for some of these matchups of, bruisers or carry champions versus Sion, you always have that feeling. I would love to have that beef ball zombie on my team.
By the way, I'm surprised that APA is not going Dusk and Dawn. I feel like the really strong Azir builds right now have Dusk and Dawn like second. I can understand the value of wanting to go Rylai's, and if you think you're getting one shot, then sure, you can go Zhonya's. Like, the build's not terrible, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing Dusk and Dawn Azir on this patch. Dusk and Dawn Azir is in. See, that's what I would think, but the win rate is really good. It turns out the item is just broken. Like, it's kind of like how when they buffed the shit out of Rod of Ages, it's like, in theory, going Rod of Ages on, like, Orianna should be troll, but Rod of Ages was so strong that it's just her best item anyway, type of deal. Heard Foles say Dusk and Dawn is good with PTA because you can instant proc it.
Then the damage now actually does become very, very meaningful.
Yeah, I completely agree. But
TL seems scared. Well, part of the problem is that TL don't win side lanes. Like, Renekton's build is pretty good for pushing out Sion, and then Azir probably beats Orianna on side lane at this point, so
Like
C9 have ways to play.
That's why APA is forward and trying to chip and poke and prod and get damage down, because if you just allow TL to play how they want to play, it's a shield on Yon, it's heals and speed ups on Yon, and he's just stepping forward and chipping your HP away until you can't even take the fight.
Zanya, Shadow Flame, Rylai's, Landers have their own niches. I mean, I think you go Dusk and Dawn if you just want a full damage build.
Actually make sure their carries are hitting without getting caught and killed.
I haven't done the math or anything, but
tosses out the spear, just gonna get some wave clear out of that one. 60 seconds.
like my impression was that I thought that Nashor's first and Dusk and Dawn second was his highest damage build right now. So like if that's what you were playing for, then that's where you would go. But I don't think he needs damage in this game. Like, I'm not saying he should have gone Dusk and Dawn. I'm just saying it's interesting that he didn't, because that's the build that I've been seeing. Don't think any pro Azers would go full damage. They were going Dusk and Dawn in the LCP on Azir. That's kind of why I brought it up. I don't remember who it was, but one of the Azir players in LCP did it.
Yup, they want to let the minions eat the crust, but C9 is going to take some of that themselves.
I don't want to eat the crust.
That's what it is. Minions love turret crust as Vulcan tries to get away through the wall here. Drops the exhaust on Jose Diodo. That's an important cooldown not to have.
Alright, let's see how this goes. We're kind of in the exact same situation again.
That already has control over the river, like I said moments ago.
Cloud9 are going to try to force their way through bot again. They dropped midway for this. Sion's moving in.
Going to continue to defend the entrance towards this river area, towards this dragon pit.
Okay, everybody has flash ready for this fight. This dragon.
The Silver Boomerang is actually kind of doing work. Hold up, let's see. Thanatos is really deep. C9 can actually win this, by the way. Depends on how safe APA can keep his health bar. Oh, alright. Is this actually good? Okay. It actually looks good. Wow. C9 are maybe going to win the game. Nemesis played Dusk and Dawn Rush. He rushed it? I don't know if you should ever rush the item. Like, surely Nashor's Rush still has to be best. Good safe play by APA. I actually wasn't sure if the flash ult was the right play. Like, it ended up working out. But I feel like I would have rather APA just stayed back and, like, hit people. I don't know. Let's see it again. If there was any counterplay to it. Like, as soon as we're in this situation right here, I feel like C9 is turbo winning. Azir, as long as Azir doesn't get one shot, he's like, they can force TL back for sure. Yeah, I think the play is fine. I think the only argument is if you think that Azir burning flash for those kills is worth it. Wow, okay. C9 highway robbery. I think that TL's objective setups just haven't been that good this game. Did Quid not have flash? Based on the flash timer of Orianna compared to Azir, I'm gonna say that she didn't. Actually, her flash timer is almost matched with Jose, but Jose probably has Cosmic Insight, right? So, yeah, Orianna probably flashed a while ago. I don't know. We'd have to see. We can take a look at the dragon setups again in between games. Like, I know for a fact that TL could have played the 4th Drake situation better. But the 5th one, I don't know. Like, maybe C9 have just outscaled at this point, unless they can catch the Azir.
Try to force and engage, but that would be difficult. This one's gonna go down really fast. Vulcan, dangerous spot.
Yeah, Vulcan's going in, but everybody else is going with them, and now Core JJ shuffled back. They caught themselves.
Okay, I refuse to believe that's a good shuffle from the Azir, by the way. Like, he's shuffling the Nami and he's right in Corki's face, and if Corki lands everything, then APA gets chunked for like 70% of his health and he has to blow Zanya's. I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's actually insane value. But yeah, I mean, I think literally just Cloud9 are just a better objective setup team right now. And that's why they came back.
Narnia is not a friendly place this time.
Yeah, Orianna definitely did not have flash for the shockwave. There's no way that she had flash for the shockwave because her flash timer is desynced from Azir's timer. So the question is if Orianna flashed like super early on in the fight or not. Really like how Vulcan is playing. Yeah, it would be helpful if Vulcan didn't have like a 10% hit rate on his ultimates, but yeah, apart from that, Vulcan has always been a Bard guy, yeah.
Got punished so heavily for it. When you're playing this style of composition, you need both your carries there. That's the whole point of Sion going forward, is buying time for them. But if Quid's not there, you don't have nearly enough damage to get anything done.
And like I've been saying, these are two of the best carries of melting tanks, Azir and Sivir. Azir is level 18, so
Both have 4 items.
if you count a control war,
I don't know.
as
Am I
a real
delusional for
item,
thinking that
then you
TL,
can say
if they were like, okay, at this point they're just losing the game, right? But am I delusional for thinking that on their, oh my gosh, dude, APA is on one. Like, it's working. I appreciate the balls to make the plays. But if my mid laner tried to do this shit on Azir, I would not be very happy.
But it's APA taking the credit. Only core still standing, and C9.
You know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. Well played. But yeah. Anyways, based on what I like, back to what I was saying. I feel like based on TL's comp, they should be starting the dragon and forcing C9 to like walk through an Orianna ball and like walk through Nami ult and compromise their position to like get to the dragon. I don't know how I feel about TL just doing that like weird perma dance type thing they were doing. Like, let's take a look at it. Let me go back and we'll see. By the way, I am at 270 viewers right now. Jesus. All right, LCS is OP, I guess. Yeah, let's take a look at this. The one that I really want to look at is the 4th Drake setup. So okay, we can start looking at it here. So.
He has outclassed Black in this game.
Yeah, Drake is spawning in a minute. APA is pushing in top, so like in theory, usually, like if this was happening 30 seconds earlier, let's say that C9 was doing this 30 seconds earlier, then somebody has to, like TL can push out mid, and then they can get some vision here, and then somebody will have to base, and then respond to the Azir, like catch the wave from the Azir, and then that's when Cloud9 can move in and try to take control. I'm wondering what the setup looked like a minute ago. I wonder if C9 could have been on this timer a bit faster. Like I want to see what happened because TL at this moment should be in control of the setup, you know? Like also, whoops, screwed that up. Let's get back. Like how did TL play their push outs? Because I feel like it's weird that I don't know. Let's see. So they make that play happen on mid. We don't exactly get to see what happens.
Showed mid too, which I think was kind of that big issue. Is
they're getting vision here right now.
In that mid lane, and then of course TL are going to look for the re-engage. They punish their 2K.
Yeah, I mean I guess TL pushed out their waves initially correctly. I'm wondering if like Azir shifts down right now. I'm wondering if Azir pushed out the wave here. Because, like, he has vision in this Phaelite, so he can see the river, so he's, like, kind of safe. Like, if Azir pushes out top wave here, then somebody on TL has to catch the wave, and then C9 gets set up on objective. I'm wondering if maybe APA could have gone, like, one wave faster. I don't know. But anyways, what we ended up getting is that APA pushes in this wave, TL make the decision to drop top wave to keep the setup. I think this is the correct decision from TL. They on this timer, they should drop the top wave. If APA was one wave faster, maybe they have to catch it, but TL dropping this wave is fine. Then, this is kind of my impression of the setup, is that TL have a mid-tier 1, so even if C9 push out the mid-wave, the mid-tier 1 is going to push the wave back. So, like, TL don't actually have to hard commit to the mid-wave. Especially when Dragon is spawning here. So, like, they can soft contest this mid-wave, Dragon is spawning, and I think at this point, you kind of just walk to the Dragon and start hitting it. I don't really like that TL played this standoff the way that they did. I feel like based on the way that this comp plays, you have Ori Ball for control. You're in position right now. There's not really a good way for C9 to walk in, I don't think. Like, you can see they're going to try to walk in here, and it's not going to go well. Like, Vulcan gets chunked out. Morgan's going fucking crazy. But, like, pause it right here. I feel like C9... not super happy. Like, I'm wondering if, like, hold on. If we go back to, like, right here... if they just went to the Dragon and started hitting it, and then they forced C9 to walk in and play through Ori Ball and, like, play into a Xin Zhao ult, and then, like, Sion can stall, and then you have, like, Nami Wave and stuff. I feel like they get this Dragon, like, for sure. But then, like, jumping forward here is a little bit weird. Like, Yon loses so much of his health bar here. This cannot be worth it. But, yeah, and then they're just kind of, like, dancing, and then the thing that I find weird here is that it's, like, clearly C9 are struggling to get through mid. And TL also have push and bot, so they have control over both of these waves. C9 correctly identified that they can't go through mid. So like C9 is playing the situation right, I think, by trying to go through bot. But I find it weird because if TL started Drake right now, like if they just hit the Mountain Drake, then C9 don't have time to go through bot because they would just one-shot the Drake before C9 could get there. So like TL could force C9 to go through this choke point to try to go through mid if they hit the Drake. But instead they're trying to keep their control over Banana Brush. They're not really hitting anything. Like nobody's hitting the dragon. And then C9 just walk their way in through bot. And then if you pause here, like this is exactly what C9 want. Like TL end up winning this situation. But I think it's kind of crazy that TL gave C9 the angle to have a setup here on bot side. Like, it just feels weird to me. I think there were a couple of windows where TL maybe could have started Drake. And then, yeah, I mean, TL ended up winning this dragon. So it ends up being fine. Everything ends up being okay for them in this situation, but... like, it's, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of their dragon setup there. And then I guess the other thing to look at would be their next Drake setup. Like, where they already outscaled, was the game already over?
That's why APA is forward and TL to play how they can step up and eat is forward.
Like, we have a similar setup. Azir's pushing top, but he's one wave faster this time. So he's on top wave, one wave faster than last time. So yeah, okay. So you guys can see what I was saying last time, right? Azir is on top wave faster this time. So TL are going to push out mid. Then they're going to move in for vision. But because Azir is one wave faster, somebody has to respond to this wave. So somebody on this team is going to base, they're going to catch, and then C9 can walk in and get vision. So, like, Azir pushes out this wave. Sion, like, he like, moved up to contest it, and then realized he couldn't, so, like, he's dropping the wave. So that way they can keep mid-prio. Now he's going to go top. C9 sees Sion on top. So now they can play for push on the next mid wave. It's still really fucking annoying that this mid turret exists, by the way. This is like the biggest reason why taking mid tier 1 is so important, is because it makes your dragon setup so much easier. Or like, I mean, any of your objective setups is so much easier. This mid tier 1 is a huge pain in the ass for C9, but like, they get the mid push here, in theory. Like, if this mid tier 1 is down, then they can just walk through line brush, and then they have setup. But like, instead it's a little bit awkward. So I don't know. I think that both teams are playing it fine right now. Yeah, and then C9 are trying to play through bot again. But it's still weird to me. Like, just the theory of what they're doing with the Ori ball feels weird, because I feel like if TL never hit the dragon at any point, then C9 don't actually feel pressured to walk through the ball. Like, the ball's not doing anything because they can just stand there and look at each other. Like, I feel like the only way that you're getting value from the Ori ball is if you're hitting the dragon, because then you're forcing C9 to walk into the ball. But like, TL, they're not hitting anything. They're just trying to, like, control the bush. Nobody's hitting anything.
They look at Quid, they're not going to find anything super valuable here. Wind becomes lightning.
Yeah, and then Quid's going to flash right here. And so now that's kind of like the go button for APAs. APA's like, if I see an angle to flash on Quid, then I'll do it. But yeah, I mean, I think at this point C9 is probably just favored to win this standoff anyway, but I do wish that TL had played to force the issue a little bit more, like force C9 to play into the ball. I don't know. Here, let me run ads, so that way we don't get them next game. Can we see the damage chart? If they have one, yeah. Let me see if they posted one. I'm assuming it's just going to be Azir first. But let's take a look.
You can see.
Oh, it's actually Sivir first. Yeah, this is the damage chart. Sivir first, Azir second. Wow, I thought that Azir was like farming damage off of Sion all game. I thought Azir would have most.
Zven with 41,000 on the Sivir. I was talking about how
Z-tier damage.
Zven is underappreciated because he's...
I've done 2 so far. The first one was just a presentation about myself, like who am I, like the story of APA before I became APA. You know, just talked about all the good stuff and how I like view the game, like what I like want, what I'll give, you know, et cetera, et cetera. The second one I gave was just about like a Bush concept, and I think presentations on concepts like that.
How's the volume of the stream, by the way? Now that we've like played an entire game, was the cast like a good volume for people?
Like, I'm sure they have ideas how they view the game, and of course, having a few days scrimming with them, they do. And we'll still have to mesh in how we do things. But yeah, we'll see.
Think so? Okay. I watched this on YouTube, by the way. It was like a fine documentary.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the LCS.
You know what is nice though is that I feel like Cloud9's objective setups were actually one of the weaker parts of their game last year, so the fact that they're already playing it right, or like playing it better based on what I've seen in this first game, is really good for their team.
Until C9 win their one big fight, everything just self-destructs for Team Liquid, and C9 quickly ends. They're up 1-0.
That's one of those games you're watching on the couch, you're like, this is looking pretty wrapped up. We'll go grab a snack. You come back, the oven mix is exploding. You're like, what the?
Yeah, you missed 5 minutes. You missed it all.
It's also one of the games where if you're playing in it, you're just telling your friends, don't worry, we scale. And you kind of.
Let's see if Blabber got the int out of his system. Nonsense. He'll still die for at least one Skull Crab. Come on.
Wait a second. It wasn't go.
Oh, did somebody end the prediction? Did the prediction get paid out?
I always feel like those are the most fun ones where you do get.
Oh, it did. Yeah. Okay. Nice.
But Team Liquid probably don't feel that way. So game number 2 here.
Good job, Leo. You're the GOAT.
Back out into Champion Select and see if they can kind of rewrite history here. Cloud9 up to series point here.
I'm really curious to see how TL will look starting off game 2, simply because I wasn't really that worried about the lost team fight that they had in the river. You know, I just felt like, okay, C9 kind of outplayed, but the game is going to stabilize, it's going to go on. I was more worried about, they lost their minds in the jungle. They see this portal, Quid's not even there, you full sent it, that cost you the game. Like, to me, that was the game.
Yeah, it was weird because the Bard came out and Core was like, oh, I back off a little bit, and then he went back up to it, like more people.
You saw them all come
All right, game 2 draft. Still looking at same bands.
All right, let's get into draft
I guess I can also just continue to talk about things that people who haven't really been watching 2026 so far might bring up. The Ryze ban. Ryze has been really strong so far because there's this new Ryze build going around where you go Rod of Ages Ceres, that's first 2, which is standard, but then you go Actualizer 3rd, and then you take Ghost. So Ryze players have been going Ghost Flash, by abusing new home guards. Like, you can abuse new home guards so that way you don't actually need TP. So you go Ghost Flash in lane, and then you go Actualizer 3rd, and then you can just run people down on side lane. Like, if you get on side lane with another control mage, you just click Ghost, you activate your Actualizer active, and then you just kill them. So Varus has been really strong, or not Varus, Ryze has been really strong, and then like the only answers that people have found into it is like matching the Ryze Ghost with like a Talia Ghost Flash. People have been trying that. People have been trying the Syndra matchup. People perceive the Syndra matchup as being playable. So, yeah, point being, Ryze has been a lot more problematic so far this year than he was last year. Yeah, I guess we can also point out that this Varus is a flex pick. Varus top and mid both have pretty high win rates right now because of the Dusk and Dawn item. Varus players have been experimenting around with that, and it's been going pretty well. Varus bot has also been playing really well. The results for Varus bot have been looking really good in the other regions, so it just seems like Varus is super strong right now. Like, we actually drafted it first today in our games. Like, my team, we played our first CWL match today, and if I pull up our draft...
And the interesting thing to me is that in Pro, we're not seeing it top yet, but in solo queue, I feel like this thing is kind of starting to run rampant in top lane. Yeah, it's oppressed.
Oh wait, no, we actually didn't. Never mind. We were talking about picking Varus on 1-2, but then enemy team went Yunara on B1, and so we just went a Caitlyn lane. Never mind.
Tanks, you can burst you down. So I do have that kind of in the back of my mind, like, maybe Thanatos could swap that up.
Really nice to be able to take other summoners on mid. I still think that you take teleport on mid most of the time.
For my
and then you only go Ghost if you're either Rise or if you're matching a Rise with Ghost and you are worried about your side lane.
You can have more than 2 cents. You can have as many as you like.
Nivea's good into Rise. I actually think that Cassio is better into Rise. I'm of the opinion that I feel like in most drafts where Nivea is good, Cassio is usually better. But teams seem to like Nivea a lot, so...
All right, let's get into the second half of the draft here, as we do have plenty of question marks still with where these champions are going to go on the C9 side, with the Aurora and the Varus both being flexible. Over on the Team Liquid side, these are pretty hard locks for top lane, for jungle, for AD carry, so we'll see how they want to focus.
Pretty normal stuff from TL, I guess. Vi Rumble combo. Rumble is still viewed as extremely OP.
Yeah, the Sylas to me always makes me think of, you know, Malphite's already banned, but then also Alistar. If you want to play Alistar, you really do not want to be leaving that Sylas up. It is giving so much
I feel like C9 actually have crazy flex potential right now because Rumble loses to both Gwen and Varus top. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like C9 could... like, if the rest of their comp ends up being stable enough, they could try to put either one of those top and win lane pretty hard.
All right, let's see what else we can round it out with, because the supports are plentiful at the moment. And again, Nico's still up as
I do think that Vi is a little bit outdated. I think that the only comps that you really want to pick Vi into are... like if the enemy team... I don't know, if the enemy team went like Vayne, or if like Corki is their only damage threat, or like if they have like solo damage Yunara or some shit, then maybe you can go Vi, but I don't think Vi is as valuable this year anymore. I think the fact that she's AFK levels 1 through 5 is really difficult in the meta.
But having some sort of frontliner flying in at the same time could be really strong. I like the Cassio ban here, taking that away from APA, so they are thinking like you were thinking.
I think if you're Cloud9, you probably pick support here, because then you can hide your flexes. Like there's a number of supports you could just grab. You could go something like... You go simple something like Nautilus if you wanted to. I don't really like going mid here, because if you lock in Talia, you're confirming that Aurora's top and Varus is bot, and I feel like the power of hiding the flex, and then you can see their mid pick, could actually be really strong.
One of the best champions, you know, for APA. When I think about how he was playing last year, I really felt like Talia at that time was maybe his best champion, so it's definitely going to be something that fits well for him. Jan hovering the A-Soul, and you can see him leaning to the side, looking over at APA.
I mean, I'm still waiting for the tackle. Like, he said on Twitter, they're gonna
Is he more likely to tackle him if they win or if they lose the series? You know, Jan's going for like the victory.
Would have loved to send a Cho. Okay, but like why?
APA seems like if I lose type of tackle angle. Yone gets locked in for Quid though. This guy has one of the biggest highlights of LCS.
I feel like if anything, you would rather go like Senna TK or something. If you're going dry Senna with no disengage, I feel like she suffers into the equalizer.
I'm sorry, because
we're going Jhin TK. Okay, I don't know how I feel about blind Tom Kench.
That dive for the Varus is just so well constructed by Team
Alright, it's Vulcan Alistar. This game's a wrap. C9 2-0. Oh, never mind. Wait.
Considering the Alistar, that was kind of my expectation based on the Sylas ban, but obviously you've seen some less powerful laners. So Rakan,
wait,
to me,
what?
I feel like scales better than the Alistar.
Wait, what's the...
powerful in those team fights. You have a very weak laning phase. So sometimes when you're up against something like that Tom Kench, you say, hey,
like, it is a free Rakan game, I guess, because enemy lane is pretty weak. Like, if they go Tom Kench, then sure, you can go Rakan, but...
There's the Yone, there's the Vi, there's the Rumble.
Vulcan is like a fucking Alistar god. I wish he had just played it.
With that charm, can be pretty effective as far as that counter engage.
Any chance for Dusk and Dawn Tom Kench? Not support, I don't think. I think if my support goes Dusk and Dawn Tom Kench, I report them, and we move on.
I think that this is just exactly what you envision when you try and get a first pick Rumble. Then you get to layer on top of a Rumble.
How was Quid doing this series? He was fine in game 1. He made a couple of mistakes, but I didn't think he was like bad or anything.
By the way, it's Varus top.
Thoughts on Morgan first game? We didn't really get to see anything from Morgan. He played Sion, and it was kind of tough because he was like trying to figure out ways to get space against Azir and stuff. So he didn't really have too much to do. It wasn't an easy game for him.
Okay, so it doesn't look like they actually did swap those things around on my screen in Champs Select. It was showing that they had. I guess there's some weird things going on in Champ Select with the remake last game, so we're just gonna wait until we're in game. And
wait, did I miss something? Is Tali a bot or some shit? What did I miss?
All right, let's get into a game number 2. If you didn't see game number 1, by the way, you should catch up on that real quick.
Yeah, check the bot. Put it on 8x.
Oh, no. Yeah, okay.
Let's see about the follow-up here. Will part 2 deliver as well?
All right, let's check it out here.
But yeah, I think it makes sense.
1-0.
Flexing the Aurora top to shit on the Rumble.
In the Swiss stage. So let's see how the second one goes. 43 seconds into game 1. Sven muted the entirety of Team Liquid and also his own mid lane.
No, I like this. Fun facts here.
That is a fun fact. That's a very fun fact.
None of the draft matters. C9 and Varus on the patch. It's already GG.
So funny. Probably he typed one time. Forgot to mute
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think you go the like crazy on-hit build on bot lane. Like if Varus goes the AP build, are we really playing solo AD Jarvan? That doesn't seem real. I think this Varus is probably just going lethality.
Morgan on the other side was spam pinging the teleport for Sven.
I don't think you can go on-hit this game either. Not into Rumble via Yone. I think it's just gonna be a normal lethality Varus. I don't think that like outright wins you the game.
With this Varus and Rakan, then it can get really difficult sometimes. You can end up with some pretty bad bases where you're kind of lane locked, they pushed you in, then they base and TP back, and you get stuck.
All right, as we wait for the action to really start to boil here in the laning phase, we've got Kangas standing by for an interview with APA's biggest fan.
Don't think we ever see AP Varus. Yeah, I think the only way that we see AP Varus is if it goes top or mid.
What's it like to raise a champion?
I raised him to be a champion.
Maybe it's to deny Yon Varus. I don't think C9 are playing to deny picks at this point, considering that they're up 1-0 in a best of 3.
Now, so I see you got the new gear as well. How hard was that to throw away all
I think if you're up 1-0 in a best of 3, you're just playing to win game 2, no?
It's fine. It's good. We'll shelve it for now.
Did C9 give you anything?
They gave us more than Team Liquid does.
And I did see you talking with Jack, actually, a little bit before we went live. What did
Any
Jack tell
early
you?
predictions for MVP this split?
I think so.
Well, we've got 3 teams that I think can win the split, those being TL, C9, and Lion. And I think that there is one player on each team that is, like, definitely the best player in the role by a large margin. Those being Thanatos, Inspired, and Yon. So, I feel like what's going to happen is that whichever team is informed the most, that player will probably win MVP.
I think that's just how Jack rolls. That's just how Jack rolls.
They also did better at Kespa Cup, you know. So I mean, you're gonna be building that confidence for sure. You know, if you're able to take them down.
Inspired is best in the West, so if Lion is good, it's probably him. Yeah, but I'm saying there's a chance that Lion end up only being like 3rd or 4th. So.
He is a champion that he's not really known for.
Ooh, Yon down to 200 HP down here, has to flash away to avoid the grand entrance from Vulcan. Core JJ tries to cover the exit here for his 80 carries. Sven with a flash forward, piercing arrow.
Okay, interesting. I mean, Jose is literally not a champion right now. This Vi is actively a negative champion on my screen. I don't think TL should have fought this. Thoughts on Zinni? I think that Zinni will be not as good as people are expecting him to be right out of the gate. I feel like people are pretending like Zinni is just going to completely 1v9 from game 1, but I think he'll have growing pains for sure. Is Jhin still winless in Pro? I think so, and I also don't think this is a great Jhin angle. I actually don't think Jhin is dog shit, by the way. I think that there are good spots for Jhin.
And this is always the worst feeling. You know, you lose an early skirmish, you look across at your laner, it's a blue buff on the enemy mid laner.
Yeah.
APA getting that and the lost chapter by this early. Great trade of flashes here from Vulcan.
But like Talia literally has first move. We cannot be fighting over the Scuttle Crab.
Have first move from mid lane, so they're just fully committing to this play. Sven flashes in. It wasn't able to finish off Yon, but because APA is there first, Jose goes in, but he has
GG's, how does TL play this draft from behind? Your guess is as good as mine. Like, I think the best thing TL can do is
you can see the frustration.
I think the best thing TL can do is just use the Rumble Vi combo with Yone on like Grubs or something, or on a dragon fight, like maybe like second dragon fight, and you just pray that you have enough damage to make your combo work. Like you just full send it onto Varus, and you hope he dies, and you play the game from there.
Feeling so good. And we remember the beginning of the previous game. It was constantly Yon and Core JJ winning out in the 2v2s in bottom lane.
Genji drafts cannot be applied to other teams. I think that Genji's drafting has been really, really sus, by the way. I have not been liking Genji's drafts for the most part. I've not been liking pretty much like the entirety of the LCK's drafts. I think that LPL's drafts are like okay, and I've not been a fan of what LCK's been doing.
Team comp is that you can be so proactive. Wait a second. We have an invade from Blabber, so he's going to take away Gromp. Jose's going to find him in APA.
Okay, Quid just blows Flash.
Yeah, there's no way for the mid laner from Team Liquid to do.
I mean, it just looks like C9's going to steamroll them.
Just takes his Gromp prize. Jose Diodo is left a camp
LCK drafts are sus. Yeah, LCK drafts, they're like, what if we play all the same stuff as last year, except we'll specifically prio the stuff that got nerfed. So we're just playing a worse version of last year. That's what LCK is doing right now. Like, they're not even stuck in 2025. They're stuck in like 2025 split 2. It's crazy. I feel like I'm seeing some crimes in LCK. They're like prioing Pantheon Talia game 1 and shit. They're just pretending like Pantheon didn't get his Q monster modifier nerfed 3 times.
Has always been a lightning rod for criticism on the teams that he has been on. People always
Genji drafts have never been good. Genji is usually pretty good at drafting when you get late into a series because their champion pools are just so massive and like everybody on their team is willing to play a pick that will just win you the game. Like especially Chovy, that's like one of the values that Chovy brings to a team is that if you get into a late Fearless game and you give Chovy late pick and he sees a pick that he thinks can win the game, he'll just pick it. He'll pick it and he'll play it well enough that it actually will win them the game, you know?
Really comforted and said, yeah, we got the better mid laner, you know?
Like if you think about like the times that he's late picked Twisted Fate or Zoe or Vex or like any of that stuff.
Individually, and not only was he able to roam first and make the big, team play there, but now he's able to pound lane.
Miss Chovy's Tryndamere.
Benefits.
That was like 2021, right? That was HLE Worlds 2021 play-ins. Chovy was playing Tryndamere mid.
7 minutes into the game. That's a crazy start.
Especially for pro play. Even in a game of solo queue, if I see a team up over 2,000
Is Talia Prio in LCK just as Zir being the best mid?
This is quite a mountain to have to climb up for Team Liquid very, very early. Another nice seismic shove there from APA in the mid lane as well. Constantly hitting these onto Quid.
I guess if I had to pick a best mid laner right now, maybe I would go with like Ryze. Maybe? I don't know. I actually think that mid is not as important of a role as it was last year.
Very easily can capitalize on.
I feel like every mid laner has answers. Like Orianna has like 3 answers, Talia has answers, Ryze has answers, Syndra is like not a great champion to blind pick. Like Syndra doesn't really have lane answers, but you don't really want to blind pick her either.
I don't know if it's just me, but I've always
because it can be difficult to build comps around Syndra sometimes.
APA's champion pool. Not that he's never had any issues, but it's like he came in, everyone's like, he's a Ziggs one trick, and then it's he's an Aesol one trick, and then.
But like C9 first picked Azir last game. I don't know if mid lane is strong enough to first pick Azir.
Okay, well, aren't we kind of adding a lot of
like did C9 ban Akali? I actually wonder if because like I don't think that Orianna into Azir is a good matchup. I wonder if Quid could have played Akali into it. Akali was out? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess C9 were specifically drafting with first pick Azir in mind then. Maybe it was fine.
But I guess in a best of 3, you only have to win 2 games and 2. So
I think Zed is a good pick against Talia. Yeah, but then you're playing Zed mid.
He's got it. You're doing Freak proud. That's quick maths right there. Well done, buddy. Immediately engage coming out from Jose Diodo, though they are looking for APA, but Quid might just die first. He's down to 100 HP. Both mid laners about to fall. Quid is down. Jose Diodo picks up the kill, but he should die to Blabber's Jarvan right
yeah, I mean, this game feels super over.
Double kill back to Blabber.
Like based on what happened in game 1, it felt like C9 had better objective setup. So if they're going to be winning early game, then I think they just win. Especially with these comps.
On a Morgan, potentially grab these grubs. Morgan's doing well in that 1v1, given this counter pick that Thanatos has gone for. And Blabber off to a great start. This guy absolutely knows how to snowball.
C9 ban Akali, TL ban Ziggs for mid. So 2 of the Azir answers were out.
People don't.
Yeah.
Criticism they'll ever have is if he like dives too deep and like gives away a big bounty or something. But he definitely is, as you say, very good at snowballing these.
Zed is not a real champ. Well, again, if we're playing on 26.2, Zed is not a champion because they nerfed the shit out of his clear. Zed's clear speed is kind of headshot. Like it's still a fast clear, but it's like not like crazy clear in the way that made him playable before. But yeah, I mean, I think that Zed mid has problems.
We're feeling like Blabber was not performing to his usual level. Game 1 of this series.
I don't know. My main question is if you go Zed mid, are you just sacking like every early objective because you have no mid push, or like what's the deal?
Yeah, it really has. I mean,
What do you do if enemy team passes through mid one time and then your Zed gets his flash blown and he can't actually play the game anymore?
APA pumped up about that.
I mean, like, Zed will be able to play the game if he has no flash, but he won't be able to get an advantage, because, like, he can't play aggressively for an advantage, because if he dies, the game is over. I don't think that Zed is an easy champion to play for.
Ooh, knock up off the back of the chains of corruption, and they take out Core
Okay, Blabber.
Easy peasy there for C9. Nicely used with the chains and the grand entrance.
Zed's too niche. Hey, we might see Leader play it. Leader was a big Zed fan, Zed mid fan back in, like, 2023.
Quid at least will get the first turret plate in mid lane, so you get the tiniest of.
Do you feel Ivern is a good pick?
Back for himself, but nicely done here for C9. Again, the path to victory here is very quick Dragon Soul for this team. It is kind of the strongest early objectives that you can
know.
ignore,
I don't know what champions you would want to pair Ivern with in this day and age, because like I'm trying to think of the ADs that are strong right now. Like, because like the main thing is that it's like if you go Ivern, you probably need, like, you would like to have engaged support. You'd like to have some kind of setup to make it easier for Ivern to play the game. And I'm trying to think of the champions that are meta right now that play with engaged supports. I'm thinking like Varus, but I don't think that Ivern Varus is a real combo. I don't think you're getting value out of Ivern with that. Quid is doing work. And TL actually won the fight. I think you can play Ivern, Lucian, Tarek, maybe?
I mean, at the end of the day, that's incredible.
Like, I'm trying to think of like the bot laners that are meta right now that you could play Ivern with, and the only one that really comes to mind is like maybe like if one team blind picks Yunara, maybe you can go like, I don't know, like a Aphelios Ivern, but then you're stuck with an Aphelios support pairing that you don't want. Like, you're not going Ivern Thresh or Ivern Lulu, I don't think. Is it like just Sivir? I guess like the only AD that like makes use out of Ivern's kit might be Sivir? I'm not sure. Kai'Sa? Yeah, but I feel like Kai'Sa kind of wants to dive backline. I don't know if Ivern wants to play like that unless he has like turbo daisy position or something. Did you see the Ice Pentas today? No, I have not watched any LEC today because during the time that LEC was happening, my team was playing a CWL match, so I was like drafting and for them and watching them and stuff. And that's going to be my usual schedule for weekends, is going to be before LCS, either we're going to be playing CWL or we're going to be playing Prime League.
With Smite, because you also deal less damage to the
and I might stream those, by the way.
You know, as non-junglers, right? So it's
like I'm thinking about streaming the game, so it'll be like we'll stream official matches, and then I'll end the stream, and then it'll be LCS.
It always feels terrible if it gets stolen away by a random spell.
Good for you, Nick, for not being able to watch that. The only team in LEC that I've been like adamantly following is actually SK. I'm really interested to see how SK is doing. I really want them to do well. I've actually found myself cheering for them every time.
Laners are doing way less to it. It's going to come down to you guys nailing your Smite.
But I have no idea how they did today.
More important as a result.
Okay,
I'll
Team
figure out later.
Got to be aware that C9 is in the jungle. They are looking to steal away the blue buff. There's going to be no contest for this. TL so far behind. 2 Drakes, 3 Grubs, 3,000 gold. Not even 14 minutes into the game. I still see 14 minutes as a checkpoint because of turret plates falling for so many years at that point in the game, even though they no longer fall off.
They didn't play today, trust. Yes, okay, so they must have lost.
I'm always going to check in at 14 minutes into the game to see where things went. And right now, it is all C9.
Leader was doing 0 DPS Echo. You know what's funny is that Echo's actually broken as shit right now. Echo is absolutely a pickable champion in pro play. Like, conditions have to be good for Echo, but he's absolutely a pickable champion right now.
Plant their flag right now because it seems like this very modest 90 gold lead in the top lane is about the biggest thing they have to write home about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's interesting because, you know,
one might say Wonder did not have a team today. Isn't that just the story of like every time Wonder loses a game?
APA is down. Nice setup there for TL. The Fate Seal does exactly that.
Leader took bad runes on Echo, was unplayable.
I was hosting the draw show. I talked to
unlucky. Maybe if SK had Jizuke mid, then the Echo could have gone crazy.
I talked to a lot of the players at draw show, and everyone was telling me that they are scared of TL. That TL is the team that they want.
You know what one of my opinions is right now? I think if an enemy team blind picks Syndra, like if there's ever a situation where one team blind picks Syndra, I think you can go Kiana mid as an answer and completely Fister, and then there's like so many good AP jungle pairings that you can play.
So far, so good. They win game 1. They're crushing it in game 2, and Cloud9 not deterred by all of this.
I also think that Zoe's kind of broken right now. I think Zoe's only bad like semi-meta matchup might be like Annie, but Zoe feels really good at the moment. I don't think that her matchups are bad, so.
Does get jumped on there by Quid, who does have the fully evolved boots with the quest. He has his Blade of the Ruined King completed.
I don't think the SK game was that bad. Yeah, so I watched all 3 of SK games in week 1, and my opinion was that they actually moved around the map really well. Like SK found angles to make plays. They were like cross-mapping really well. They were making sure they were never like completely losing on the map. It was pretty impressive. They ended up looking better than I thought they would, even though they went 1 and 2, and I guess they're 1 and 3 now.
Yeah, I mean they absolutely have to.
But yeah, my general opinion of the LEC from the games that I watched is like I was also somewhat impressed with Na'Vi. Vitality looked better than I thought they would. So I'm wondering if like the general vibe that I got is that middle of the table LEC feels stronger this year than it did last year. That would be like my week 1 overreaction, is that LEC middle of the pack teams are actually not bad.
And these are the kind of games that when you are signing a player like this, you expect him to carry. You expect him to be able to take over, to save you in these positions. Yep. You got to put the eggs in the Quid basket and hope he can make it work.
Well,
what do you think of Bel'Veth this season? I think that Bel'Veth is so hard to win with. Like, my opinion of that champion is that it's pickable if you have like 3 winning lanes, but the instant you fall behind, the instant one thing goes wrong, Bel'Veth is just like unplayable. Alright, that was a turn of all time from Blabber. We'll have to see. He's kind of getting cooked. Blabber kind of inted it low-key. It's probably good enough anyway. They seem too far ahead.
But Morgan is also gone. It's a 2-for-1 favoring C9. And APA wants 3. Quid continuing to try to escape into the bottom lane. Thanatos goes over the wall. A little bit more damage is all they need. And Thanatos
your model's been frozen for a while, really.
C9 win a clutch fight.
So it has. What the fuck?
Their jungler might be dead, but they'll be happy with the
Interesting.
outcome of the battle.
That was a clean chase. He got the slow, and it's enough for them to chase down the extra kill here. Here, look, the idea to go for the kill on the enemy jungler, but immediately get the
okay, it's moving now.
Right
Interesting. I don't know why my avatar was just frozen.
He is in position to just turn this around. Goes immediately.
Yeah, I don't really like the Blabber turn. Like my general rule of thumb, like what I tell my players all the time with objectives is that if you have setup of the objective, it's better to let the enemy team like walk fully into your setup before you turn. Like the deeper you can make the enemy team walk into your setup before you turn, the easier it is for you to turn and the better it'll look. I feel like Blabber like mega turned. He like turned from 3 screens away. Would have been fine if he had EQ on the stun target. Yeah, sure, but like I'm just saying, the general theory, I don't think we need to turn that close. Like if the guy gets stunned, he's getting chunked, right? So we can just keep hitting the dragon and wait for them to walk in further.
We still need to put as much money into this Yone as we can. Like they're still hoping, Azale, that Quid basket is.
It's looking rickety.
Even though it doesn't have a lot of gold in it, you still gotta try and get more into it.
It's the best basket you got, you know? You don't really have a lot of options here. But it is so tough dealing with Vulcan CC because there's nothing you could dodge. I mean, you have all of this great mobility here as Quid, but Vulcan is going to press R and jump on your head and you are charmed. Like, there's no avoiding that.
And I feel like it's exactly what you guys were talking about in the draft, right?
Yeah. But yeah, the VTube Studio app on my phone literally just closed itself. I don't know why.
Thanatos tries to escape here in the bottom lane, goes between worlds. Jose Diodo has no opportunity.
Blabber and Razork are the same player.
Force their opponent back. It'll allow Morgan to take the tier 1 turn at least. But meanwhile, C9's doing the same thing on the other side of the map. So even trade tier 1 for tier 1.
When you're behind, you always feel pretty good about that, but we've talked a lot about the supports. These are the supports.
I feel like Blabber actually has, like based on the impression that I've been getting, I feel like Blabber actually has a good idea of what his team's win cons are and how to play the game, and then he just gets really excited in big moments and plays too fast. I think that Razork genuinely just has a disconnect with how to play the game. Like I feel like Razork views the game in like absolutes, where he'll like see a play, and if the play should be like an objectively positive play on paper, he'll just always go for it no matter what, regardless of what the game situation is, like regardless of if Fnatic actually have to do it or not. And so what ends up happening is that Razork will just continue making play after play after play, and he's always pushing for more of an advantage and more of an advantage. And then it just makes it so that Fnatic is very throw prone. Like if they misexecute one play, or if Razork makes like one bad read and they just like lose the entire game, you know? But I think that for the most part, like Blabber tends to play situations mostly correctly, and then sometimes he just sees a moment and he just kind of goes for it without fully thinking it through. Like I think it's more of a spontaneous thing from him. But for Razork, it's more of like a genuine just playstyle philosophy thing.
Means that Morgan survives. I mean, technically, meanwhile, Quid is making money still here for TL while they're, you know, Cloud9 are chasing Morgan around the jungle.
Like, I feel like the reason why Razork probably has been doing kind of the same thing for the last 3-4 years is that I obviously don't have access to comms or like the reviews or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if you go into a Fnatic review and you go to one of the moments where Razork like goes for a play and it ends up turning out really badly, and Razork will tell you that if he had played the situation, like if he had played the fight mechanically better, then it would have been good. Like I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's happening, is if he's like looking to see if the play was possible to work if he played better, and if it was, he's going to be convinced it's a good play. Because I think that's like realistically that's the only way that his playstyles continue to remain unchanged for these many years. Because like there are definitely players who are like that, where like you'll try to tell them, you'll be like, but this isn't how we win the game. Like this isn't what we have to do to win the game. This like we're already in a winning position. We don't take this risk. But then they'll just tell you, they'll just be like, yeah, but this play was good. Like if I played better, this play would have been good. And then they'll just like leave the review thinking that they should have made the play anyways, and they should have just played it better. And again, I'm not saying that that's definitely what's going on, because I've never seen Fnatic comms or Fnatic reviews or anything, but that would just be my like educated guess. Was Tom a dog shit pick? I think like kind of, because they blind picked it. They blind picked it with Jhin, so I don't really see the value. You give Vulcan the ability to play pretty much anything he wants. What was the thought behind the TK? I have no idea. No clue.
That much easier, so we do have all 5 unleashed teleports ready on the map right now. Remember,
I was pretty surprised by it when they locked it in. Like the only thing that I was saying is that like if they wanted to go like Senna or something, then maybe they would have to pair TK with it. No, I was saying that if Cloud9 wanted to go C9, or like yeah, I said if Cloud9 wanted to go Senna, they had to go TK. So that way Senna could play with the Rumble ult, but then TL picked it. I have no idea why TL picked it.
Pretty much can't fight, so that is the difficulty of dealing with this Varus. And look at APA setting up for an ult.
And Morgan is so far away right now. Rumble is showing on the mid wave. So Cloud9,
APA's got pretty good position here.
Here we go. All right, let's see how it's gonna go. Morgan
they should just hit the Drake here, I think.
Immediately fires off the wall. C9 gonna stop DPS here with the Drake right now. Blabber with the engage onto the Cataclysm. Chains of Corruption does not hit a target here to follow up, but the curtain call is already open. Drake gonna be secured.
Okay. Do Cloud9 just wipe the entire fight? Thanatos has a good position right now. Ooh, he whipped the abilities. TL might just lose the game here anyway.
Blabber on the front line. Jose's already down. And Core tries to get away. Blabber still chasing. And Core JJ's next to die. Yawn meets the business end.
Yeah, okay, so like low-key, Thanatos missed every single ability, but his position was really good. What do you think of DK right now? Oh, I love DK. DK are great. They're probably my second favorite LCK team right now. I think they have so much potential. Like, Smash and Career is one of the most exciting bot duos in the entire world, in my opinion. I think that Showmaker's actually been looking decent. Like, Showmaker looks way better right now than he did in Split 2 and 3 last year. Like, I would love to see DK at first stand. I think it's not super likely, because most likely what'll happen is it'll just be Gen G and T1 because HLE is playing really bad, but like if HLE keeps playing like shit, all DK have to do is upset one team and they can make it, you know? Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I think it'd be really exciting.
It is just almost impossible to come back from this point. You have to think Blabber
Also,
now finishes
I'm
up
not
the
convinced
GA.
that Fear X has top 3 potential. We might be getting the year of Vikla, but I will not be fooled by Vikla, okay?
I love it. I'm going for it no matter what. And here in the top side now, Quid is in some serious
I watched that
danger.
guy run it down for like 3 years. Him playing well for 2 weeks will not deter me right away.
C9 picking up another one. Enemy mid laner down for 35 seconds.
I love that confidence in the comms listening from
The year of Vikla and Dudu. There's no way it can be the year of Dudu. I refuse to believe that.
You know, his mom making a
DN Supers won a singular game against like the worst form HLA has ever looked in. We cannot be saying it's year of Dudu. Like, year of Dudu from LCK? No. Year of Dudu from the CB LOL? Hell yeah. Now that kid's got some potential. If you guys haven't tapped in on Los Grandes in the CB LOL and watched Dudu play, he is insanely good. Like, crazy good.
And they are TPing in for this. They're going to grab the mid lane and hip. They already took down that top lane T2. Question is, do they go for the top lane tier 3? And it looks like that is
like, so far, Dudu has played 4 games in CB LOL, and he's like mega smurfed all 4 of them. Like, he's had insane plays in all 4 games.
C9 continuing their pressure. The top lane inhibitor
Is Morgan's Curse to forever be in a dogshit team? I mean, we can't be calling TL dogshit just because they're losing to Cloud9.
5 seconds. They don't want to overstay their welcome. They've got 11,000 gold, and a lot of that's ready to be spent right now.
Dude, dueler, exactly, yeah.
The damage has been done. Cloud9.
Dude, if Los Grandes make it to first stand, the video, like the Los Grandes team breakdown, you will see glazing on levels you have never seen before. Like, I will talk about Dudu as if he's like the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Feeling great about their new look debut. Looking to try to
like, I'll be giving him like Milky Way levels of glaze. Okay, maybe not that much, but like, you know what I'm saying.
Coaching, the addition to the coaching staff here with an arrow, and I will dominate being there for the team.
And I remember last year Anero talking about how, yeah, the first couple of games
didn't see draft, but Tom doesn't make sense. Yeah, if you had seen draft, Tom wouldn't make sense anyway. So don't worry. Don't worry about that.
And C9 are looking to take this one here. That tier 2 turret in the bottom lane is gonna fall.
Oh, by the way, I will mention this now just in case it comes up, but in pretty much the entirety of the United States, like all of the East Coast, all of the bottom half of North America, and then like all throughout the Midwest, there's supposed to be massive snowstorms, like snowstorms, ice storms, everything like that, and that includes the area where I live in. So I think that there's a chance that the power goes out tomorrow. And if the power goes out, then I obviously won't be co-streaming. So if I don't show up for tomorrow's co-stream, you can assume it's because my power's out. But I'll say something about it, like on YouTube community posts and like Twitter and stuff, if that happens.
Leading up to the Dragon, you know Team Liquid will be squirming and feel the pressure and make them come to you.
And I mean,
thanks for doing co-streaming and all the videos you make.
They're both on no goal.
Thank you for watching. Oh, also, people who have been watching my LCP co-streams know this, but my sleep schedule is unbelievably shattered. Like, I have like the worst sleep schedule of all time. Because I wake up at 1 in the morning to do LCP. And then after that, when LCP ends, so like let's say that LCP goes 6 games and I don't get to go to bed until 7 in the morning, then I go to bed at 7 in the morning, then I wake up at 11 in the morning for official Prime League matches. Actually, I'd have to wake up at like 10 because the Prime League matches start at 11, so I'd have to wake up at like 10 for that. Then I'd be awake all the way up until LCS, so if LCS goes for 6 games, then that's not going to end until like 10 PM. And then I go to bed and I wake up at 1 in the morning again for LCP. Like, I'm getting no fucking sleep. It's crazy. Like, I've been doing 2 sets of, like, I've been splitting my day into 2 chunks of 12 hours and sleeping like 2 to 4 hours 2 times a day.
So they're actually going to force the recall here. TL, they buy themselves.
We will see how I hold up for the entire split. There's a chance that I'm gonna finish split 1, and I'll decide that I just can't co-stream 2 regions, and I'll just have to pick one. Because like if I was only co-streaming 2 regions, it would be fine. Like if I was only doing LCS and LCP, it would be okay because I could go to bed after LCP and then wake up for LCS. The problem is that I'm also coaching a team who operates on the LEC time zone. Like the team that I'm coaching is European, so I have to like, I'm like effectively also awake for LCP times or LEC time slots. So it's just like it's horrendous. It's actually terrible.
By the slow from the Golden Aegis. Seismic shove forces the flash, which means the Jarvan EQ can follow and guaranteed hit the target. Morgan's about to die between worlds. Lost in the abyss goes the poor little mechanical Yordle as Team Liquid now scrambles to defend their nexus with the remaining.
And yeah, it was better for Dom because he would effectively get like 2 more hours of sleep than me during the break between LCS and the Eastern regions. No, I mean like technically the LCP starting earlier actually is better for me because I get better viewership on the 1 AM time slot because it's not competing with LPL and LCK anymore. Also, I mean like there's literally nothing to talk about from this game. This game was over like 10 minutes in, so I think I did my due diligence of explaining what TL have to work on in Game 1, and Game 2 was, it is what it is. Opinions on JDG, they look pretty good. I have not watched JDG versus BLG yet. I heard that JDG won, but I haven't gotten to see it yet, so I don't actually know. I heard that Hongq played really well. But, yeah, I mean, just top 8 diff, I guess.
You come out swinging and hit TL in the mouth. Those knuckles are looking like they're ready for any challenger. As C9 take the stage and take their first bow of 2026.
And they did it with 2 different looks. Showed resilience in game number 1 and the ability.
Who is Dudu? Okay, so Dudu is the top laner for DN Supers, but Dudu is the ADC for Los Grandes in the CB LoL. So it's 2 different players. But I
feel like we have a lot of great draws to kick off Swiss.
Yeah.
I think this lock-in tournament
didn't JDG lose against Weibo? They did, but it was like the first series of the year. So
you know, TL, it's kind of desperation hours at this point.
Do with that what you will.
They can really just send it on pretty much anyone.
Yeah, I love APA saying, I'm going no matter what. We can look. I can go. I am going no matter what.
What do you think of JDG? I mean, I predicted JDG to finish 3rd in my LPL Power Rankings video. Like, I had BLG first, AL second, JDG 3rd. I'm still not convinced that JDG would, like, win a best of 3 against either of those teams. Or, not best of 3. I'm not convinced JDG would, like, win a best of 5 against either of those teams, but I mean, they look good so far. We'll have to see. What do you think is wrong on HLE? I have not watched enough of HLE's games to tell you. The problem is that I haven't been able to watch nearly as much LCK and LPL as I've wanted to. Like, here, I'll just show you guys my spreadsheet. So here's the... So I have this thing, right? This is my spreadsheet for all of the games that I've watched. I'm keeping track, so that if people ever ask, I just have it on rip. Here, let me move my portrait. I'll move it like here. So this is my spreadsheet for the games. Like, if you look at this is LCP, and because I'm an LCP co-streamer, I watched like literally everything. The only thing that I didn't watch was Ground Zero played 3 games against Hawks that I decided to sleep through because I was way too tired. So we'd have to put those in gray, but yeah, so this is what my LCP looks like, and the problem is that LCP is the same time zone as LPL and LCK. So if you look at my LPL sheet, this thing has like bro, like look at how cooked this is. Like LCK, I've only really watched highlights, and then like LPL, I've only watched like the top 5 teams. And that's it.
I debuted in LCS. I wasn't like the biggest
So,
fan of the LTA name. I kept calling
yeah,
it LCS no matter
I've been
what.
struggling a little
So I'm
bit
very
for
happy
sure.
to have LCS back too.
It's also the other thing that's making me watch less games is that all of last week I was really sick. Like the entirety of last week I had a fever. So I was just not operating on full capacity.
But I feel like, you know, just do well. Literally, that's it. Just do well.
Should we do the team meeting right now? What do we think, guys?
Here, I'll be back in like a minute.
LCS?
We're going for top 6 this year.
Top 6, okay. Honestly,
He's pushing it a little bit. Like maybe top 8 is good for us, but we'll see.
All right, well, I want to bring it back to that last series because 2-0 over Team Liquid. A lot of people were expecting you to be the top two. Generally on the power rankings, that's what the expectation was. And game one, first off, draft. I want to talk about that because you were primary engaged Azir. How much pressure is that for you?
I mean, I was chilling game one. Like, I was up CS in a bad matchup somehow with scaling runes. So I was completely chilling. And then, like, I told my team after I solo quit, I was like, this game's over, I'm going to carry.
Yeah, so what happened in that from your perspective? Because that seemed kind of wild from just a viewer side of how easy that was for you to get that solo kill.
He just doesn't know the matchup. Simple as that.
Sometimes that does, that's all it amounts to. I have one last question here. Actually, surprise guest here. Your family is around to cheer you on. So we have your brother, if we can get him on camera here, Quentin. Quentin, I gave you the chance to ask any question that you wanted to of your brother APA. So what question would you like to ask him?
When are you shaving this thing?
Never.
Never? Is it just going to keep growing then?
It'll keep growing. I'll get a Zazel beard eventually.
Zazel beard. Are you going to match it?
No, I can't grow one.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so much, APA. Congratulations on the win. With that said, we're going to throw to a short break. But on the other side, we have the debut of Sentinels taking on Disguised. We'll see you there.
All right, bye. Yeah, I'm looking by, I'm on by. Oh, they got it. I'm playing the fight.
Sorry, no eat.
Careful, Kobe, we can go for it a little bit.
No eat.
Okay, this choke. I don't have vision,
I'm
going for it. I'm going for it no matter what. I'm going for it no matter what. Juno flash.
2 seconds, my spell.
Juno flash, Axel's in 6 to reach you, Bar.
I'm on
Juno
it.
flash.
Go barrier. Oh, look, you want to?
Rub on the flash, guys.
I can't read.
You can go, no, you can take.
No, I can't.
Let's go back.
Alright, I'm back. Wait, I turned on the wrong thing. That was my webcam, actually. Here we go. You know what I can do in between these games? I actually want to show you guys some of the drafts that I've been doing with my team, so you guys can get like a general view of what my personal draft read is for the start of Season 16, because it's way different from what the pros are doing. Like, I don't want to do that thing that like some of the other pro streamers do, where they like, if they get super attached to a pick, they'll just like say over and over every game that they like, oh, they should have picked this, they should have picked this. But like, I do want to show you guys what my draft read is, so you guys at least know one time. So let me get a few examples. So like, you'll see, here's one that's like fine. So like if I open this link, so this is a draft that we did. This was I believe this was game 2 of a scrim. Yeah, this was game 2 of a scrim. The champions that were out at this point, here, let me zoom this out. The champions that were out were Gwen, Sion, Yunar, Rakan, Orianna, Ashe, Kindred, Zahen, Nico, and Akali were all out from game 1. So, like, this was game 2 draft. We did not ban Jace. We can't see left side fully, yeah. Whoops. Boop. Yeah, so we have this, like, for example, I have a read that you can actually give them Jace jungle because Jace is like thematically weakened to dive. And usually, like, if you think about the dive champions that are available that you could play into Jace, you'd be talking stuff like Malphite or like Vi. I think that Vi is a little bit too weak right now to be played. I think she has issues because she's like AFK levels 1 through 5. Like, she's a champion that like you kind of have to play through like lane strength and stuff, so it's not something that you necessarily want to early pick. And then the problem with Malphite is that Malphite is just getting like permabanned. So like we've been kind of saying like, hey, if we leave Jace up, Jace is like can be countered by dive thematically later in the game, and the junglers that are like really good at diving right now are Diana. So we've been playing a lot of Diana Yasuo. So we played Diana Yasuo there. Like we played Diana Yasuo again here. Like we've been like super Diana Yasuo merchants. I think this combo is so strong right now. Yeah, we played it again here. Wow, that image is very small. What the fuck? It's small and blurry. Okay. Let me see if I can get it bigger. Yeah, there it is. So it's like... So that's like one thing we've been doing, is we have... What's the name of the team you're coaching? The acronym for the team is BARC. It stands for Brothers of Arrakis. It's like an offshoot team from the org Arrakis Esports. But yeah, so just like combo pieces, Diana Yasuo Ziggs. We've been doing a lot of, so like, that's like one example. Another example I can show you is that like I personally value Ashe really high. Like I think that Ashe is very strong champion right now. So, so like we've been doing a lot of like early picking of Ashe. So like this game we have B1, this is game 1. We have B1 Ashe. Enemy team decided to go Aphelios Milio, and then my support was like, I think that I can destroy their bot lane with Pyke, so we just ended up with Ashe Pyke bot lane. So like that's a draft that we ran.
And like I said at the top of the day, I'd forgotten that they were Phoenix
there's,
until they themselves mentioned it.
Nice.
Like we have like a draft here where they went Caitlyn, and originally the theory for this draft is that I was saying there are no Caitlyn lanes that beat Ashe Seraphine, so we went into this draft with the intention of picking Ashe Seraphine, but then they went Caitlyn, Victor, Wukong, Lux.
I mean, this is the tough
Well, no, they went Caitlyn, Victor, Wukong, and then so Bard on 4 seemed really OP because Bard is really good in those champions, so we just played Bard. So like that's like a thing that we did.
Be in the LCS next time. So you know it does make it.
There's a couple of examples of us opening Malphite because my jungler is really good at playing Udyr. So like we've been doing a lot of don't ban Malphite, and then if they pick Malphite blind, then we can go Udyr or Mundo or something like that. So like I think there's a lot of answers to the stuff that's like conventionally strong in the meta right now.
And Kryra is an incredible carry jungler, and I guess the strategy was like
I would love to be on a team that was like drafting against some of these tier 1 teams, because I want to see if the theories of some of the drafts that we come up with are actually good or not. Like I want to know if Diana Yasuo can actually beat Jace jungle on stage, like at the highest level, you know? Lilia's underplayed? Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can play Lilia.
But Sajid, I think, had a really standout.
Lilia did get buffed, is like the thing. She got buffed close to the end of last year. So
the mayor of Copperville, I felt like I'm interested in seeing what kind of picks he's willing to play here, because he was playing.
Did you see upsets of Aphelios? Was he sitting with gun rotations? I did not see upsets of Aphelios.
But it should be a run for the
but I don't know if you guys remember this, but Upset is actually the OG Aphelios gun rotation screwer upper. It was like years ago. I don't remember what game it was, but like years ago, Upset played one game of Aphelios where he was sitting on red purple for like half the game, and it spawned a bunch of memes. So it was like, I think that like Jack Spectra made a video about it or something like that. I don't remember, but it was like a big thing back then.
Impressive to me individually, you know, even when DSG was struggling. I think Call Me should be stable for them. The big question is, you know, how are Sajid and Kisno going to perform?
But yeah, like okay, it's gotten to the point where enough pro players are all going rotations that have white blue in it that there must be some random challenger Aphelios player who's like trying to tell everybody that white blue is strong. But like I swear, man, the white blue is not that strong. Like it's like fine. It's a fine combo, but it's not that strong.
Yeah, especially in
should I be worried as an HLE and an AL fan? I don't think you have to be worried as an AL fan yet. I wouldn't be hitting the AL panic button. They haven't lost to any bad teams. Like I think LPL top 6 right now is not in this order, but LPL top 6 is BLG, AL, JDG, Weibo, IG, and LNG. Those are like the top 6. I think that if the top team is only losing to other top teams, they don't have to worry yet, you know?
Kind of stick to their plan to keep the rest of the team on the same page, or what they want to do with their draft.
Kisno is Kryra.
Blue purple is one of those combos that just kill everyone. I don't think I agree with that.
But I think whenever we make comparisons to like Masu or like Danny and JoJo when it was on EG, like those comparisons are made.
I think that there are
by the veterans
better blue combos that you can go than blue purple.
A speed run of like all the concepts and
like green blue. I think that green blue is OP.
That's why the biggest question is going to be there for Disguise.
White blue is strong in lane. Yeah, so that's the thing, is that like people will tell you that white blue is strong in lane, but the problem is that if you go white blue, you lose access to green blue, because people who go white blue like to go white blue red. So like especially on your first rotation. Like if I pull up,
with this roster,
I don't know if I have time to do this. I'll just like list it out. If people can follow this, they can follow it. But your starting rotation is green, red, purple, blue, white. So if you fix your first rotation so that way you keep blue, white, there's yeah, hold on. How am I thinking about this? There's no way to get your green attached to your blue on your first rotation, I think. So, like, there's no way to, like, I mean, I guess, wait, maybe you could go, like, blue-white, and then you could have your blue connected to your green that way. Like, you could just swap the blue and the white. But, either way, my point being is that people will tell you that white-blue is strong in lane because you can queue a wave and then get a bunch of chalk runs and you can all in. But my thing about that is that I would rather teams just go purple-white, which is, like, weak for one rotation. But then you can go from purple-white into white-red. Then you can swap your white-red. And then what that does is that when you start your second rotation, you'll have the ability to go green-blue. And I think that green-blue is equally, if not stronger, than white-blue early game. So it's like, if you're going to all-in on a white-blue timer, I would rather teams just go green-blue and all-in on their green-blue timer instead, because I think that green-blue is just like a ridiculously broken combo. How good is the Sentinels team? I think that the Sentinels team is almost entirely dependent on if Darkwings can make an improvement jump or not.
If you tell me this is how it should work, I agree with you. But then
like they could be good. I think that like if Impact is in form, then like he'll be really stable. I think that both Hambach and Rahel should be expected to be very strong players. Huhi has been not great for the last few years, but like Huhi can play the game, so I think he'll be fine. So like a lot of the thing for me is like I think the Sentinel's ceiling is highly dependent on if Darkwings takes a nice like leap of improvement or not.
We'll give you a free Sentinels jersey at no cost. Also for the fans at home, if you have any old team's jersey, you can go to the Sentinels YouTube channel and there will be a way to redeem
yeah, like I was showing my Aphelios gun rotation tier list that I made like a year and a half ago, so it's kind of outdated, but in that tier list that I made a year and a half ago, I had blue-white as a B tier combination, and I had green-blue as an S tier combination, so it's like... like I had green-white and blue-green as S tier combos, and then red-white as an A tier combo, and then everything else was B tier or lower, so... So I'm still like heavily of the opinion that your rotation has to have red-white-green in there somewhere. How much is the difference between green-purple and green-blue in the early game? It's just disgusting, unbelievably disgusting difference. Basically, the TLDR is that because of the way that green Q applies Calibrum specifically, you deal 4 instances of damage with just one ability, which is the exact same amount of damage that you do with green-purple if you use both abilities on the green-purple. So if you use like green Q and then auto attack and then swap to purple and then like auto and then the ability or whatever you want to do for that combo, you get 4 instances of damage. Whereas if you're playing green-blue, you hit somebody with blue combo, you get 4 instances of damage from just that, and then you still have green ability to play with. So like the burst damage on it is disgusting. Sentinels got Hambach on their team, don't like that? Really? I think that is a great pickup. Like Hambach didn't look great on Bro, but I think maybe the environment wasn't good for him, because he was the best jungler in LCK CL in 2024. So I think he can be really good. I think green purple is underrated. I mean, the only thing that green purple is useful for is hitting like long range roots. I think that's better as a late game gun, like a late game combo. Like what I've always been saying is that I think that the best rotation you can go on Aphelios is green, blue, purple, red, white until you have like 3 items, and then once you have 3 items, you swap to green, purple, blue, red, white. That's what I think Aphelios players should be going.
DSG, who really stabilized that team towards the end of last year, and then have the.
Because then, like, once you have 3 items, then like red blue comes online, so you can make that a combo. Games where team fight heavy, so like you want those guns. Green purple can like scale better at that point, but I think for first 2 items you absolutely want green blue in your rotation.
That's not a great Jat stat right there.
How do the points work for fantasy coaches? I have no idea. Couldn't tell you.
It's a great stat, actually.
All I know is that Anero got me 23.85 points.
If I was really going to try and
for some reason.
Stat, I'd say 400% more wins.
Couldn't tell you why.
In half as many games.
So
that sounds incredibly impressive, right?
That's a much better tagline. But let's talk about it from the DSG side now, because what happened to them? They went into the offseason.
Fantasy coaches are average between all team members. Oh, okay, interesting.
This guy is the one team in the LCS that is not guaranteed a spot year over year. They had to defend it. And what was their reward for defending it?
Do you think C9 runs the league? I don't think they run the league, but I did predict them to win. My power rankings were C9 first, then Lion, TL, Shopify, Fly, Sentinels, Dig, and Disguise. I think that was my power ranking in that order. I could be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that's what I had. Sad Cryro couldn't play. Yeah. Oh my gosh, wait, that's Vivian. What the fuck? What is Vivian doing on my screen?
You'll have some stories about Kisno later, but I want to really quickly talk about DSG and Ido plus Castle. He didn't join the team until partway through the season.
Dude, I swear Vivian jump scares me on like every broadcast. I'll be watching like I was watching LCP playoffs and Vivian just like appeared on my screen like standing next to one of the teams. And then I watched Worlds and then Vivian jump scared me by being in an interview, and now I'm watching LCS and Vivian's just in the studio. How the fuck is she everywhere? She's like literally, she is just like actually everywhere. It's crazy. I don't know how she does it. She's just taking like 10 flights a week or some shit.
Is that they are the underdogs. They have to defend this spot. They had to do a full rebuild, save Castle, who is kind of their, at this point, it's hard to say franchise player what's been 2 years, but you know, closest to that they would have. But roster definitely built around him, and we are into pick and ban, and already a lot of focus around him. Things like Jace and Rumble taken off the table.
Yeah, and currently we don't have a Malphite man. It has basically been a
I wonder if Disguised are gonna, I mean, honestly, Disguised can't do shit.
And it's been nerfed in the previous series.
Like, they probably have to ban Malphite here.
And currently, Ido has decided to leave it up and roll the dice.
Also important to note that while DSG is on blue side,
oh wait, no, they're red side. They don't have to ban Malphite. Never mind, I'm tripping. This whole entire like red side, blue side thing with first pick and second pick is really fucking me up. By the way, I think this Azir pick is like way worse. Disguised has so many options. They could go Akali if they wanted to. I think that's like one of the best answers into Azir right now. Just gonna go with Talia, okay. I wish that teams were more open to the idea of like trying to hard punish first picks and then building the rest of their comp around the counters that they had, like making sure that their counters could play the game. Too many handshakes.
If not his worst on record. So this is showing Castle, I think, some confidence, saying I'll blind pick into him, just give me that Renekton, give me the Croc.
Absolutely. Historically, Impact has been very good at neutralizing.
Also, people are saying in the chat that they're skeptical about like Isles on Lion. I would agree. That's the main player on the team that's got me a little bit hesitant to say that they could be contenders, but I mean, like, Isles isn't bad. He's just not a support that I would think would be on a winning team. What's the best way to refer to B1 now? I mean, like, I've just been, like, if they're first picking on red, I've just been calling it R1 anyway. Or just R1, B1, B2. And if people get confused, then it is what it is. Man, DSG, they're doing the LCK draft right now. This is LCK drafting on my screen. I forgot to run ads. I need to run ads. Should I run ads after draft, or should I run ads, like, now? Would you guys rather miss the draft, but then see the game from minute 1, or would you rather see the draft and then miss the first couple minutes?
Or are they just trying to have
after is better? Alright. One person said it, so it must be true.
More the latter here. As a support main myself, Pantheon is a little abysmal at the current moment. I really don't like a lot of the matchups. His win rate,
like, one of my problems with Pantheon right now is just his clear has been nerfed so many times that I feel like it used to be that Pantheon could
Pantheon plus to
do stuff early. He could like tussle with people early, but now his clear is so slow that I feel like he's just not really a champion levels 1 through 5 anymore.
Possible. Heavily dependent on matchup, so we'll see what Sentinels lock in for their support role. Right now, they're focused on the AD carries as they ban out Lucian. Alongside Nautilus, DSG will take out the Poppy and the Bard. Man, I love seeing some Bard. I was hoping we'd get it every series.
Renata this early? Surely not.
Next game, yeah. If anything,
I mean,
this
could
means that we
Sentinels
can
just
delay it
go...
so that, you know, next game it's not Fearless banned, but Nico
they could go like Nami or Karma. I feel like Quirky Karma beats pretty much every lane that Inigo could come up with. You don't really mind playing Karma with an Azir Quirky comp either, because all three of them don't mind just kind of like sitting there and scaling. I think the Kiana makes sense. That's a fine pick. And Alistar. Okay.
Yeah, what a way to make a statement debut. Hambach, a player we haven't talked about too much, but he's one of
don't really
the
like the
players to
Alistar.
join us in NA, and already this is a statement saying day one, game one, lock me in a very squishy, very high burst.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's fine. I mean, like the idea is that it's like the Nico gets Kai'Sa through the lane. I still think if they're gonna blind Alistar, we can kind of go crazy. Like, I don't know. Maybe Ashe is too difficult this game because of Kiana and Azir.
Nature of the Sentinels team comp when they feel like they're going to be the stronger team going into the game. Very stable lanes, safe blind.
And Kai'Sa also pairs with the Pantheon Talia. I guess it's fine. The comp is fine, yeah. The pick is okay. Alright, let me run ads.
Because they have such a strong front line in the Alistar.
Does Hambach have hands? Hambach has hands, yes.
Makes a lot of sense.
I think that Hambach is good. I think he'll surprise people.
In game number one, having a more standard draft DSG. When I look at this composition, though, I don't see the same type of scaling.
What's your read on Darkwings? I'm still kind of low on Darkwings, but I also understand that he improved a lot in Split 3, so I think there's a chance he could be good. I'm not writing him off. I want to see him a couple of times before I make a judgment.
I fell for exactly the same thing that Azel has fallen from. I think it's still going to be Pantheon jungle. And it is. It's Pantheon jungle, Tulia mid. They didn't do a switcheroo on me. But it's DSG versus Sentinels to kick off their LCS season. Riot Games Arena, make some noise for the new kids on the block versus the team that defended their spot. Sentinels, welcome to LCS. Disguised, welcome back. Happy to have you again. Both of them up against each other with a bit of rivalry to start off the year. 3/5 of DSG's roster last year is now playing for Sentinels. DSG with a full rebuild. Let's see if it gets them a win here today. Send everybody top to kill Castle. Get revenge for him to not coming over as well. We don't have as much time these days. There's been a lot of early game changes.
I remember to run ads.
Specifically around
okay,
the
I did, yeah.
spawning. But a reminder, congrats
H-Crashy,
to
thanks for the
DSG.
sub.
They defended their guest spot here in the 2025 promotion tournament. But it's not over yet. Oh, they started the clock already. We just need to remind them. We need to remind them that the clock is ticking. They got a little while, though, to get everything together. And that's what Ido was saying. You mentioned the coach. This is a rebuild. This is a team that's going to have to take some time to kind of get things together. Absolutely. And diving into this game...
I mean, like, the issue is that this guys don't even have their starting roster. Don't they just get blown out?
Sentinels. And why I actually think this team might surprise people. I think there was a lot of people that were whelmed by their original roster announcement because 3 players from DSG who seemed like a bottom tier team for a lot of the year, and then Impact who had a bad split on Team Liquid. But when I just look at the way the team is constructed, I think the players' strengths when they're at their best works really well together. Okay. So I think Rahel was a great hyper carry last year. He actually won a series versus C9. He led the league in gold.
What chance? I have Rahel on my... I have both Rahel and Hambach on my fantasy teams. I need Rahel to lock in Sivir, and I need Hambach to lock in Wukong.
I'd say with the season changes, that can actually be amplified.
Just missing private? Yeah, but the team was already, like...
as well as who he is the shot caller. Like, 80 carries just have so much gold now.
Already had a bunch of question marks. I feel like having a sub just maybe means they're cooked. We'll have to see. Like, I think that Call Me is not a great player, for example. I've seen Call Me play. He never impressed me.
So that's where I like what Sentinels is doing.
Where did Cryro play last year? I don't think he wasn't in tier 1 last year.
Might surprise a lot of people. And you did rank them much higher than I'd say the average.
So I have no idea.
And even much higher, still
Blue
only
Otter,
plays,
okay.
but still higher than I'd say the average was for them across the board. So we'll see if they're able to deliver. And yeah, I'm speaking on Darkwings. Last year, it really was
like he's coming in for one split. I talked to him a little bit earlier before coming into the game, and he was like, look, this is still basically my rookie year because he only got the one split. This is his second split, so I'm still looping him in with the other rookies that we have right now, kind of like the APA treatment that we gave a couple years back. And yeah, he was solid, but now is a chance for him to try and stand out in the mid lane. But
what's up with junglers getting 23 CS before crabs? It's been a bug for like half a year now.
Junglers are just pathing opposite sides. They're gonna trade
No idea why it happens, but this has been a thing for since like either like the end of Split 2 from 2025 or the start of Split 3. It was one of the two. Junglers just started getting 23 farm off of a full clear. It's really odd.
Utilizing the new Super
like I think it's just a visual bug.
to get extra vision in the river.
I'm pretty sure it's just visual, and I don't know why, but
they're not really able to do anything with it because both junglers just full cleared, got the crab, and are likely on their way back to base.
But it does mean the DSG have a lot of vision protecting Sajed.
They're all missing one Raptor, but they're not. Like I've like meticulously looked at this to try to find out, because it really bothered me last year. Like Krug still give 4 CS, Raptor still give 4 CS. Randomly, one of the camps will just decide to not add up to 24 for some reason.
So he's joining the likes of Masu, Busio, Dokla. Big names have won this award in the past. So
like I'm telling you, they're not missing one mini Krug. Like I've watched like so many VODs to try to figure this out. There are junglers who are genuinely full clearing, hitting every Raptor, every Krug, they're still getting 23 farm.
Finding Tier 1 LCS success.
Like look, Hanbok is at 36 right now. He did one Scuttle Crab, he went out, did his Krugs, Raptors again, he's got 36. Like it has to be a visual bug.
To make matters worse, in the offseason, and these are just the difficulties that they're going against and why DSG should be favored as or seen as an underdog, they did lose 3 of their players. And then on top of that, being power ranked below most teams, they also don't have their full roster. So they're really playing with a...
Like in my solo queue games, I've never had the 23 CS issue.
Early game here, because as a emergency sub, didn't have a lot of time to practice with a team, if any at all. How would you kind of
both junglers just have 44 farm after the second full clear.
Ido to approach saying, okay, this is how I want to play around a Pantheon jungle right now.
I mean, for the most part, if you're dealing with a player that's not going to be there long term, you kind of actually want to mold your team a little bit around him, make him as comfortable as possible, and then the other 4 people should be able to do that. So I would hope that it's just, what do you like in the jungle here? I like Pantheon, that's what I'm most comfortable with. Okay, great, now let's have it make sense. And in that case, they really have built a cohesive team composition. It's high execution, but it's anyone who goes in and lands the first CC, whether it's on Kiana, Azir, or Corki, everyone else kind of flies in and tries to one-shot that squishy. And I will say as well, like Castle is the one who's going to have to create a lot of pressure on that Renekton because he's the one that is in the most winning situation.
And also the one with the most experience on the team, at least with this organization. So, also one other fun fact, we're basically just lore dumping Kizno right now. That was my goal coming into the series. I was like, we're going to get some Kizno fans in the audience. Again, it's a tough position. Yeah! Somebody shouted out right there.
And this is Alistar diff. Kiana's losing Scuttle Crab respawn because Alistar exists.
Played against each other. Or rather, Kizno's first ever 5v5 experience was scrimming against Sajed when he was.
I really don't like Alistar being picked into ranged matchups. I don't like Alistar into ranged matchups, and I don't like blind Alistar.
The Shaco text later on. But they've also
like if you want to pick Alistar into like Rel or Nautilus or Leona or even Braum, you can pick it into Braum depending on the game circumstance. But like I don't know, I'm not a big fan of blending it or picking it into Nico.
Pretty uncontested with what DSG.
Who is DSG's actual jungler? Their actual jungler is Cryo.
In mid lane, the Nico support has appropriately kept the Alistar pushed in. They've had really good vision in River, and a 6-minute 40-second uncontestable Drake because they had so much River control.
Yeah.
That's a good first 7 minutes of play.
Not too shabby coming in here from...
I do think that this Kiana maybe could have tried to do something early. I usually think that Kiana's level 3 through 5 are pretty strong.
I'm happy that you highlight the fact that Lions...
I'm an Alistar Glazer. I mean, I'm an Alistar Glazer kind of also. I think Alistar is really strong. Right as I say that I wish that Kiana did something, she did something. That's why Hanbok is my goat. That's why I keep hyping him up. He listens to me. He's got access to my stream.
Even though Call Me felt pretty safe, you're near walls and you're near a Kiana, so...
But yeah, I think that the thing about Alistar that people underrate, like the thing that makes Alistar better than people think he is is that Alistar is extremely good at building space in team fights. Like, he can disengage pretty much almost as well as he can engage. Like, people think of Alistar as like only an engage champion, but Alistar is very good at doing nothing. Like, he's extremely good at sitting there and doing nothing, and then like stonewalling the enemy team from playing the game.
Yeah, does a nice job stealing Krugs as well. I don't feel like that's going to be able to get matched by Pantheon, as Pantheon's...
I think the only issue with Alistar is that his level 1 is so turbo shit that he just like loses so many matchups. He invites so many counter picks that I feel like you can lose a lot of value, but I think teams don't play for those counters a lot. Like, I'm a big fan of like, if a team goes blind Alistar, you can go Ezreal Karma, you can go Caitlyn Nico, you can go Ashe Seraphine, you can go Ashe Renata, you can go Ashe Lulu, you can go Yanara Lulu. Like, there's like so many things you can go that will just dumpster an Alistar lane.
Quick call out as well. Is Golden Glue in a plain black t-shirt when they had a merch tent outside giving away bunches of Sentinels merch?
You could even go Rakan, by the way. If a team goes Alistar, and Rakan works really well with your comp, you can actually get away with going Rakan, because Rakan's biggest issue is that he has really bad matchups, so you almost never want to blind pick him. But you can play Rakan into Alistar. Like, it is a lane that Rakan can get through.
As actually, we'll get back to that here, because DSG are posturing around the Grubs, but Sentinels currently bully them off. Hambach with that big power spike on the item completion. Yeah, you don't want to mess with that Kiana.
If Kiana and Pantheon are in the same place and there's no numbers disadvantage, the Pantheon has to run at this stage.
Like Rakan, Alistar, Archetype of support. I just think the main thing is that I think the 4 strongest supports in the game right now are Nico, Karma, Bard, and Seraphine. I think those are the 4 best supports in the game. And I don't think that champions like Rakan and Alistar should be able to exist in the meta if those are the best supports. But the problem is that teams don't, Tier 1 teams don't seem to perceive bot lane the same way I do. So a lot of times you just end up getting like melee matchup handshakes.
He played with Zinni, who we'll see tomorrow on Shopify Rebellion. So Hambach might be new to North American audiences, but not new to a lot of the players playing here in North America.
Yeah, the KT Challenger roster now having 2 players in the LCS this split. We'll get to see Zinni.
Genji picked Ashe Sarah today. I'm really happy to hear that. I think Ashe Seraphine is the best bot duo, like the best bot combo in the game. I feel like it goes criminally underpicked. Like, I don't know if people remember my Worlds 2025 draft tier list, but in my draft tier list, I had Ashe as strongest bot laner and Seraphine as strongest support, and then it just never got picked. Like, I think Ashe got picked 3 or 4 times, and then Seraphine was banned a couple of times, but it was never picked, and that was really sad. Drafting difference or support comfort difference. If you're asking if, like, it's my support who's just better at range supports, I would say no, because I've been preaching those 4 support champions for like half a year now. I've been trying to get people on the Seraphine hype train. Now, if you're asking if pro teams aren't comfortable with Seraphine, then that could definitely be true. I'm sure that there are a lot of pro players who are out of practice on Seraphine.
So easy for top laners to turn that into an isolated 1v1. So I think he's just
so many teams want more engage for a go button. Well, there are some champions that just need engage.
Impact actually finds the third and Topo strike, looking for the solo kill on Castle.
All right, Impact is back. It's confirmed. Year of Impact.
Welcome back to the
We're coin flipping. Impact was underwhelming in 2023, and then he was the GOAT in 2024, and then he was bad in 2025, and so he's going to be great in 2026 again. He's just going back and forth. Ashe Sarah's been the best bot duo for like 3 years.
He's teaching these young kids.
I mean, there are some issues with Ashe Seraphine. Like, Ashe Seraphine can lose to Blitzcrank, it loses to Sylas. Like, if you go Ashe Seraphine and the enemy team has like Sylas mid or Sylas jungle or something, that you usually don't like that. Ashe Seraphine, your team comp's not like tanky, so if you are looking for a better front line, then it can be bad, I guess. But the thing about Ashe Seraphine that like makes it nice as opposed to some of the other ranged lanes is that Ashe Seraphine has a lot of engage, so like you're not lacking engage if you go Ashe Sarah. Sorry for bad timing, but did someone show you what Dudu did today against Leviathan and Loud? I saw Dudu's quadra kill on Tristana against Leviathan, and I heard that he dumpstered Loud, but I did not watch either game in full yet, and I plan to, but I haven't gotten around to it yet.
Age is just a number. I've never seen a .9 after an
Kalista Kaiser probably had some of the blame for the 2025 support meta, but that's not even true. Like, Kalista's best pairing was Renata. Like, her best pairing was Renata, and her other pairing was Ashe. Like, you would either go Kalista Renata or Kalista Ashe, and I think both of those are lane-dominant duos, which fits in what I'm saying. Like, I'm of the opinion that any time that you have a meta that's objective-centric, that having pushing lanes is, like, really strong. So that's the main reason why I like all of the supports that I like, is because they can all win lane. So, like, I feel like you can counterpick a lot of very powerful bot duos to win lane, and then you can draft the rest of your comp around those bot duos. Like, right now, the pro scene is really addicted to picking top jungle mid on 1, 2, 3. Like, if you pay attention to a lot of drafts, especially LCK and LPL drafts, there's a lot of top jungle mid 1, 2, 3. And a lot of the champions that are blind pickable in those roles, or like a lot of the champions that people like to play in those roles right now, require setup. Like, there are champions where you want an engaged support to help them function better. But I think that there's definitely the angle that you can pick like strong bot lanes early, and then you can counterpick your solo lanes to like play around your strong bot lane. Like, I think that playing around bot side like that is actually good.
But it's still a kill. DSG will get 2 members. An extremely goofy play that we just saw right there.
What was that, Keanu? I'm not gonna worry about it. Maybe I take it back. Maybe Humbug doesn't have hands.
I've never seen that.
It's always a 0 Ori, Ryze, Rumble, Gwen, and best of first rotation.
Yeah,
and like one of the problems is that like, for example, like Gwen and Rumble are champions that really want setup. Like, the perception is that Rumble is the strongest top laner in the game, and it's also extremely blindable. But if you go Rumble, you really want CC, because you want CC to pair with the Equalizer. So it's really easy to just splash in champions like Nautilus, Leona, stuff like that, because it pairs well with the Rumble. And so that's kind of the situation that we're ending up in. But I think that, like, you could push Rumble Prio down, and then if it just so happens that you want to pick an engage lane, like if enemy team blind picks Braum and you want to go Rakan, or if enemy team blind picks Rakan and you want to go Nautilus, like something like that. Or like if you really want to play a Kaiser comp with engage, like to something along those lines, like you can do that, and then you can pick Rumble later when you have the confirmation that you'll have CC to pair with the Rumble. Or you can get your Rumble CC from jungle, like you can play Rumble Kiana or Rumble Vi or something like that. But I think that it's totally an option to just not blind pick the Rumble, and then you can pick like a lane dominant bot lane, and then instead of picking Rumble, you can just like pick a top laner that actually functions in that game. Like you can pick like Sion or something. Did you watch the Los Ratones games? Not today, but I watched their game against Fnatic, and I watched their game against KC, but I didn't watch their game against KCB. That was a great brainwash people into thinking Rumble is first, second pick, or ban. I think Rumble can be first, second pick, or ban. What I'm saying is that I think that if you're going to first pick Rumble, you need to have setup, which is part of the reason why we're seeing engaged supports. Like, I think that is a fine playstyle. It's just that my personal preference is counterpicking the engaged supports with dominant 2v2s, and then not picking Rumble, because you don't really want to play Rumble with those types of drafts.
It's going to be a sacrifice of the Alistair. No, he flashes. Gets out just in time. DSG will only get the turret.
That's got to be a little disappointing for DSG. If they send 5, they definitely get at least 1 kill. But then Sahed would have lost the midway.
Not to make it a Los Ratones stream, but what do you think the problem is? Well, I was showing people the game 3, because I think that a lot of people were under the impression that Baus was like trolling in game 3, but I actually think that Baus's game 3, like the Vi game, I thought that his Vi game was actually fine. So I was like, I pulled up the VOD of game 3 and was kind of explaining why I thought that Baus was okay on the Vi.
If I match him, I'll always win.
Like, don't get me wrong, I think that Baus is one of the worst top laners in the LEC, but
make sure his game is
I think he's doing decent. Like, he's actually playing the game. I've been like mildly impressed with what I'm seeing from him.
Although, as I say, everyone's positioned topside. They're TPing
Yeah, I think Velia not ready for tier 1. I've kind of been saying that the entire time, that I think that Velia will struggle as soon as he goes LEC. Let's watch this team fight real quick. That was a disgusting Kiana ult. Sentinel's all at first move, so they might win the situation anyway, but that was a gross Kiana ult. Yeah, okay. Well, I also want to say that I think that Velia's game 1, the first Jarvan game he played against Fnatic, he played better than people thought he did. And people thought that he was like inting the entire game, but I actually think that like part of the reason why he looked so bad was because Reckless wasn't playing with him. Like if you're gonna go Braum, you have to fucking fight with Braum. Like part of the benefit of playing Braum is that Braum wins like most early scuttle contests. He's like very strong on early objectives and stuff. Like there was one scuttle crab that Velia went for that Braum had moved for. Like Braum could have been on the scuttle crab and he just wasn't. And then so Velia ended up needing to give up the scuttle crab. He got chunked and he had to give it up. But it's like Velia's not wrong for being there. Like it is correct for the Jarvan to be there on that scuttle crab. It's just that his support is kind of AFK, so he can't play the game. So he just looks bad. So like I think that Reckless needs to be more active. He needs to use his prio to like play with his jungler more, so that way Velia can actually play the game. I do also think that Velia's maybe just not a tier 1 jungler yet, but like, I think he would look better if his support was playing with him. Yeah, there's like other stuff. Like, I feel like Los Ratone's objective setups are really weird. It never feels like they have vision lines set up for objectives. Like the main way that you would get vision lines set up is you would play around push with your lanes like 3-4 minutes before the objective spawns. Then you would place a vision line in enemy jungle once you push out. Then with that vision line that you placed, you can see the enemy team walk in. Like when you're taking your resets or when like the waves are ping-ponging back to you, you can watch the enemy team walk in over your vision, and you'll have a general idea of where they place their wards, so you can place more effective wards when the Drake spawns. Like that's kind of like the idea, and I feel like maybe Los Ratones is just skipping that step, I'm not sure, but I feel like they never have vision lines set up for objectives, so their objective setups are really weird. I feel like they don't really connect their carries well into team fights, which is a problem that like a lot of LCP teams have, where they just kind of leave their carries out to dry and they force their carries to just walk in and then they just get chunked or like take a bunch of damage or like die before the fight starts. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Los Ratones just have a lot of issues. Like, I think that Baus is playing better than people give him credit for, but it's also true that Baus has his issues. Like Baus solo dies in lane a lot, which I think is always going to be bad for the game.
For a bit, like Hambach betrayed Impact.
I did, yeah, and he trusted him.
But I'd actually say that was correct because they knew Kai'Sa was on the way.
But yeah, my take on their game against KC is that I think that Los Ratones actually win that game if Nemesis presses Shockwave on the Azir in the final team fight. Like, people were complaining about Baus ulting the Aphelios, where like he like Q'd the Azir and then ulted the Aphelios, and people were saying that it looked bad, but I actually think that him ulting the Aphelios like that is completely fine, because I feel like the team should be playing with the assumption that if Nemesis shockwaves the Azir, then the Azir gets one shot, and then they can turn onto Aphelios. And then like if Aphelios flashes up, then Baus can just flash down, and then you can just play the game with Azir dead. Because like Wukong went in right after that, and he got chunked for like 75% of his health. So like if Azir is dead and Wukong is chunked for 75% of his health and Aphelios has no flash and everybody on Los Ratones is still alive, it's like they absolutely win that setup. But yeah, I'm not saying that Nemesis played badly that game. I'm just saying that Baus was not to blame on the final team fight. That's all I'm saying. And then like the other thing that I was saying for Baus is that he was struggling against the Gnar, but I think it's fine for him to struggle against Gnar, because they're not picking Vi because like they're not putting Vi top because they think it beats Gnar. They're putting Vi top because okay, nice one, Huhi. They're putting Vi top because they saw an angle to counterpick Wukong. So it's not Baus's job to get an advantage top lane. it's his job to try to survive against Gnar, and then Velia is supposed to get the advantage because he's the one who got counterpicked. So like when Baus is like losing side lane and is down in lane and stuff, I don't actually mind. Like I think that's just by design. That's part of the comp.
2.2 thousand gold ahead of them despite being equal in kills. So that's still going to be their window back in the game. 3-item Kai'Sa right now. This is where AD carries really start to take off as around.
Yeah, I don't know. Like me personally, I don't think that there's any easy fix that Los Ratones can make to instantly become a good team. I don't think they're just bad at one thing. Like I think that they have a lot of different little issues here and there that they have to figure out. So it's going to take them a while. I don't think they're going to go winless. I don't think they're going to go 0-11, but I have no expectation that they will be a good team by the end of the split. Didn't Close have red purple for the final fight? He did, yeah. Yeah, Close had bad guns for the last fight.
No, sorry, the Pantheon ultimate is down.
He had just used it,
so
yeah.
they might be able to push in and get it, but Huhi's left, so they're just
Poro, man, make a very dumb joke.
Sentinel's happy to just keep a
Depending on what the joke is, it could range anywhere from completely fine to getting you instantly banned. So I would just say use your noggin before saying it. But I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna stop you.
Who had a standout performance last split.
They can beat SK or G2. I don't. Okay. People have been saying that they think Los Ratones can beat SK. I would be shocked if Los Ratones beat SK. I think that SK also have their issues, but that team has one really big strength, and that's that they are very good at moving around the map. Like SK is a really good cross-mapping team. They have a big strength that other teams in the LEC don't have. Like I don't think that SK is dog shit.
He's gonna go for the steal.
So much damage.
Yeah, not
Kizno
spotted.
does not even realize it yet.
Kizno, I think, is maybe
It was a haha Catril bald joke. I mean, okay. Yep. He is in fact bald. That is a true statement. Yeah.
Forward, Rahel, they still have Hambach on the flank. He's now spotted. DSG see the lonely Kiana all alone, but the pop.
Okay, there's like no follow-up for this Nico bolt. Castle's in the middle of nowhere. Okay, I don't like how Rahel played that. I feel like Rahel took like 1,000 more damage to that Renekton than he should have. I'd have to watch it again, but I feel like Sentinels could have won that team fight. All of them look good except Leader and Skeens looks average. I don't think Leader looks bad. Okay, maybe I didn't watch the Echo game today. Maybe he was just terrible in the... Okay, let me watch this replay real quick. So like Nico goes in and she has no follow-up, but like Rahel's spacing is so bad here. Why is he standing in the Renekton ult? Like he stood in the Renekton ult and then he flashed 2 inches, and so he got hit with more Renekton. Like surely Rahel can have like 800 more health here, and they can like maybe actually play. I don't know. Maybe they still lose anyway. But yeah, okay, let's say that Leader looked bad today, right? He looked bad today and he looked bad in the ASL game. But I thought that his Rise game was pretty good, and I thought that his Victor game was extremely good. And they just lost because of the Baron flip. Like I think that SK versus Vitality game, whoever gets that Baron wins the game. That's my opinion. But yeah, I think Leader's Victor was really good, and I thought his Rise was pretty good as well. So I don't want to say that he's dog shit, you know?
Very difficult to kill in team fights, and that's the slingshot that we see in that.
Is there a way we can watch the games of the team you coach? Yeah, on YouTube I have a playlist that, like, I stream all of our scrims. Well, I'm not gonna say all, I stream most of our scrims. So, like, the scrims are up on my second channel in live streams. Or not second channel, my first channel in live streams. And then I'm also planning on streaming our CWL official matches and our Prime League official matches, but some of them overlap with LCS, so there's going to be some where I can only be with the team for like the first half of the series, and then I have to ditch and watch LCS. Like today, for example, we played a best of 3 today, and I was expecting to miss game 3, but we 2-0'd the other team, so it was fine.
And having a pop-off game number 1 makes you wonder, what else is this kid capable of?
The promised Tier 2 and Tier 3 pipeline bearing its fruit here in 2026.
Don't watch EU. Don't look. You don't need to pay attention to suggestions.
Yo, that's my support, by the way. Speaking of my team, Element 18, that is my support.
Very impressive showing by DSG. It's really bad news for my fantasy team as well, because I was thinking a team with a substitute, surely just load up on Sentinels players they're taking advantage. Oh, they are not.
This would be a huge upset for DSG.
I feel like in a couple months Korean Smash are going to be nasty. I think so too. I think Korean Smash have insane potential.
DSG, but I mean, yeah, sometimes it's the way the cookie crumbles.
Guess what will happen next fight with Corki having no flash? Yeah, he probably just gets turbo one shot.
In their power rankings. My power rankings on JLXP, I put them 8th of 8. So I am very impressed with what they pulled together in this. They picked a high execution team composition. It's a Kaisa comp. They're playing with the sub jungler, and now they have Baron.
Like, I would have to watch the 4th Dragon fight again. I feel like if Nico's engage is going to be that bad and Renekton is like in the entire enemy team, I feel like there has to be a way Sentinels can win that fight.
Bottom turret, one last tier 2 turret. DSG had a 2,000 gold lead. This Baron has ballooned up to a 4,000.
Also, does anybody say that Renekton is useless in 2026? Like, I know that that was a big narrative back in like 21 and 22, but I feel like we've moved past the Renekton is useless narrative. Thoughts on CV Max? I don't like him.
Does not go off. Darkwings was trying to get out of there, but does have the shuffle to escape. Call me. No summoner spell though.
He's not my least favorite coach, but can't say I'm a fan.
Call me might actually look for the long chase. Darkwings with the Emperor's Divide pushing Call me away, while Hui and Hambach were there to capitalize.
What did CV Max do? CV Max has like a terrible track record for treating his players properly. He's a very aggressive coach. He's like open to like insulting players and being like super harsh on them and stuff. Not and like super harsh in like not a productive way. Like he'll just be like harsh to be harsh.
Looking for the play, but Sentinels do get their mid laner out of there. Just costs a TP and an ult cooldown. But
even LS thinks Renekton is top tier in pro. Yeah, I think we've gotten to a point where people are understanding that Renekton does not fall off as hard as he used to, you know?
Slowing down the dragon stacking of DSG that they even
Griffin, JDG, DK, Team Ruiner.
If they wanted to.
I mean, DSG really.
Yeah, I mean, like JDG was like super underperforming when CV Max was their coach.
Feels like you're trying to cast a curse.
I mean, maybe a little bit.
And then CV Max went to DK, and then DK started super underperforming. So it's like, I don't know.
The overwhelming opinion was that
not to tunnel on results-based analysis or anything, but not looking too hot on that front. And like the main thing with CV Max is that like JDG and Split 1, their team was so flexible. Those players can all play everything, but it just felt like JDG would lose every single draft. So it's like, I don't know, like who am I supposed to blame for that? Like I feel like I kind of have to blame CV Max, you know?
I mean, if they win one more fight, they could potentially end the game. They've eliminated 6 turrets already.
They buffed Renekton like 4 or 5 times. Yeah, he also just has better items now. Okay, Hambach, dude. Hambach, please. I was trying to tell people that I think you're going to be really good. You're not doing me any favors right now.
Happily accept the jungle donation as now they're looking for impact. Yes, a flash away from the flick back, and Sentinels now with 4 members will limp away.
I mean, I don't think that Sentinels can walk in at this point anyway. It feels like the objective setup is unplayable.
They're just going to take.
You like just have to push out mid and then have Cassante walk in first and pray, maybe.
Seched's Kaisa, my God, they are looking good.
Yeah, if you had said, if you'd asked me ahead of time what my expectations were for this.
Do you have concerns for DK because of CV Max? Yes. Yes, I do. Did you know that that Siwu and CV Max were not on speaking terms last split? Siwu was literally just dead silent, like the entirety of split 3.
They were up a dragon, they were up some gold, but then one bad team fight, and DSG have been able to run away with it. Now, again, the scaling, I do want to keep reminding people.
Heard from a lot of people. Yeah, but I'm just saying for like the people who don't know.
These types of gold leads don't matter. Where you're team with the Renekton, with the Talia, with the Kaisa, like, yeah, you can still blow somebody up, but if you give a Cassante 4 items, if you give an
like, because that was DK's biggest issue last year, is that they were just like a terrible mid-game team.
If Darkwings is able to get one more item, he's really going to be pumping.
And like, I don't know, if you're a bad mid-game team,
individually is 4,000 gold down on the Kaisa.
It's not always Coach Diff, but like sometimes it's Coach Diff, you know?
He's going to be a strong Corki as well. We'll be able to kill Squishy.
What if Smash career growth is stunted because of CV Max? Then I will never. I mean, I already will never forgive CV Max, but like if CV Max ruins Smash and career, I will have eternal beef with him.
What is going to be the 7th item build for all these 80 carries because it's previously unexplored territory?
Aiming also? Oh, I don't give a fuck about aiming, bro.
We're 31 minutes in, man. He's got 17.
CV Max did not ruin Amy's career. Aiming ruined Amy's career. Aiming is just not that good. Like,
also, Call Me with a decent enough lead over his lane opponent too. Really, the only lead.
I regret putting Aiming 17th on my bot lane tier list. I don't think he's that good. I think he is worse than that. I think he's been playing worse than that.
He's looking for the flank right now. Disguise decide to walk away. Sejed at half health. If he goes down, even with that Zonia's, that's a bad news.
I think Aiming was 15th. I tried to, like, okay, I had Aiming 15th on my list initially,
too much damage.
but I couldn't do it. Like, aiming is just... Like, I had aiming above a couple of players who are definitely not worse than aiming, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. And honestly, in hindsight, I wish I just didn't have aiming on the list.
Take you like half health, so it really diminishes their ability to force Nash, surprisingly.
Yeah,
Aiming was always a regular season merchant. He didn't ruin shit.
Yeah, think about it.
No, I mean, I think that aiming was like genuinely good in 2023.
I would see somebody get one shot by a Kaisa. Speaking of, Hambach has to use the supreme display of talent defensively. Castle was able to find a flank there. The flanking Renekton always terrifying for squishy junglers.
Isn't aiming worse than Hans?
Castle and Kizno will walk forward, clear out this control.
Any other year, I would have said probably not, but you know, aiming has been really bad in 2026 so far. I wouldn't hate the take.
After that, he's really had a hard time entering any fight. So with no jungler, flash, or ult, DSG is going to continue to try and hold control here on the river. And really anyone...
You've made Fraud Watch, Hog Watch for every major league, and aiming was one of the first to go into Fraud Watch. Yeah. But the thing is aiming even on Fraud Watch, did anybody actually think that aiming was going to be that good? Like, even though I had aiming 17th on my bot lane list, he still wasn't even top half.
The power of actually
in LCK for me
has been diminished this season. The gold reward is about half of what it was before, and it's
Fraud implies that people expect this shit. Exactly, yeah.
As game warping as it would have been in past seasons, but as you say, second Baron, the Baron minion's still very strong.
He had that one year where he looked, yeah, he looked good in 2023. That's the year. When he was on KT in 2023, he looked really good.
The 6-item dream for Kaisa, but I think they're just going to slowly control this and play towards Soul.
DSG, as long as they don't blunder.
He's ultimate passenger. Yeah, one of the people who's like a long-time viewer on my server was watching a lot of aiming footage, and he essentially told me, he was like, you know all the stuff that people say about Upset? Aiming is like, if every bit of slander that Upset got was like actually real. Like, aiming is just like the Korean embodiment of the Upset slander.
With the big front line and even with Azir Corki that they're necessarily winning the front to back because the Talia and the Kaisa just have such a big item advantage.
Whoa, call me! Use the Weaver's Wall to try and help out the team on the bottom.
Did we really not have the damage to kill that Talia? That is wild. Kiana did like 80% of Talia's health. Surely Corki could have landed something, right?
Now they got a jungler. Kizno with a Grand Starfall flash from Lions. The Jet dominating as the rookie AD carry. He's exhausted, but he don't care. Who he trying to frontline for the team? Kizno doing the same. It's a trade of kills back and forth. Call me. Will get shut down by Dark Wings. Oh,
what's wrong with Upset? There are some very interesting clips of Upset clicking backwards when he shouldn't be. Like, okay, let's see how Corki plays this. Corki misses the... No. Alright. It's okay. We can report Rahel for this game and move on.
Distracted him from the fight up top. Yeah. So they have to retreat on the bottom side, and then a risky re-engage.
I actually think that Rahel is a good AD carry normally, though, so, like...
And it's just Rahel's damage is actually starting to be...
We'll just talk it up to one bad game.
It's tough to point out that Rahel missed
Sajad looking very good. Yeah.
Yeah, we see the coach cams right there. Rahel missed one Corki.
Rahel was really good last year summer. Rahel's been really good for like 2 years. He was really good on in challengers on DK, and he was really good on SK as well. Even though SK wasn't that good, he was really good on SK. He was one of the best players on that team. No coach comms in LCS? I don't believe so, no.
That's really makes things fortunate for Golden Glue and why he was the one excited after that fight. If they couldn't secure the soul right there, that makes this game very even. And now they're actually on a bit of a timer because the Kaisa 6.
If DK fails, do we truck CV Max? I think if DK succeeds, we also truck CV Max. I think we just truck CV Max, bro. I think we've seen enough.
This is it. This is the full build. You can get a an elixir, but that's it.
He probably already has one.
Beginning to think the series is going to last a while. Yeah, Otacon being removed from the game has made games really slow. Like, some of the games are still ending 25-30 minutes, but if teams split dragons early, the games just last forever.
Just unlock
Favorite team in LCS? My gut says it's probably gonna be Cloud9, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being FlyQuest.
Calmy's really fishing for the Grand Starfall as well. DSG using their semi-globals to try and catch out members of Sentinels, but he just walks away from the Bomb Blossom right there.
Oh.
Now the flag from Hawk!
Okay. Nice Zanjas from Sajed. That was like pretty nice timing. Let's see, Sajed has the space so far backwards though, because he's just scared of Azir. Yep, Azir one shot. Okay. They're playing.
For DSG is shut down, and Sentinels hold the line.
This is still anyone's game. You can see them pushing back the mid lane. 2 for 2, but the carries are alive.
Hanbok stopped ruining fantasy. That actually wasn't a terrible angle from Hanbok, by the way. That was like fine.
What a hero play. No, it's actually Impact.
Quad Monster Revenge Torso. Yeah, the main problem with FlyQuest is that I'm not a huge Quad fan anymore. I used to like Quad at a point, but I feel like I've gotten to a point where I know how good Quad is now. Because like before, Quad was kind of like Potential Man, because he was only playing in like lower tier LCK teams, and I thought that he was like maybe getting jailed on those teams, and then so I thought that maybe he could be like really good. But yeah, I've seen Quad run it down at too many international tournaments on FlyQuest now. So I don't see the potential in Quad anymore, so I'm not a big fan anymore. Like Quad is the one player that's stopping me from being on the FlyQuest train. I'm down for Gakos and Cryogen, and I'm super down for Griffin. But I don't know if I want to cheer for FlyQuest if FlyQuest going to Worlds just means that Quad is going to run it down again.
Yeah, but he just couldn't quite weave those autos in. And now we're here in what is an
like general rule of thumb, I tend to cheer for teams that I think have potential to do something internationally. If I think that there's no hope for a team to be exciting on an international stage, I usually won't cheer for them.
Whether it's just split pushing in the bottom side and getting turrets there, or you know, that moment. Darkwing's, my expectation for him was like, okay, how does he stand out?
There's no way that Cagel thinks that Beryl is the second best player of all time. That's insane. Like, he has to be saying it for content. I don't even have Beryl in my top 10 supports of all time.
That's how you start getting fans as a mid laner in NA.
Like, I would have Beryl like 11th or 12th on my support list.
Here, Darkwing's on Sentinels, but they kill Baron very quickly. They just have to be careful of getting Snap engaged on because they won that fight, because it's now a 5-item Corki who's still one-shotting people, and because it's a max item Azir. That 3,000 gold lead, as you mentioned.
Cagel said Keria is his support goat. Alright, well that's a take I can agree with.
Look at the front line, especially.
Don't you have a favorite team? Technically no. I never cheer for orgs, ever.
It's going to be extremely hard to kill. So
I only cheer for players and coaches, I never cheer for orgs. So my favorite team changes from split to split. It never stays the same. It just because the players never stay the same.
DSG was able to get their gold lead initially around a dragon fight where they out-executed. You could say the same thing if Sentinels just find their one pick. If they find the
like I guess the team that I would want the most success for, I want to see Nongshim do well because this is Lehen's last year. I want Lehen's to go out with a bang.
Yeah, it's starting to land. Castle has a flank here, but Sentinels.
Like, I've been finding myself cheering for Nongshim in every single game that they've played. If Darkwings dies, this game is over, by the way. Azir is like all of their damage.
Feel confident to push forward because of the low health bars of Darkwings and Rahel having to use.
Why do you refer to yourself as a T1 hater in videos? I don't like T1's business practices. I don't like their like sponsorships and brand deals. There are other things that I don't like about the org, but I'm actually going to stop talking because I'm on an official co-stream, so we'll just pretend like, yeah, ask me when I'm playing like solo queue or something, or like if I'm doing like a scrim or something like that. But what I'll say is that I have nothing against the T1 players. Well, that's not true. I have nothing against most of the T1 players.
An incredible engage from DSG goes awry as Sentinels hold the line.
That's crazy. They one-shot Rahel's core.
No, I have nothing against Doran. I like Doran. Doran's grown on me in the past couple of years.
So, but this is important. To me, Soul for Baron.
Doran just has a very specific play style where he likes to try to apply pressure on timers where he's not supposed to, but he does it intentionally. Like, I used to think that Doran was just a fucking inter, but I've come to realize that a lot of the timers where he's playing aggressive and gets punished for it, he's like, it's an intentional decision because there are a lot of moments where he does the same thing and generates a lot of pressure for the team, so it's like, it's actually fine. Like, it's like unironically okay if Doran runs it down a couple of times, you know?
Journey here. If you're Sentinels or these players on DSG, Sajed
Or trading Soul. I don't think it's that bad.
So he's
Like, the thing, like, I think trading Soul for Baron, or like taking Baron instead of Soul is really bad if you're the team who has the ability to choose, but I don't think the Sentinels can just like easily choose, because the team fight was on top side, so they'd have to kind of screw over their tempo to make it bot side. So it's like, it's either you get guaranteed Baron, or you might end up in a situation where you're like 50-50ing for Soul, you know? And you might just lose Soul anyway and not have Baron.
They have no sustain. Yeah. And Corky Rockets or a couple of Zir autos are chunking them out at the start of these fights. It's part of how Sentinels has stayed in this game. But now, we're definitely in a lull state because the team that was getting pushed in got Baron, so their minions will push back.
What are we saying? I see people talking about Xiaohu.
To chase anybody down.
I think that Xiaohu is a little bit overrated as a player. Like, there are, like, Xiaohu is really good. But people put him in conversations that I don't think he should be in. Like, people try to claim that Xiaohu is, like, the second greatest player of all time and shit like that. And it's like, I think part of the problems with Xiaohu is that there has been no point at any point in his mid lane career where he has ever been the best mid laner in the world. Like, it's just never happened. Like, I think that's a knock against him, that he's never been the best player. The only argument you can make that he was ever the best player in the world was the split that he played top lane. Actually, the year that he played top lane, 2022, I think it was. Or no, it was 2021. He played top lane in 21. Like, I think that year he was insane. But I do think it's kind of an issue if your best split ever, which was 2021 spring, is not on mid lane. It's like, we can't be hyping up his mid lane that much, you know?
Back to back to back. There have been 3 distinct moments where they've used Weaver's Wall to try and get on the members of Sentinel with the Grand Starfall on top of it.
I would not say the Knight is the best LPL player ever, but yeah, no, actually I wouldn't. I just wouldn't say that. I would still probably say that Uzi's the best Chinese player ever, and then I would say that the best LPL player ever is probably just a rookie still.
So they've increased gold in the game. He has cash back. This game's 45 minutes long. But I bet you no one in their
I still have Rookie overnight all time on my list. I know that that's like a hot take, and most people wouldn't, but
Can you check
yeah.
that globally? A rookie AD carry in debut
I'm saying
game.
LCS. I don't need to
No, let's make this
crash the
worldwide,
servers
Jed.
with
Come
the stat
on.
pool.
I think at this point, let's build this kid up. And again,
Okay, listen, I'm like the #1 Doonby Glazer of all time, but we cannot be saying that Doonby is the best LPL mid laner. It's simply not true.
As Castle now finding Rahel, the more experienced bot laner, all alone. TB coming in, don't matter. Rahel caught out of position.
Dude, I have not been enjoying how Rahel has been playing this game. He like fudged one of the early dragon setups. He fudged one of the picks that Hambach found, and I was getting picked up. Not a good game from him.
50 more seconds.
There's no reason to
Lee Sin disagrees. I do think that there is an argument to be made that okay. Can Darkwings one-shot Kai'Sa? That's the question. We'll see. Okay. Alright. They're still gaming. Sentinels is still gaming. How about we just make this like a 1 hour game? I'm down. Why not? The longer this game goes, the less sleep I get for LCP. So the longer this game goes, the more miserable I'll be when I wake up for the other region. But you know, it's fine.
To see exactly what angle he had. We have comms too.
Oh my good. Look at this. Look at this.
We can keep talking about LPL players, true, yeah. So the thing, I think there's an argument that you could make that Doonby has the highest peak of any player post 2020. I think you can make that argument for sure. I think that Doomby in 2021 and 2022, for that entire stretch of time, there's an argument that he was the highest peak that a player has reached in the 2020s. But
everybody except for top and
I think that his career is a bit short for wanting to be, for like putting him in like GOAT conversations.
Is surprising.
Chovy 24, 25. I think that relative to the rest of the world, I think that Doomby in 2021 was better than Chovy was in 25. And honestly, now, like, when I say it out loud, I don't even think it's relatively close. I think that 2021 Doomby was way better than 25 Chovy. Like, relative to the rest of the world at the time. Like, obviously 25 Chovy is a better player than 21 Doomby. But that's because every 25 player is better than every 21 player, you know? Do you like the Cassante build? I guess it's fine on Cassante. I think that item, the one that like heals you when you, like the lifeline passive that gives you regen, I think I'm not a huge fan of that item, but I can see the value on Cassante because like Cassante, when he ults, he like shreds 40% of his max health, and then he gets a shit ton of Omnivamp, so I can see the angle since he's like very durable in his ult. Like he's very low health and durable, so I can see how it could be good. Yeah.
Well off of that poke. Elder deleashes, more time to poke with Kaisa.
Sajid taking a very safe path. I like that. Impact in who he had a trap laid for him, and now Castle will face check and see it. Who he's walking all the way around. Maybe the cow can find something, but the Elder
Okay, Who's got turbo position right now. The Kaisa still has Zanya's. This isn't. We'll see if she gets one shot or not. Ooh, this is actually really close. I still have no idea who's going to win this game. Okay. Corki ran it down the entire game, and then he smurfed the last team fight. Let's go. Rahel's sins have been forgiven.
Only Lions alive in a minion wave in mid. He's hoping to be able to push it back, but that's probably going to be a
What is the biggest what if in League? I think, honestly, you know what? I think that a really big what if is what if Damwon had won Game 5 against Genji at Worlds 2022? I genuinely think that if it's Damwon against DRX instead of Genji, that Damwon clapped the shit out of DRX. Because Damwon were ramping up really hard that tournament. Like, Damwon were not that amazing of a team in 22 Summer, and then, like, every single stage of the tournament, they were just getting better and better, and they looked really fucking good by the time they got to quarterfinals. I think if Damwon beat Genji, I think they steamroll through DRX and could potentially win Worlds 2022, and then we'd be having like way different conversations about Showmaker and Canyon. Well, maybe not Canyon, because Canyon would still be jungle goat anyway, but like we would be having way different conversations about Showmaker.
Sentinels take the 1-0 lead in the series.
What a wild game one. That was back.
How would a perfect comp look in your eyes? Well, it's hard to say, because it's always dependent on what the enemy team has. But like I think for example, the comp that's like really strong right now is like I don't know, Ambessa, Diana, Yasuo, Ashe, Seraphine. I think if you can get that comp into an enemy team that like that is like not resistant to dives, like if the enemy team doesn't have Poppy, doesn't have Renata, doesn't have Jax, like I think if you get that type of comp, then like you win every game this season.
Chaos ensued later, but I want to go back to this earlier Dragon fight and talk about
what are some other really big what ifs? What if Bo wasn't a match fixer?
It was really all off of this fight. And so much was about to engage here from Lions. So watch the Nico up in the top right there.
Honestly, what if Nagri stayed in LCK isn't as big of a what if as people think it is, because he did come back to the LCK. Like, it's true that he had, like, the mental health issues in LPL or whatever, but he did come back to LCK and play more before retiring.
Happening on the other side. So Castle's buying time here. Azir got caught off of that Nicol. Everyone's piling in and putting damage onto the Azir, while Castle is just buying time.
What if Liv Sandbox beats DRX? Well, if Liv Sandbox beat DRX, then Liv Sandbox just gets fucking clapped in group stage, no?
Allowed all of these carries here to pile in. Sajed as well as Call Me.
What if Khan didn't have to leave for military? I think nothing would have changed. I'm gonna be completely honest. I think nothing would have changed if Khan kept playing.
The defining moment of the game. This was going to be the moment that really swung things. Of course, it was not.
Yeah.
It became a very wild game of kind of back and forth plays. But it was a lot closer, I think, than we really kind of expected, based off of both the early game and the mid game and kind of the late
What
game.
other what
I was
ifs
like, oh man, my
are
boy
there?
Humbug's doing so well. Oh no, Humbug, what are you doing?
The incredulousness that you had throughout the game, where it's like, well, DSG should just win this game from here on out. They got a major pick, like on towards Corki. Like, surely they can end it here. Just doesn't happen. They ended up getting Soul, Cloud Soul for Baron. You'd think that would be more meaningful, but honestly, Cloud Soul into the composition, you're fighting into Azir and
What if
Alistar,
Fnatic beat top esports?
So, like, so much of that game was
I
chaotic
think they just lose to
without,
Suning.
with reason, I guess. But it
And
was
then
tough.
nobody cares.
Well, you also brought up Azir, right?
Yes.
And Dark Wings was, like Kangas mentioned on cast, Dark Wings and his Azir.
What if TSM didn't get Victor? That's a big what if, yeah. Because that TSM roster actually had potential to like make a really deep run at Worlds.
We had a lot of game deciders, or supposed game designers.
The 8th game.
What if RNG beat G2 at Worlds? I think that Uzi can do Golden Road in 2018.
Player of the game,
because RNG was better than IG all year.
That
So
all-important shuffle. The big thing was that they managed to get onto Sajed, who was so incredibly fed for the vast majority of this game.
He was true 7 items at about 35 minutes in this game.
LSC9 is a big one.
I was asking them to check like gold per
I
minute,
guess.
like item completion stats. It feels like there's
I don't think that a C9 LS ever makes waves internationally. I'd be pretty surprised, but I mean, they definitely could have won the split. They looked pretty good for the 4 games that he played with them.
Here, even though Sajed reacted so fast, he reacted with the flash, saw the flash follow, then Zhonya's it. Like, that is pretty insane.
Yeah.
But just forcing out all of those tools meant that then Humbug comes in, the ult lands, there's just nowhere really for him to go. And to me, it just felt like DSG in critical moments just kind of rushed things. Like,
I mean, I do think that FPX 2021 is a big what if. Like, what if the team didn't have internal issues? It's obviously a really big what if, but I thought that FPX were going to win Worlds 2021, and then they had like that horrendous collapse at Worlds where they placed last in their group.
Like, everyone's just walking in blind. That was really the only recourse that Sentinels had from that spot, so credit to them for finding those plays. But I felt like DSG really lacked.
Here's a what if. What if OMG never replaced Abel with Starry? It would have had zero impact on the global League of Legends scene. However, I would be a happier person.
The inhibitor turret.
Yep.
Like, the fact that they were able to get a kill on Hanbok, because it seemed like Hanbok had a pretty good play, but then he got completely taken out by the Taliyah ulti, and everyone was able to converge on him. Great. Next wave is coming in bot lane. Surely on that bot lane wave, you start to siege and try to end the game from there. No. Pantheon ulti comes straight
What if LCS won MSI instead of LEC? Okay, these what ifs have to be realistic, you know? Like, there's no point in doing a what if the outcome's not possible.
Yeah, I feel like you can kind of levy that criticism.
Like, come on, G2 and TL could have played each other like 10 times. TL never wins.
One player who was able to get off a good play, then they would, you know, kind of chuck it back towards their opponents. Right now, we do know that DSG
Here, let me run
has
ads.
chosen first pick. Sentinels have chosen blue side. What a surprise! Who's shocked?
Not me. Sentinels, credit to them. I mean, they have a lot of experience. You got Huhi, you got Impact, you got guys there that can kind of continue.
TL that lost the shortest international series of all time. How could they win? Exactly, yeah.
I'd be happy, I think, to kind of walk away with that win, because it did look like it was going.
TL beat an extremely slumping IG, and then they got blasted by G2.
MasterCard on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance.
What if JDG wins World Sweat? Do I think that JDG is the best roster to ever touch the game?
Nice. Look for midway. Go mid. 잠깐. 나이스. 깜짝. 씨발. 존나 힘드네, 씨발. 왜 이렇게 힘들지?
I don't know if I would pick 23 JDG over 25 Genji.
Nice engage. You kind of
Or 24 Genji for that matter. I thought that 2024 Genji was also a disgustingly good team.
Holy smokes! You don't look
I would probably take 25 Genji over 24 though.
It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out. Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good. Red Bull?
I think the LPL's future in general looks so different if they win in 23 or BLG win in 24.
Wait a minute. What's this? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in
Yeah.
my position. Red Bull gives
I
you
personally found international tournaments more exciting when LPL was the best region in the world. So, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see it again. I don't think it's happening this year. I'd be really surprised if LPL takes the crown back this year. 25 Genji had shorter dominance than JDG. Did they really, though? Because you have to remember that we play 3 splits now, so it was effectively the same shit. Like, Genji was dominant for the MSI split, then they won MSI, then they were dominant for the summer split, and then they bowed out of semifinals at Worlds. And JDG did the exact same shit. They were dominant for the MSI split, they won MSI, they were dominant for the summer split, and then they bowed out of semifinals at Worlds. Literally the exact same thing. JDG's loss was because T1 ascended, Genji always just... Yeah, I mean, that is true, yeah. Genji did just mega underperform. You were a crazy Genji defender last year, don't think you can keep this up. I don't think there was anything wrong with being a crazy Genji defender. I think that Genji was absolutely the best team from 2025. What is your take on HLE? I honestly haven't seen enough of HLE's games to be able to tell you. I never watched HLE versus T1, that best of 3, and I never watched their... What else did I not watch from them? Yeah, the only series of HLE that I watched was their best of 3 against... Wait, no, I watched their loss to Nongshim, and I watched their series against Poro. But I didn't watch their series against T1, and I didn't watch their most recent series either. So I don't think I know enough about HLE. I know that Guma's not playing as well. I know that Kanabi's been... we'll say on a different page from the rest of his team, is what we'll call it. Why is this Nongshim roster losing embarrassing games? The nameplates seem to be there.
For our team, it'd be important just to get the stage matches in.
Are they there? Nongshim has Taeyun, bro.
Maybe the enemy team's a little nervous.
Nongshim has Taeyun, and Scout is coming. Like, Scout's been playing well, but he's also coming off of the worst year of his career.
And we're kind of like the new DSG, so in a sense,
I'm not surprised that, like, I thought that Nongshim was going to be like a 6th place team. However, I think that Sponge is pretty good. Sponge has been growing on me.
Well, you just heard from Sajet. He wants to prove they're the better DSG. And
Good thing that as an EU fan, I can still hold on to being the closest to doing the Golden Road.
On Sentinels used to be on DSG. He found the game-winning engage. And Jet, I got a stat that might make you feel a little old. It made me feel a little old. Huhi role swapped from mid to support. We talk about that a lot, but he did that in 2019. It's 2026, which means that he has now been a support over twice as long as he was a tier 1.
You know, I've personally never felt like G2 was the team that was the closest to completing the Golden Road. I know that, like, theoretically they were the closest because they got to Grand Finals and all, but in terms of, like, teams who I feel like got the, like, actually closest, I would think that JDG was closer to it than
Smithy had visa issues for
G2 was.
substitute, so he was going to play jungle for that team at
Poro, when is T1 downfall? T1 downfall can be in 4 years when Faker retires.
Here, Doublelift is streaming with Sentinels right now with their CEO.
Technically, it was 2015 T1 because they were one game away from MSI. You know, I want to start a petition. How about just like every MSI from before 2023? What if we just erase all of them from history? What if every MSI from 2022 and earlier, just like we all just collectively forget about them?
I think expectations going into the series was the Sentinels was going to win. But the question was
because like nobody thinks about First Stand 2025, right? Does anybody really care that HLE won First Stand 2025? Because I didn't get the impression that people did. And 2022 MSI and before is literally just First Stand. Like it is unironically just First Stand. Like that is how bad the format was.
They are playing with a substitute jungler and they're also a newly assembled team. Ended up costing them, and then Darkwings really clutched up in some big moments there for Sentinels. And funny thing is there's no pictures on the 1-0. So it's still one more game and you're out of the series no matter how close that game 1 was.
Exactly.
Like here, this might be a little bit updated, but I actually have I made this list once upon a time.
And the Rumble, and let's see what they decide to lock in as the response here. Hovering the Lucian. So
here, let me like
on the bottom side
make sure I'm not actually blocking the draft.
Nami, I've been seeing kind of propping up here and there. It's a
Bruh.
great pairing with the Lucian.
Yeah,
I swear I'm not a fucking boomer. I can work tabs. I swear. Okay. So this is a list that I made a while ago where it's in my head. This is how I group the importance of tournaments. Not just international, but this is like the importance of how I group tournaments. So like when I'm thinking about players' legacies, MSI 23 through 25 is the tournament that I care the most about, followed by IPL 5, followed by 23 through 25 Worlds with the Swiss format, followed by Worlds before that, and then you have like the other tournaments here. But like this is my list of tournaments that I actually care about, you know? Mostly based on like format and relative team strength and stuff like that. Don't see the CB lol in there, Mr. Streamer? Yeah. Here, I'll add it just for you. All right, we'll add here. There. Does this satiate you? Does this make you feel better? Where's LTA? Like I said, this is outdated. This is not fully updated. But this was like a list that I made just purely off of vibes. Like I made this in like 10 minutes. Because I do genuinely think that IPL 5 and MSI 23 through 25 are more important tournaments for determining player and team skill than Worlds is. If Worlds was double limb, would it be first? Yes. Yeah. Yep. That's it. What is IPL 5? IPL 5 is the real Season 2 Worlds.
Alive, but also powerful enough because when I think of Yanara, I initially
Season 2 Worlds is like one of the fakest tournaments of all time. Like hold on, let me pull this up.
You can play Yanara in the 2v2 from level 1 because your Q alone and your passive, you have so much power. So
like here, this is Season 2 Worlds. Sorry that we're like ignoring the draft, but it's Sentinels versus Disguise. I think we can check in later. So Season 2 Worlds had 12 teams, right? 12 teams. And then the format of the tournament. This is like actually like a crime against humanity format, by the way. You guys are going to see this format, you're going to freak out. Okay, the format of the tournament is that 4 teams got a bye into quarterfinals, and then the other 8 teams played a single round robin best of 1 with top 4 teams making it out. Then, in quarterfinals, they played best of 3 quarterfinals, best of 3 semifinals, and then only a best of 5 in grand finals. That was the World's Season 2 format. Genuinely horrendous format, right? So, for me, like, and then also the other thing is that the best teams, like, weren't, like, all the best teams weren't actually here. So, like, it's great that Taipei Assassins won, but also look at the date of the tournament. This is also important. World Season 2 was October 4th through October 13th, alright? Now if we go to IPL 5, this tournament was November 29th to December 2nd. So it's a later tournament, right? It is a later tournament than World Season 2. It's later in the year. This tournament had 16 teams. So instead of 12, they had 16 teams. So 4 more teams. There were also better teams at the tournament. And then if we look at the format is double elimination groups for like the worst teams. Then look at this bracket stage, bro. This is the greatest bracket stage League of Legends has ever produced. Now, it is best of 3s all the way up to grand finals, just like Worlds, but the difference is that this was a 4-day tournament. This tournament lasted from the 29th to the 2nd, so they had to cram this shit in. But this format, this bracket is so fucking good, bro. It's a full double elimination bracket with full losers bracket. And there's a second losers bracket for the teams that bowed out in group stage. So you always get another chance to play. And then if we look at this bracket, which is just a significantly better bracket, we can get a real grasp of how good the teams actually were. Like a much more accurate picture of how good the teams were, which is, in my opinion, M5 was the 4th best team that year, Taipei Assassins was the 3rd best team, and then you have Fnatic is the 2nd best team and WE is the best team. That is this, like when I'm thinking about the impact of Season 2, I remember Season 2 as the year that WE and Fnatic were the best teams, and then Taipei Assassins and M5 were below them. Also, just like to note, Taipei Assassins actually lost to Fnatic twice, so if you thought it was a fluke, it's not. They lost to Fnatic here, 0-2, and then they lost to Fnatic here, 0-2 again. So Fnatic was literally just a better team than Taipei Assassins. But if we go back to World Season 2, Fnatic's not even here. Fnatic's didn't Fnatic, the 2nd best team in the world, did not qualify for Worlds. So it's like, how, like, we cannot, like, come on, we can't, like, this is not a serious tournament, you know? But also, another thing about Fnatic is that this team had Reckless and Soaz on it. If people considered IPL 5 as the true Season 2 Worlds, Soaz and Reckless, their legacies would be so much better. Because, like, now we're talking about, like, Reckless being a Worlds Grand Finalist since 2012. That does numbers for his resume, for, like, his legacy. And then we would also be talking about Soaz as a 3-time world finalist. That's crazy, no? That there's a Western player who is a 3-time world finalist? That's wild.
So it's actually the most CS in a North Americans.
Like, Soaz made finals in Season 1, Season 2, and Season 8.
Still was not able to pick up the win, but got the lead over his lane opponent. Now can he do it again?
And then we would be saying that Reckless made it in Season 8 and Season 2, which is way different from like his legacy now.
But I want to do some table setting for these compositions as well, Jet, just like we did for game
No one cares about Season 1 Worlds, though.
Clear in game 1 that DSG needed to win early game. Sentinels had the
I would agree with you. That's why I have Season 1 Worlds right here as one of the least important tournaments. It's all the way up there. But, like, I have Season 2 Worlds here, and then IPL 5 all the way down here. So, because I do think that older League of Legends, especially Season 2, should not be overwritten, because Season 2 was the first season that, like, all of the regions played. So I think that it's a super important year. But I just don't think that the World Season 2 format is reflective of how that year went. Like, the reason why I value IPL 5 so highly is because the Season 2 format was so much more brutal than all of the other formats that we see now. Like, teams in Season 2, like back in like 2011, 2012, played so many more games. They played like significantly more games. So, for example, G2, who the G2 roster that everybody knows from 2019, 2020, they played about 200 games with each other. Like as a 5-stack, they played about 200 games with each other over those 2 years. Moscow 5, which really only existed for 2012 and 2013, those 5 players played 398 games together, by my count. I counted it up manually, and I counted 398. So in in 2 years, Moscow 5 played double the amount of games that G2 played in 2 years. So like teams just played, and Season 3 was franchised also. So Season 3 like was the same thing that G2 played. So just think about the sheer amount of games that Moscow 5 had to have played in 2012. Like it's ridiculous, right? So I think that 2012 is like a very important year for LoL esports and for legacies, because like 2012 is essentially the equivalent of like 2 or 3 modern years. Like the amount of shit that Chovy can do from like 2023 to 2025 is like the equivalent of what a player could have done in like only 2012. So I think 2012 is really important. I think that IPL 5 was the much superior tournament to World Season 2. So I tend to value IPL 5 incredibly high, because it's like that year was like all like the entirety of Old League, you know? Like it's not just 1 year. Like it's not, we can't be thinking of it as 1 year. It was like because the league wasn't franchised back then. So yeah, 2012 was just like a fucking gauntlet of epic proportions the entire year.
To pull off. Now also gold on Kisno. Let's see what he's able to do with it this time around.
Yeah, another.
And then the other thing is that I personally hate the idea of punishing players for being lower skill level back then, because it's like what were they supposed to do? You can only play against the opponents you're given.
And Lions diving over the bubble for a big trade.
Like I think you have to judge players relative to their era. I don't think you can judge them with like future context. Like I don't think you can judge them with hindsight.
I mean, I think it's worth asking the question is if he should buy boots to walk away.
Wait, so Poro, what rank are you right now? Oh, that's a fucking question.
Shouldn't have been there. I mean, this was a good game.
You want to know my rank right now at this exact moment?
Just starts to snowball this lane.
Yeah, and Kisno also waving. I haven't mentioned this.
My rank now at this exact moment is Plat 3, because in my solo queue games, I think I'm like 6 wins and then like 20 losses or some shit. Like, bro, I've lost so many fucking games, man. The early season has been brutal for me. I went 0-5 on my provisional games. It was disgusting. And I just do not have time to play solo queue. I have way too much shit to do with coaching the team. So I will probably be sitting in plat for like months.
With the percent health damage that Vi has, so nicely done there by Humbug, even if his gank was a big miss.
And we see the bot lane CS differential going the complete opposite from last game. Rahel has mounted a sizable lead over Sajed. So even though Sajed and Lions were not, they were able to hold the line from that gank, that dive attempt earlier.
Anyway, somebody asked like 5 minutes ago which draft I think is better, so let me actually like look at these drafts for the first time.
I don't know completely behind the scenes, but from other AD carries that I've worked with in the past, if you have a bad matchup in game 1 and you fall really far down in CS, you need to pick a winning matchup in game 2. Like your ego is on the line right there. So I think that's why they're going Lucian Nami and playing ultra aggressive, pathing
I'm usually kind of a Wukong Aurora hater.
But it's one of those things where
I think it's a overrated combo because both champions like having a lot of setup, but neither champion can provide the setup for the other one. So never been a big fan of that combo. I think Gwen is really broken right now with new items. I think she's really strong. I think that Cassio thematically is good into like Wukong, Rakan, and Aurora in team fights. And I think that Yunara Rakan should just be a weaker lane than Lucian Nami. I would say that Sentinels won the draft. Like Wukong Rakan is a really good combo, but the problem is that like both of them struggle to play into Cassio this game, and I feel like Rakan should just get like I don't know. I think that Rakan is kind of headshotting Yunara right now. It's making Yunara really hard to play.
The first 14 minutes of any of our 4 games.
I would rather be left side comp.
If
we simply ignore the fact that Dark Wings has 2 deaths, I would rather be left side comp.
But to me, it's about that little Phaelite. You just throw one ward down. And
can Cassio ult stop Mbessa? I don't think so, no. What you can do, though, is you can get hit by the Mbessa ult, and then you can drop the W in between Mbessa and the rest of her team, and then you can just kill the Mbessa, because she'll be separated from her entire team, so it's like actually fine.
Now that will get pushed in by Castle. But the question on my mind was still, which version of Impact will we get? 2024 MVP or 2025, you know, really rough year overall. And in the debut, I mean, he gets a solo kill in game 1, and now already holding his own with a maybe slight lead here in the top lane.
Yep. Absolutely good tank play from him in that first game. Hard to make more of a difference on Cassandra than getting a solo kill and being a level 20 max item tank.
Kizno will now start up the grubs, and Vi's on the bottom side. So Hambach.
This Kizno guy's been actually like playing pretty well though. I'm impressed. I thought that he was like being a substitute jungler for Disguise would mean that he was just going to fall behind super hard, but he's actually been playing well.
It's also bad for him to be top lane against the 2-kill Wukong. Who
You said you had a crap sleep schedule. Are you the only person who edits your videos? Yep. I do not have an editor. I don't have the money for that shit.
Has hovered to help out, and now they're just gonna flash engage themselves, trying to lock down who he calls.
Did Rahel have to run away like that?
And pick up a third kill for DSG.
Nice job there.
Like, I get that Disguised had the jump, but like, it was a 3v3. I don't know if Rahel had to fucking book it in that direction without hitting anybody.
I think questionable play to wait that long.
It might be more. Rahel has the flash available, has the barrier available. We'll need to use either one. Lions tried to predict, as Rahel says, no, I'm just going to hold my line, and doesn't have to use anything.
What team are you most looking forward to? Which region?
DSG could be in some trouble. The flash hits on the Lions, and Rahel picks up the first kill of Game 2 for Sentinels.
I mean,
like LCS, because we're talking about LCS. I guess I'm probably looking forward most to Fly.
And now look at this, he's 37 CS, 900 gold up, and it's only going to increase as he's going to shove in this.
Mainly just because I want to see how Griffin looks. I've been a very big Griffin enjoyer for the last couple of years.
Very far behind right now in this bottom lane match.
I'm looking forward to Echo Fox's games. Yeah, listen, we were talking about Boomer League, but sometimes too far is too far.
But either way, not the best.
Think C9 has a chance internationally this year?
Castle pushes in a wave topside. We'll get one plate right there.
No.
In fact, looks like he's gonna have to
I don't think that any LCS teams have a chance to do anything special internationally this year.
Completed by Rahel. Meanwhile, the call on the other side, so it's no early.
I think that Cloud9 has the best chance to do something internationally, but I'm not.
So I like the DSG finally has a little bit of vision there.
I don't have a lot of faith in them to have a good result.
For another wave. I do want to highlight though, Rahel, yes, has the first item, but so does Kizno.
What if it's best case scenario for FlyQuest? I still think that best case scenario for FlyQuest is that Quad gets gapped by every top tier Eastern mid laner.
This Wukong does have a lead over Vi. Also, how about no ultimate from that earlier play? So DSG will deny the dragon stacking and get one for themselves. Here is Rahel, big damage on the Lions. He now just goes for the re-engage here. Double charm up onto Huhi and Rahel. The Calling goes out, as well as the Nami ultimate.
Oh, also, I've been saying, I do think that Palafox is fine as an LCS mid laner. I'm okay with him being one of the 8 LCS mid laners.
Yep, that was something.
There are other mid laners I would rather see than Palafox. Like, I would rather Insanity have a spot. I wish Insanity was an LCS mid laner, but I don't think that Palafox is like actually a terrible choice. I know that people had beef with him, but
I think they're always going to get the dragon.
I do think that part of it was that after Palafox said that quote where he was like saying that like people can't criticize him or whatever. I don't know, whatever it was that he said. I feel like people started tunneling in on all of the mistakes he was making like way more after that. And I also think that Palafox tends to be pretty good at knowing what his champion is supposed to do in team fights later in the game. So like I don't think he's like I don't think he's like horrendous the way that people think he is. Like in my opinion, I do think that he is the 8th best mid laner in LCS. Like I think he's the worst mid laner in LCS, but I don't think he doesn't deserve a spot. I think he's like fine on the lower tier team.
Castle says get out of here. Ooh, Kizno has to flash away from Dark Wings though. Petrifying Gaze still available. Dark Wings
also just realized you're non-binary.
Available and Rod of Ages completed, but not strong enough. He
I go by literally whatever. I don't care.
Stolen by Kizno. And now call me. Ooh. Yeah?
I faked myself out a little bit. I'm like, did they stop Cassio from being able to buy boots? Because I feel
I just have the tag there because
well, he's got to get the Rod of Ages tag. He's got the tier.
It pisses Twitch off.
26.2 and I just didn't read it. I don't
Twitch gets really angry when people have career tags.
That as well. I'm assuming that we will get that eventually.
It's time for boots, Dark Wings.
No, okay, but if now the real concern is does Dark Wings know? Because I've heard so many stories of players not reading the patch notes.
There's no way.
What are your thoughts on Red Knud's performance in CD LoL? They won very easily against Furia today. I will watch that game, but I have not. I couldn't tell you. The only team in CB LoL that I've been closely following so far is Los Grandes. That's it. The other teams I'm a little bit behind on because I haven't had the time for it. Just a reminder, I was sick all of last week, so I couldn't really watch all the games that I wanted. And on top of being sick, I had to coach a team and co-stream a region, and now I have to co-stream 2 regions, so like my schedule is really pinched.
Actually have that big of a lead over their opponent, just being, I guess, ahead in the grubs department right there.
Like, my general thing is that I want to try to catch all of the games where 2 top teams from a region are playing against each other, plus any teams that I'm personally interested in, I'll watch their games too. But if it's like 2 teams that aren't top teams that I don't care about, I'm probably not going to watch it. Like, in CB LoL, if Pain and Fluxo play against each other, I'm probably never going to watch that game. You know?
Okay, back in. Yeah. Let's see it.
No, he's staying for another
Have you tried cocaine? No.
Sorry. Yep. This is really delaying things. He's just so slow.
Yeah?
See, I've been looking for an old League game from Worlds where Canyon makes the jungle early game unplayable. Do you remember the game I'm talking about? I think it was 2022. I think the game that you're talking about is Canyon versus Peanut. I don't remember the exact champions, but I feel like I remember it was like maybe like Canyon Nidalee versus Peanut Sejuani. It was something like that. But there was a game where Canyon, like at Worlds, where Canyon completely destroyed Peanut. I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, we're not going to get into this topic, actually. Let's get off that real fast. Sentinels pushing in another wave here in the mid lane. Kisno ready for a potential play.
What supports are usually played with Jarvan?
Not going to go for it.
You can usually play whatever you want with. Oh. It's actually, you know what? I actually don't hate it from Lions. That's like a creative window to try to punish. Like, it's not going to end up going very well because I feel like the rest of the team maybe wasn't on the same page, but it's actually really creative from Lions that, like, he knows Rahel's going to dash forward there for value, and he's flash charm. I like that.
That was incredible. Be able to engage on Rahel. That would have been enough damage on top of the Aurora damage too.
But yeah, I think Jarvan's a very flexible champion. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not allowed to talk about Jarvan. If I ever talk about Jarvan, then something will happen in the game. Alright, 3rd time's a charm. I think that Jarvan is a very flexible jungler because he can, like, play both engage and disengage depending on, like, how you want to play the game. Like, he can EQ in and then ult if he wants, but he can also ult first and then EQ out. So there's, like, if you want to play Jarvan more engage style, like if enemy team has 2 mobile backliners and you want to play Jarvan going in, then I think you can play supports like, I don't know, Leona would probably work really well in that situation. But if you want to play Jarvan with range supports as well, I think you can, and then you just have the Jarvan play a little bit more passive.
Is ultimately what saves the life of Rahel. He then gets the kill back onto Call Me, but he stuck around and got killed.
Kisno's looking good. Yeah, I think that Kisno's looking pretty good.
I think Golden Glue's going to have a little less hair by the end of this series. That might have been the reaction to
this play after he'd survived.
See, real ones remember back when Jarvan was peaking, which was when Jezu and Treats, it was, I think, 2021 LEC. They were playing Kalista Jarvan bot lane. That shit was fire. Those were my favorite Jarvan games, was when Treats was playing Jarvan support with Kalista.
Near enough, but it was such a fast play. But can Castle survive this play? Actually goes for the wave. 1v1's Impact has his own wave behind him. Impact's going to try and snip, clear this one out. We have a Nami coming up as well. TP could cover from Call Me, but he's 1v1ing Darkwing spot side with Kisno.
Darkwing just missed the ult. He's probably dead.
The Nami ult again. Public execution misses from Castle. He's taking too much damage, but he's got the
Wait, hold up. Genuinely, Lions has been playing well this game. I'm like low-key a Lions hater. Well, hate is a strong word, but like I've been very critical of Lions for his entire tenure. Not only in the LTA and the LCS, but also when he was in the LLA. I never thought he was that good, but he's like actually playing well this game. I've liked pretty much everything he's done.
Castle right there is just able to do Eclipse and Bessa things where the shields
Summonary J4, yep, that was the tech. You go Summonary on Jarvan, you drop the flag down, and then because of the way that the Airy Fox works, you proc the shield on Airy for your ally like 3 or 4 times, because the flag existing counts as an attack speed buff.
TP answer, Darkwings is there, trying to get damage on the Call Me as Rahel and Huhi are even nearby. But Call Me will make it to safety for now. Sentinels, do they want to put
Oh!
Not gonna find it.
Real ones will remember full AD Nico top. That was like the Shy in like 2019, right? Was when that was happening.
With absolutely nothing. The overall map pressure still looked like it was in the favor of Sentinels, but they expended so much on that play, and now DSG are the first ones back on the map, so Calmy able to get a free wave top. And
what do you think was the most fraudulent Worlds run?
Ooh, another close game, Jab. Game number 1, DSG
fraudulent.
came in the lead. Sentinels were able to equalize it. It was a banger. And this time around, Sentinels, they still have the turret.
I don't know. That's a very weird word because I tend to think that teams who win Worlds deserved it. Like, I was just talking about how I think that Taipei Assassins was not actually the best team in the world in Season 2 and only won World Season 2 because of the format and like the teams that were there. But I wouldn't say that Taipei Assassins was a fraudulent winner. Like, they deserved that win. They played really well at that tournament, like, given the circumstances. Like, do I think that there are any fraudulent winners, actually?
They have more hard engage, and also this game they're playing well together in terms of creating numbers advantages, so they can just kind of go all in on these plays, dump all their cooldowns, and secure kills. And that's the 3rd time they've been able to punish Darkwings this game.
Calmy's having a fantastic performance on this Aurora. Kizno's having a fantastic performance on the Wukong. Castle's dancing on him.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Kizno, man. Coming in, short-term substitution right here. Had a pretty solid early game on the Panther.
I think I'm actually okay with every single Worlds winner.
Help get his 80 carry super fed.
Like, I was thinking about, I think I'm like actually fine with every Worlds winner.
2 kills, good objective control.
Like, I'm not gonna try to claim that, like, T1's world wins were fraudulent just because T1 wasn't a good team for some of those, like, summer splits and stuff, because, like, T1 deserved those wins because they ramped up really hard at Worlds. Like, the players on their team made really big plays, so I could never call them, like, fraudulent wins, you know? Like, I don't think that Faker was supposed to be the best mid laner heading into Worlds 2025, but he just was, so, it's like, gotta respect it, you know?
That experience right now with a big lead in the mid lane, but Darkwing still trying his best to find something on the castle there.
Yeah, and even though Darkwings, wow, look at that road he's taken. Another KT roster.
Yeah, there's so many. We're just collecting them at this point. There's actually a really funny web between Castle, Calmy.
I guess if I like had to pick one that I feel maybe like a little bit weird about, I'm still kind of shell shocked that T1 won Worlds in 2024. I did not think they were going to do it that year.
Shout out Leaguepedia.
Like 23, sure. 25, sure. 24, I did not think they had it. But
really trying his best here in game 2.
They won anyway.
A lot of resources going towards him. Going to be hitting.
Heard sophisticated fighting the videos. Are you Trials Enjoyer? Do you just like the song? Unfortunately, I've never played the game. I'm just an OST merchant. I'm sorry. I don't actually play very many games, but I do like watch a lot of games. Like, I watch people play a lot of games.
Castle fancies himself a 1v1, has a level up over Darkwings. Petrifying Gaze available. He's gonna have to play it correctly though. Throws out his
Ooh, okay, Castle.
Castle with the sidestep and the
Dude, Darkwings has kind of been getting shat on this entire game.
Nice movement there from
Wouldn't say fraudulent, but 2021 was super weird because you have certain players playing from quarantine and shit. Yeah, but like EDG versus Dom1 Grand Finals was like a really good series. And I think that both EDG and Dom1 played really well to get to that point. So
until Lucian arrives. So it's really going to be on Lucian to try and carry this game.
Like, I'm okay with 2021.
Castle's going to win both side lanes. Yeah. Makes the game super interesting that Sentinels is always getting pushed mid, but then Castle kind of beats everyone inside, at least at this stage in the game.
Castle having a great performance here in game 2. 1-0-1 with a bit
Albus
of a
Nox in quarters, yeah. Albus Nox Luna beating Roxanne in groups was fucking crazy.
And they will push DSG back. Darkwing's big damage. He's got home guards there, plus the boots finish, but
however, Albus Nox making it to quarters did create the most fraudulent semifinals run we've ever seen, which is H2K.
Has to flash away. Kizno trying to get the safety, but Rahel's coming in. The walls are closing in.
Or wait, was that H2K? I think it was H2K, right? Maybe I'm just like talking out of my ass. Let me double check that.
It's traded back. Jungler for jungler. Lions now trying to keep Castle alive. Another sidestep with the Petrifying Gaze. Darkwing just can't land them. Calmy's now joined in on the fight. The solo laners.
Holy, this team fight is fucking wild.
Double kill to Rahel. He just cannot go down.
Oh, Castle's actually like his movement is really good this game.
These fights are crazy.
Let me see. Yeah, it was H2K. Yeah, the H2K semifinals run is like probably the most fraudulent semifinals run ever.
Channeling bot lane and say, our time is now, we're gonna fight. And they just send it all the way on to Wukong. You can see Rahel zoning off Lions, goes pretty deep on the middle of the map here, but then if Castle lands that first Ambessa ult on a Darkwings, I think it's a different story.
Yeah.
He's a little slow on this approach, so they take their time.
Darkwing's W is very weird. He like shortcasted it in front of him, so it didn't actually cover the entire choke.
It's extremely crazy. Yunara on the backside falls to Rahel, just getting a couple of crits. And then at the very end here, Rahel rejoins it. And this is everyone's face watching this fight. So I can't believe what's happening.
Castle's kind of nasty with it. Dude, Castle is such a funny player. There are some games where he's just like the greatest top laner in the world, and then there are other games where he's running it down. I feel like you never know how good Castle's going to be.
With a sliver of a health bar, sticking around for much longer than I would have
Wasn't
expected.
paying attention, but who would be your S GOAT? What does that mean?
About where it was. DSG have a lead. They have 3 dragons now, plus the grub, so they are still in
Second greatest?
advantaged position. Sentinels will get their 4th turret, though. That's really the only metric
Second
that they're
greatest,
ahead
yeah.
in. Maybe they're ahead in finding picks. Now Alliance gets safety.
Yeah. Dragon going over to
I
DSG
think
in the aftermath of that fight.
I'm getting to a point where I'm considering
The
Keria.
edge is also really big for Rahel, because at this point
I'll tell you
now,
this,
if
for a
gets
really long time it was Rookie. Like for a very long time it was Rookie. Then only just recently did I put Chovy above Rookie on my mid lane list.
So he's got to play extremely well, but he's down both Flash and Barrier.
But I think that like there were also times in my life where I considered Uzi being the second greatest of all time.
Because he can't answer with Flash. So
And I think nowadays you would have to pick probably Chovy, Ruler, or Keria. I think it'd be one of those 3.
He will have that flash by the time Dragon is up. We have 4 minutes. Yeah, he should have that flash in no time. So DSG, I mean, if they can force the issue, go for the Baron buff right now. Sentinels, they don't have their Gwen with them. TP could come up. And Castle's pushing another wave here.
No, Knight shout out? Nah. I have Knight 4th all time on my mid list.
Finds the pop on Ahui. Castle getting kited by Rahel, who will stay alive. The Lucian just won't go down. Hambot throws his life away. Kizno will be traded. It's jungler for jungler.
Figured it out. Poby is second. True.
A little ahead, but with Rahel down a health bar, they have to back off.
Who is your jungle goat? Canyon.
Ambessa trying to carry the game there, but he had a Maw and Mercury.
I will say though, I think that 2025, unironically,
ends up barely losing that
negatively impacted Canyon's reputation for me. Like, even though Gen G won LCK Split 2 and Split 3 and MSI, I think that I have a lower opinion of Canyon now than I did at the start of 2025. He's still my jungle goat though. Top goat discussion is kind of tough? I don't think so. I have Keen. I have Keen, and anytime people doubt my Keen placement, I follow it up by telling them that I've had Keen as my #1 top laner since 2021. So before Keen ever left the Freak of Freaks, I already had him as the greatest top laner of all time.
Oh, now they might just be able to capitalize again. Still no flash on Rahel, and that's a little more damage from Call Me than we saw from Castle. Absolutely bursted down. Call Me putting the game on his shoulders.
Storm Surge has procced, and it's completely one-shot Rahel, who's going full damage, no MR.
Because I have a greatest players of all time spreadsheet, actually, and I update it after every split, and I made it in 2021, and Keen was #1 when I made it back then, and he is still #1 now, and he has never moved from that spot. And every single year, he keeps on building his case to be there even more. Like, alright, let's see this Baron situation. Let's see if Impact's got enough damage to carry this. Okay, Darkwings lands his first ult of the game. And it's actually a pretty big one. Dude, Darkwings W is fucking cooking them, by the way. I guess they just can't win anyway, though. Gwen looks incredibly broken. I'm saying, Gwen is so strong right now. I think that Gwen jungle is extremely powerful. Like, I feel like if the meta was actually updated, we would be seeing a lot of Gwen jungle being early picked. We'd be seeing a lot of Diana. We would be seeing like some Lilia, more Mundo. I think AP junglers are actually in a really good spot right now. The moment Keen wins the Worlds, he becomes the undisputed top GOAT. I still think that he became the top GOAT 4 years ago, when he was on like a 6th place team. Like, it's not Keen's fault that he is simply just better than everybody else. It also doesn't hurt that I think that top lane is the most underwhelming role all time. Like, I think that supports tend to be the worst players, but the best supports of all time have significantly more longevity than the best top laners of all time. There are like, if you actually take a look at the top lane list, there are almost no top laners that have any reasonable amount of longevity. Because like, think about who people have at the top of their top lane lists. Like, people have players like Smeb and The Shy. Like, these are players whose careers were not very long. Or like whose dominant careers were not very long.
He's looking to get onto the Lucian. He takes a blast cone away. Rahel doesn't have the damage anymore. And now DSG can clean up the rest of the members. The Lucian flew out of the fire.
Nagri is actually not even in my top 10 anymore. Nagri is my 11th best top laner of all time. He was in my top 10 and I removed him literally this split. Flandre is up there? For sure, yeah. I think I have Flandre like somewhere between maybe like 8 and 10. I don't remember where I put him exactly, but he's somewhere in there.
20,000 health, so they can't burst it quickly. And who he just instantly gets deleted. Rahel on the outside here gets blasted away by the super blast cone and tries his best to carry this fight.
Not saying he isn't right now, but if he gets a Worlds win, it pretty much becomes unarguable. I just don't know who you're picking over Keen.
In the aftermath of this fight, which is going to make it even more
like, I think Keen was the best top laner in the world in both 2021 and 2022.
It was supposed to be Kryra. They couldn't get him in time.
And 2023.
I know a guy. And what a showing from
and 2025, and maybe 2024. Actually, yeah. Wait, no, that's actually crazy. Now that I'm saying it out loud, that's even like crazier than I have in my head. Like, I think you can make an argument that Zeus was the best top laner in the world in 2021? No, 2022. I think you can make an argument that Zeus was the best in 22, and then you can make an argument that Bin was the best in 24, but like, you could also just say that Keen was the best for 5 years straight, and you wouldn't be wrong.
So if he gets chunked, try and heal back up, but it's not poke he's got to deal with, it's burst, and here comes the burst. The ultimate from Abessa misses. Calmy can't get the damage. Rahel is alive.
Wait, Lucian's actually pumping in this fight.
Rahel's knocked up, but there's just no damage.
Maybe it's playable?
And now that's GA from Kizno. Impact.
Dude, there's no way the Sentinels find a way to win both of these games, right? I refuse to believe that.
Shut down to Impact.
Bin was best player in the world in 2024.
This is a really good series. Yeah. These fights are just absolutely non-stop, and they're all about the outplay. So Rahel is able to avoid this version of the full send, where it didn't even look like Calmy landed anything. It almost like he didn't take damage.
Yeah.
He also early barriered, so... And the Mikhails also was used at some point in this fight from Huhi, so Rahel he played that beautifully.
Castle also has not been able to land
these I think you could actually maybe still say Chovy for 24, because he was really good for like 3/4 of the year.
Baron's still alive, so Sentinels are just redeploying, and they're going to try and take this 5v4.
And I also, like, if somebody said that they thought that Knight was the best player on 24 BLG, I wouldn't complain about that either. I know this sounds crazy, but Faker is low-key the best player right now. No.
4 minutes until Elder.
I think Faker was the best player at Worlds. I had Faker as my Worlds MVP, best mid laner at Worlds, best player at Worlds. But best player in the world right now? I'm going to say no.
Gwen's a great user of it, and on 3.5 items, if they don't catch impact as well as Rahel, then they could still be in for
the guy is winning lane nowadays. Faker can win lanes. He just, like, Faker's mechanics are still good. He just, like, randomly makes really weird decisions in lane phase sometimes that loses him the entire lane. Alright, well, we're here for the full 3 games. I think I said maybe like, I think I talked about this game for maybe like 2 minutes total. But it looks like we're heading to a game 3.
To run down mid lane and get a lot, but I think Baron is the correct call here. With Soul
Yeah, Castle played really well. Kisno looks good. Darkwing's kind of had a stinker. Rahel had a little bit of a stinker too.
By this point in game 1, they had 2. Now it's their first one because of how much Sentinels has made them work for it. But with a 4,000 gold lead and team fights like this, DSG might just be able to pull it off.
Yeah. Right there,
Who is the best right now?
And that's when everyone flies in. This time Lions combo, so there's no way of dodging. You can see damage from impact right afterwards.
Who would be the players that you could consider right now? I think you could make an argument for pretty much every player on Gen G not named Canyon.
So even around this
if you wanted to.
Fight, you won't have flash on your big engage, you won't
like
have
Gen G has looked insanely good so far. So
mage mid laner. Sentinel's job is only going to get harder here as DSG will use this Baron to push in some waves. Big damage there.
I think that Gala has been playing really well so far. I don't know if I would say that Gala is the best player in the world, but I think that Gala's been playing really well so far.
DSG will back off as they only have a cannon minion.
I mean, Sajet is really not behind anymore at this stage in the game. You can see
thoughts on Peanut. I believe I have Peanut second all time on my jungle list. I think I moved him up to second. I think that both Tarzan and Owner will retire above Peanut though. And in fact, I think they're really close. Like, I think if Owner and Tarzan have like one more good year, they'd both be above him.
Impact has to flash to safety as Nami will cover the retreat. DSG have multiple
Still too early to call who's the best. I mean, I think it's fine to like speculate, you know? Like, I think it's fair to say that based on the very limited sample size that we have, it seems like Gen G is the best team in the world. I think it's fine to say that. Think Owner's already passed him? Nah, I mean, I think Owner's too new. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have Tarzan above Owner on my list. Let me double check. Maybe I might be lying. Let me see.
Yeah, they got pieces. They got pieces of a lot of old teams for a new team. But just looking at this game, I wonder.
Yeah, I have Tarzan above Owner on my list. I have Tarzan 3, Owner 4.
Through experience and late game team fighting, it looks like they're in a bigger deficit now. As DSG is just trying to take control.
Do you value peak or longevity more? So the way that I kind of do it in my head is that I rank how good, and like I don't have this like listed down anywhere. It's more just like vibes. But what I do in my head is that I'll rank how good I thought the top laners were compared to the rest of the top laners. Like I'm just using top lane example. Like I'll like say, how good was this top laner compared to every other top laner in the world for that split? So, for example, if I'm thinking about Flandre, in split 3 of 2025, I thought he was like a top 3, top 2, top 3 top laner in the world, and then I thought at Worlds 2025 he was the best top laner. So, I don't think about it in terms of like, AL made a quarterfinals exit. Like that's not how I think about it. Like I don't give more weight to Doran and Perfect making it to finals than I do, or like Keen making it to semifinals over Flandre only making it to quarters, because in my opinion Flandre was the best performing top laner at Worlds 2025. So when I'm thinking about like my greatest of all time list, I have Flandre in my head as best at Worlds 2025, and so that's like what I'm thinking about. And then so it's like, based on that listing that I have in my head of like who was the best performing player in X role for each split, I'll then like figure out how good I had them in all of the splits that they played, and then I'll just like, and then after that I just rank them based on vibes. So I have no idea. Why do you think China's looking so weak compared to Korea nowadays? You want my genuine opinion? I think the reason why China looks so much worse than Korea is because China used to have an incredibly elite mid lane pool. Like if you think back to the years that, like for example, from like 2020 to 2023, I think if you thought about LPL mid laners, the LPL mid laners were really terrifying. Like, Rookie was playing insane, Doonby was insane, Scout was insane, Knight was insane. So, like, you have these really scary mid laners who are all the best mid laners in the region. If you think about LPL in 2025, Scout was having a down year, Rookie's kind of falling off, Doonby was jailed on a bad team and he might not play again. Knight was obviously still good, but like if you think about the top 3 mid laners in LPL now, it's probably like Knight, Shanks, and Cream. And I don't think that Shanks and Cream are anywhere near the level that like the top 5 mid laners in LPL were at 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So, like, in my opinion, I think that's one of the issues, is that there's just like a gaping hole in the mid lane where LPL's new generation of mid laners are just not keeping up with LCK. I think the other thing is that LCK just produces significantly better supports. I think that the LPL support pool is pretty lacking. Like, especially, like, On has been having, On had a really down 2025, Missing had a pretty bad 2025, so, like, the supports from LPL that were keeping up with the LCK didn't have good years, and the rest of the supports in the LPL just aren't that good. And then you compare it to the LCK supports, and it's like, I think Keria, Delight, Duro, and Lehens are all better than pretty much every single Chinese support player, and then the only support in the LPL who I think is actually contesting those players is Kael, who came from the LCK. So it's like the LCK just has way better support players, they produce way better support players, and I think that the LPL's mid laners are not keeping up with the LCK anymore. So like those two roles, it's the gap is way too big.
The fight shouldn't be this close for how great of a setup that you had, and especially walking into a Cassiopeia, a Gwen that's just throwing ultis at you.
Let's see, is Diamond Prox in your jungle list? Yes. Diamond Prox is in my jungle list.
So in the end, yes, they win the fight.
Diamond Prox is 7th on my jungle list.
So you're gonna basically lose it in the next round. But
Vampire unironically didn't look bad. Yeah, Vampire's looked really good. He was really good in 2025, and he's been playing well so far. But I think that if Vampire is like a top 3 support in your region, that's like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. We can't be having Vampire top 3 support in the region and then thinking that our supports can keep up with the LCK.
This is just like criticism overall.
Thoughts on Jue? I've never been as high on Jue as everybody else is, but, you know, he's got an entire year to prove me wrong. I think that this IG team should be, like, top 5, top 6, so. What did Diamond Prox do back in the day? So, the first thing I would say is, again, I would remind everybody that the 2012 year was significantly longer than any of the years that we have now. That in 2012, teams played way more games. So even though you could say that Diamond Prox was like only dominant for 1 year or whatever, you really have to think of it that Diamond Prox was dominant for the equivalent stretch of like 3 seasons nowadays. So Diamond Prox in 2012 was probably the best jungler in the world, and the way that he did it was that he essentially invented lane priority. Like Moscow 5 invented the concept of pushing out a lane for tempo. That concept did not exist before that team was around. Like teams would just be content to kind of like sit back and farm waves and then just like play only in lanes for really large portions of the game, and then they would just pick like scaling comps and then try to beat you in teamfights later. Moscow 5 was a team that would pick aggressive lanes that would push out, and then Diamond Prox would use the push from his lanes to like aggressively invade and like try to get advantages from teams early game and mid game and stuff, and that was just not something that existed back then. So essentially, like, you can think of Diamond Prox as like the innovator of modern League of Legends is what I'd say. He's the person who had the most influence on how League of Legends is played today as we know it. And he also happened to be like the best jungler in the world for a year. And that year happened to be the longest, most brutal year in the League of Legends ecosystem in terms of like amount of games played and like tournaments played and stuff.
That's one where it's like, to me, that's the inexperience. You know, it's getting a little bit greedy when the other team recognized.
Wasn't Diamond Fox the first to really counter jungle? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that sounds right.
This man is ready to play in Tier 1. He is doing a very great job, I feel like, on stage today.
Sounds like jungle Jesus, basically, yeah.
Who the standout player is going to be.
And then the only knock about Diamond Fox is that he kept on playing after 2012, and it was just never the same. Like he played on Gambit for a couple years, wasn't really that good. He played like in the LCS briefly, I think. It wasn't great. He's now like playing in Tier 2 and he's not amazing. So it's like you can really only say that he was in like that insane peak form for that 1 year. Yeah, that's about it. And then the other knock against Moscow 5 is that they really should have been in position to win Season 2 Worlds and IPL 5, and they just couldn't get it across the finish line. You could call it chokers. You could say that they choked, I guess. Do you have Clear Love in your list? Yes, I have him in 6th, right above Diamond Fox.
But I like when you see young players or new players to a league come out.
Once they became Gambit, they fell off. Yeah, well, they were also like involved in a scandal or something with like their owners.
The way you want to play, right? And you need to have the confidence to be able to do that.
100%. Because I felt like
wouldn't a real Hall of Legends start with people like Diamond Fox and Expeke? My take has always been that I think that if the Hall of Legends worked the way that a Hall of Fame actually works, that the first person that you induct is Dade.
Cleaning it up from game 1 to game 3. Thank God we have a best of 3s for this one.
Yeah, and SEN select first pick, and DSG.
And then after that, maybe you can induct like, I don't know, Mad Life.
The incredible global trend. We are not breaking it here today.
Is Mad Life in your top 5 sports? Yeah, he's 5th.
Based on what they've seen, because I've been really
He barely made the cut.
By how
DSG has been better.
Yeah, DSG. Are you flipping?
No, but I still think they've been better.
Raz is thinking about it.
Who? Dade?
The hell with it. Fine, I'm flipping. I don't have.
Dade was a mid laner. He's a mid laner who's an old man who played when Korea like first got access to League. He was one of the best mid laners in Korea.
We'll see if Raz's flip-flopping pays off as we see who closes out this second series.
I think the issue with the Hall of Legends is that it's such a transparent cash grab to induct Faker while he's still playing. I'm personally of the opinion that I think that Faker should not have been inducted, but I also don't have a huge problem with it. Like, I think if your argument is like, who else would you induct first because Faker's Faker, then like, sure, I guess, it's fine. But I personally think that Hall of Fame should... I think that the purpose of a Hall of Fame is to remember the people who were great and are no longer in the game, and people who are playing do not count for that, because we don't have to remember them because they're still playing. Did Dade fall off after Korean Exodus? I'm pretty sure Dade retired after Korean Exodus. Dade's career was not very long. Maybe he played like one more year, but let me check. Oh, Dade was part of the Korean Exodus, bro. Okay. Yeah, he played in... Yeah, he was in OGN for Season 2 through Season 4, and then he went to LPL for 2 years and then retired, it looks like. Who else are in your top 5 supports? Keria, Mako, Lehens, Mata, Mad Life. That's my top 5. Did any other Samsung Blue or Samsung White go to the LPL? Deft did. Deft went to the LPL. And I guess technically you could say that Hom went to the LPL as well, because he went as a coach. By the way, my favorite roster of all time is this roster. 2013 Champion Spring MVP Ozone. Hom, Dandy, Dade, Imp, Mata. That's my favorite roster of all time. I wish they won Worlds. I wish so badly they had won Worlds. I'm so sad that they didn't. What's your top 15 junglers list? I can't give you 15. Well, maybe I can give you 15, but the last 5 won't be in order. Okay, my top 10 junglers is Canyon, Peanut, Tarzan, Owner, Dandy, Clear Love, Diamond Proc, Score, Bengi, Kanavi. And who else would I put in that list? Who's like right outside of that list? Karsa, Tien maybe. Maybe like Shun and Kuz? I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Yankos could maybe be in there too.
And welcome back to game number 3 between Sentinels and Disguised. An even series for day 1 of the return of LCS for both of these teams. Sentinels first.
I mean, I think that the best players on G2, when G2 were insanely dominant, were Caps, Perks, and Mickey.
These first 2 games have been absolutely
Is Caps in your top 10? Nope.
And Sentinels has got to be reeling.
Actually, wait, yes he is. Never mind, he's 10th. I didn't even remember.
In such weird fashion of being down kind of the whole time
and the GOAT Udapon. Udapon is the greatest AD carry of all time.
Snap back to reality and put the other team in the dirt. But the opposite.
Give me Udapon over Ruler and Uzi and Deft and Viper any day of the week.
DSG, and it was a different way they
Closest European in any list is probably Caps and Mid. Nope, it's Diamond Procs and Jungle.
With all the gold. This time, Call Me had a breakout performance in the mid lane.
I do think that Caps is a better player all time than Diamond Procs, by the way. Like, even though I have Caps 10th on my mid list and Diamond Procs 7th on my jungle list, and I also have Mickey 7th on my support list, I think that Caps is the best Western player of all time, and it just so happens that mid list is fucking stacked. Like, mid laners are super stacked.
Now what else is he able to play? I don't think Timo, sorry to be honest,
Could Mickey and Ming get in the top 5? Actually, funny you say that. I have Ming 6 and Mickey 7.
That today after they got here. I will say, I think.
Hello, BLG Viper. I'm here. Who's better than me? I currently have Viper 3rd on my list. I have Ruler and Uzi above you, but I have you above Deft, so you can be happy about that.
The Syndra bans didn't come through until the 4-5, so I think just making sure that he gets.
Do you have Prey and Gorilla in your lists? Yes, I have Gorilla 10th and Prey 6th.
And only Oriana's been banned. They banned the Rise on their side. But we see here that the mid lane pool is much.
So offended over the Yanko shade. Hey, top 16 junglers all time is not bad.
Maybe.
Is that a Nivea?
Sure. Why not?
Like, okay, maybe you could have Yankos over. Like, okay, I would say this: if you really wanted Yankos in
bring them all out. Can we get a 3rd bird
12th?
For the best of 5s, of course.
In 12th, I would be okay with that.
Well, no, I'm saying design team. We need to, I think, make a new one.
But I think you have to put Karsa and Kuz over him. 12th is the highest I would ever put Yankos. Unless Kanavi is terrible for this entire year, in which case Kanavi can drop out of the top 10 and we can put Yankos 11th. Is Khan in your top list? Yeah, he's 8th. What did you think of CB LOL today? I haven't watched it. While CB LOL was playing, I was coaching a team, so I couldn't watch it. Do you have Faker on your list? Nope. Dude, Faker's such an overrated player, bro. Not even top 20 mid laner of all time. Come on.
Aside from his first gank on Kiana, that was great. Since then,
is the coaching going well? I think so, yeah. We won our first official match today. Well, it wasn't a Prime League match, but we're playing in CWL, which is like an open circuit European tournament, and we 2-0'd in our first series today, so gotta be happy about that. Can we not just go Malphite this game, by the way? I'm looking at my screen and Malphite is not banned, and Sentinel's just locked in Aphelios Victor. How is Malphite not like uber turbo here?
But for now, I'm just gonna tell people that we got a really cool fan that always comes.
Jarvan the 4th license plate to watch Jarvan the 4th, and as expected, Victor just picked
like that just seems like a complete oversight. I feel like these are the perfect champions to pick Malphite into.
They blind picked the Aphelios for Rahel. I mentioned
the greatest team to not win Worlds, 2018 KT.
Even if they weren't super meta.
Or 2023 JDG.
Sentinels is going late game here with those first 3 picks.
INTZ 2016, true. I mean, I think that if you're gonna say greatest team to not win Worlds, you have to go with the 2018 team, almost. Like, you can either go 2018 KT or 2018 RNG, whichever one you want.
Mage that, yes, can get some shielding, can slow you down a little bit, but Akali, if you're able to outplay, can still give Victor a lot of problems. Now it's about the bot lane. DSG
Fnatic 2018. True, we can just pretend like Fnatic wouldn't get destroyed in a series against any of those 3 teams that I just mentioned.
So, gives him a little bit of extra mobility, and then Aphelios Thresh is a very strong 2v2 lane. So they're just trying to
2025 Dion Freaks.
with the Aphelios so far.
Yeah, bro. V3 from the LJL when they lost 34 games in a row. That's the greatest team of all time. 2026 Bark is the best team to not win Worlds yet. True. How soon could we actually do it, by the way?
200 years times
So we would have to promote to Division 3 this split, Division 2 in spring, and then Division 1 in summer. So the first time that we could even have an opportunity would be like 2027 Split 2 if we got franchised by an LEC team because we blasted EU Masters in 2027 Split 1. Which is never happening, by the way. My team is not good enough for that. No flame or anything, but...
Bard sometimes can be a little squishier.
World's predictions. Okay, it's a little bit early for that. I guess I'll say by the end of Split 3, I think we will be looking at Gen G, T1, and BLG. And then I think your dark horses would be like AL, JDG, and DK maybe.
Isn't necessarily there for Rahel. I do really like what DSG has done.
And then, yeah, obviously Los Grandes is going to win Worlds. Dudu is going to win Finals MVP after locking in Tristana and duo-killing Ruler 8 times in lane phase.
Yeah, Impact, Mordekaiser versus Sion. What's interesting here is, at least historically, little known fact about Impact, he really cared about the opponent's support champion when he'd pick Mordekaiser as well. He loved it into Nautilus specifically.
First time being here was a great time, but EU time zone diff. Yeah, it's usually pretty hard to watch LCS in EU.
I don't really feel like there's a champ in this game that he'll be able to ult and easily kill. So it's not
Duduler, #1 ADC all time.
But I think he just wants it
I think we need to give him some time. Give him like 2 years, and then he'll be the best ADC of all time. Come on, you got to be realistic, right? Give him like 4 splits, and he's got it.
It could just be about that.
Have Been and On picked up the pace a bit? They actually have, yeah. I think so. I mean, that said, I did not watch BLG lose to JDG, so maybe they were both terrible in that series. But the series that I have watched from them, it seems like BLG are kind of figuring their shit out, and I think they'll be good.
Blue side draft so far here. I think red side's going to come down much more to execution as the coaches go. Give one final fist bump of the
What do you think of the drafts? I'm going to be completely honest, I was not paying attention. I looked at first 3, and I was like, this guy should pick Malphite, and then they didn't, and then I checked out. Let me take a look at what they actually have. Let me actually do my job. Also, I forgot to run ads. Let me do my job and actually like think about the game that's on the screen in front of me. Can't wait for Poro to get picked up by a tier 2 team. I don't think it's like impossible. I mean, it's probably impossible this year, but I don't think it's like out of the question. Like 2 or 3 years from now. How many series are they doing per day? 2. Okay, let's look at this draft. I'll just go through this one at a time. I think that Mordekaiser claps the shit out of Sion. Enemy team is like playing a soft dive comp into Victor Aphelios, which are usually pretty durable champions that are hard to dive, but Bard has a lot of value this game. I think that Sivir Bard should win the lane against Aphelios. Rel, I don't know how I feel about Bard having Spellbook though, but I think they should win the bot lane anyway.
In both the first and the second game, so I wonder if we're going to see a little bit more aggression out of Rahel Huhi with this Aphelios and Rel.
Yeah, last game they were able to get the CS advantage on Lucian, but the dives didn't
I
really
would
work
rather
out
be
for them, so
right side
we'll
comp.
see if this time around
I think that a lot of left side comp's value is dependent on how much value Bard gets out of this game. Like if Bard can win lane and if Bard can land valuable ults, but for the most part, I think that Victor and Aphelios, in terms of immobile champions, Victor and Aphelios are both extremely resilient against dives. They're both very good at being played into. And I don't think that Disguised have enough tools to get on top of them. Like, I think Xin Zhao, not super useful this game. I think that the Sion will end up jailed on side lane against the Mordekaiser, so he will find it hard to group with his team. So he's not really necessarily going to be engaged either, and I think if you're like solo diving on those champions with an Akali, I don't know if you're going to find value or get kills.
I don't even know which interesting record. That's a great stat.
Just wait for velocity to come back and shatter it.
Los Poro, holy fucking shit, bro. Do you know how badly I would love to coach Los Grandes, if not for the like giga language barrier.
Phoenix won. Again, they've been fantastic so far, great content, and they are coaching
Los
as well.
Poros,
We did
yeah.
hear earlier, the CEO with Double Lift and Tarek are actually watching along with us, so they watched
Xinjiao only got a match
win,
J4.
game
Yeah,
loss.
but the problem is that I think that Xinjiao's kind of homeless this game later on.
Victory here today, as the early reset came in from Rahel and Huhi.
Like I don't see what he can do to
Yeah, pretty important to win any of these games.
actually
Swiss, the
ever
way this
threaten
format
Victor and
works is
Aphelios.
just a best of 3 Swiss that started with a random draw. So the winner of this
Think
series
they speak
win
English,
counts
really?
for exactly as much as the winner of the C9 TL series. They're both just going to be the 1-0 teams, so they'll go to the upper bracket essentially versus the lower bracket.
No way to tell which team's better between you know, C9 or the winner of this.
If it doesn't put a Kali ahead, it's useless. Yeah, but like Jarvan clears really fast these days. I don't think that Jarvan is like Jarvan's going to be super ahead of tempo on Xinjiao for the most part.
Both of these junglers,
I think Xinjiao can only get a Kali ahead if Jarvan is kind of asleep at the wheel.
early game, go for these early ganks. As the Xinjiao, oh, actually, Lions does spot out Hambach right there. And we have a flank from Kizno. He's coming all the way around. Hambach will commit to the engage.
They showed comms during the Los Loud game. Were they speaking English?
Rahel does not quite have the damage.
Well, shit, bro. 2027, sign me up.
Looking for the flank onto Rahel. Huhi and Hambach are split off. The wave is pushing them away. So
Man, Rahel has been...
gift the kill to Sajed.
Rahel has struggled in all 3 early games today.
That could not have gone any better for DSG. The struggle continues for Hambach in these early
Here, let's wait and
games.
see if I can help my team promote divisions in Prime League. Then maybe we can start talking about
time for Kizno to move around, and then when the gank doesn't work,
offers in bigger regions.
Sentinels is so overextended, and then great discipline as well to save the kill for the Sivir.
Yep, I understand the idea. They got Lions so
But I think if Los Grandes reached out to me today and was like, "Do you want to coach our team?" I would just tell them that I'm not qualified and move on.
BF sword first back. We saw Rahel go for the early back with the Cole. I'd say there's a slight stats differential in the 80 carry.
It's okay, mate. There's people at LEC who have never won anything.
But it's an
Nice.
interesting juxtaposition because Rahel hadn't really been going call.
Is this your first time coaching? It's my first time coaching a team with any actual weight behind
He's
it.
probably gonna get like 400 CS this game, so he could still buy it later. And the BF sword is gonna
Young
give
Tall Sivir is Chad. Yeah, I think that if you can get away with BF sword base, you should always do it on Sivir. And you only go the Essence Reaver Flicker Blades build if you're like broke and all of your resets are bad.
And this is a pick that expecting to win this lane, as only about evened it out though, as they both will go for their first resets.
Did Grabs play League at a high level? I mean, I don't really think it matters if you... It's definitely beneficial if you play League at a high level, because then like you can have a better fundamental understanding of like why certain matchups are winning, or like you can like do productive like matchup practice with your players or stuff like that. But I mean, I think that there's a lot of things you can do as a coach just by having a high understanding of the game, even if you're not that good at playing the game. Who are you coaching? I'm coaching a Prime League Division 4 team named Spark.
Sajed and Lions have been the same or bested Rahel and Huhi, which a complete rookie.
And
Lions did not have
if you're unfamiliar with Prime League is one of the teams in the ERL circuit.
He's very experienced.
Or not teams, one of the regions in the ERL circuit. It's the DAX region, so like Germany, Austria, and then like one other country that I forget. I'm not updated on my DAX lore. I forget all the countries that are in there. Yo, Rahel's got the blue-white rotation that I hate.
Well, actually kind of tough to gank. The move speed buff can make it tricky to land those skill shots, but now Hambach sees a top lane
Switzerland?
that's
Okay.
under half health. Not going to commit to it, though. Impact had used the Shadow Realm earlier, so Castle, that's where a lot of his health bar went, and he will just wisely back off.
Yep, looking for some fruit in the river. Gonna be
But yeah, here, you guys can,
freely
real quick, this is our group. We are flagged as a Europe team, and then every other team in our group are all Germany. So, yep.
And Darkwing's probably had to respect.
If you promote enough, you can face Agron. Oh, is that the region that he's in?
This is
What ranks are the players approximately? Low to mid masters, I would say. I think everybody peaked somewhere around like anywhere from 300 to 600 LP.
It took them half a year to kind of find a formula that worked with Darkwings and Rahel. Then they lost them right away. I was like, oh man, is it just going to be this like
working to watch our team's games? When I know the official schedules, I'll post stuff about it on like Twitter and YouTube and Discord and stuff, but I don't know the exact schedules yet. For now, I'm streaming some of our scrims on Twitch and YouTube, so the scrim VODs exist on both.
But I mean, this is a great substitute to start off. I think Kizno was
I think we should give the blue-white gun combo a nickname at this point.
on Pantheon, but since then has really picked it up.
Yeah, but just from like an entertainment.
Okay, I have a nickname for it,
The worst team in the league is giving you matchups like this.
but I'm not going to say it out
A lot
loud.
of really entertaining games. So I'm just personally very excited. That
All I will say is that Aiming was the first person to have the rotation, and I will not say anything else.
The Sentinel's jersey off. The camera hasn't come back to us, but he's not currently wearing it. So does that have anything to do with
The Aiming, yeah, that can be the co-stream safe version of the nickname.
cardigan looks great. It's the Dark Wings jersey. I'll bring it back if he's able to win this game.
I mean, you're talking about Dark Wings.
We can come up with another name though. Is there like anything that's blue and white in the real world?
And he also was
That's like
struggling in
stupid.
that last game as well. The Azir was fantastic. Now he could be in some trouble here. Call Me gets a big burst of damage as Arcane Storm will go out. Dark Wings though links up with
Man City.
So Call Me will back off.
No.
The Grubs will still be going over to J4. I've heard very, opinions on if Grubs is low-key broken or if it's completely useless.
No, I'm down to call it the Man City gun rotation. Holy fuck. That's like top tier rage bait.
They're relatively useless against the Sivir, just because the Sivir is going to be able to withstand any super push that you have later in the game anyway, but it's still decent experience.
Also, yeah, Israel gun combo
Like a
works.
solo laner that's really going to be pushing hard. As Impact again uses the Mordekaiser ultimate onto Castle, dodging out on the decimating smash, and Castle's in some trouble.
Sonic gun combo because he runs it down. Yeah, that works too.
Wait for that shield cooldown, pulled back in, and he is alive. Did not have to use a summoner spell.
Just keep clicking away with the Doran shield, with Second Wind, with Spectre's Cow.
Yep.
Damage doesn't come out fast enough yet for Mordekaiser, but you can still see Impact pretty comfortable in this matchup. It's not like Castle's necessarily losing it though, since top lane doesn't do anything but stay in lane. The only things that matter are turret plates, kills, and CS. And currently, Castle is actually not lost.
I mean, like, here's the thing though. We don't actually know if Rahel went the rotation yet, because you end up with white-blue for a singular rotation if you're going green, purple, blue, red, white. So we need to wait to see if Rahel is just defaulting to green, purple, blue, red, white, which is like a playable rotation. He is not inting the entire game if he's doing that. So we have to see. I did see him have red-white, which is a good sign. Yeah, he has red-white right now, so we'll have to see. If he depletes red and he has green, then he depletes white and he has purple, then we are all good.
For that dragon because of Call Me's laning prowess, and now he's 18 CS up over Dark Wings. Doesn't look like that's slowing down anytime soon.
And I think the name of the game for DSG is just keep controlling dragons. They have Scion scaling in the top lane, who's going to be a strong.
I think that like the main way that you would judge coach performance, like apart from results, is you would just talk to the players on the team, right? Like if a team was genuine, like let's say that there was a team who watched my Worlds videos and like watched like my team breakdowns and like my draft video or something, and they were like, wow, we really like this person's read on the game, let's hire them. I think that the thing that they would do is they would probably talk to the players on the team that I'm currently at, right? They would reach out to the 5 players on the team that I'm currently with, and they would ask those players how they think I did or how they think I'm doing.
System are going to perform, but so far very impressed with how Call Me has looked.
Yeah, he's looking solid, especially because this team has been on such limited practice.
Yeah.
I don't think you can fully judge a coach on drafting. It's true that coaches have a tangible influence on drafts, but coaches are also sometimes at the whims of their players. Like, for example, I can call out a couple of champions that my team does not play, and I'm fine with doing that because we've said it on scrims multiple times, so this information is public, but like, my team does not have the ability to play Rumble, and we do not have the ability to play Wukong. Like, those are 2 champions that I would love to pick sometimes, but those are just not champions that my players are comfortable with, so we can't pick them.
pops Ghost himself. Sajed not committing any summoner spells, will only use the ultimate, pop the Happy Bee, say, get out of here. That dragon's going to be ours later. Kizno's back on the map and running straight there.
Yeah, big tempo.
The Wukong is crazy, the champ isn't hard. It's not that the champ is hard. It's not that my jungler is bad at Wukong. It's that my jungler's primary skill set is that he's best on champions where he has the ability to impact the game early, and Wukong is not one of those champions. Like, Wukong is kind of AFK levels 1 through 5, and the thing that my jungler always tells me is that he says that if I was just going to put him on champions like that, then I'd be better off just kicking him and playing with another jungler. That's what he says. He's like, if you want a system jungler who can play champions that like AFK early and can like impact team fights later, then I'm not the best fit for the team, and you should play with somebody else.
Darkwings does have the upgraded laser though, so that will vastly improve Victor's shoving ability. It's going to be much harder for Calmy to actually get that mid lane.
He also doesn't like playing Vi, for example. Similar type of thing. Weaker early, can't really do much levels 1 through 5. Has to play with ult, has to like facilitate team. Same idea. Carry jungler should be able to play system when needed. I guess another thing I should say is that my jungler is willing to play Wukong. If Wukong is like super turbo for the draft and will win us the game, he's down to pick it. It's just that he is better at other champions. Like, we would rather pick like a suboptimal Graves than a Wukong. You know, like if Wukong is like really good in the game and Graves is like playable in the game, my jungler will perform better if we just give him Graves.
Kizno was not close enough to Dragon to just immediately run there. So the immediate thought would be, oh, Sentinels, yeah, they get a kill, but they're punished because they give up another Dragon. They have
doesn't mean that he can't play Wukong, it's just that he has things that he is really good at, so it's more beneficial for the team if we just play for those strengths.
Has to respect a possible dive since they don't have vision on Drake. If he stayed, there's a chance that
the other thing to consider is that, like, if I did want him to play, like, Wukong and Vi and stuff, he would have to learn those champions, right? And if he spends time learning those champions, then that means that that's less time that he will spend on other champions that he's already better at. So it's like, there's no, like, champion pools are very weird like that, where it's like, you have to consider that players only have so many hours in a day to learn shit. So if they happen to be extremely good and extremely natural at one playstyle, it's better to just let them continue to index into that style, in my opinion.
Some mid plates. Interesting to see if they stay up there, because you'd want them to be in mid lane.
Like, for example, I think that the fact that BLG continues to try to force Knight to play Azir is really stupid. I don't think they should do that.
Enough chunk that maybe they feel if they commit people there, they can try and capitalize.
I think that Knight can already play a ridiculous amount of champions at an extremely high level, and I think that they have also devised enough answers for Azir. Like, Knight can play Akali into Azir, and he can play Ziggs into Azir. So he has counterpicks that he and the team are comfortable playing into Azir. So it's not like they have to ban it every game. And he's clearly not good at Azir. He's not a natural Azir player. He never will be. He's been trying for 5 years. He can't do it. I personally think that Knight should stop trying to learn Azir. I think that Knight is hurting the rest of his champion pool by attempting to play Azir.
Plus the ultimate, such high mobility for a champion that otherwise
and I don't care that Azir has been like super meta for all of eternity. I still don't think he should learn it.
Spell shield. As DSG now start up this Herald, they have Sajed walking up from the mid lane. So Sentinels have a couple members here, but they're not immediately pulling the trigger. Now Rahel's coming down red and white on the Aphelios. He's ready with the Moonlight.
You think Genji neutered Canyon? No. I think Canyon kind of neutered himself. Alright, let's take a look at this fight. I feel like Mordekaiser should be like super strong in these fights. I don't know how I feel about the fact that he ulted Sion. Like, that's usually going to be his job in fights, but the situation that the game was in, I actually feel like he would have done better if he ulted a carry and just let his team deal with the Sion.
It's crazy that fight was
I feel like LPL is comparatively really bad to LCK so far. I wouldn't say really bad, but I would agree. I think that LPL is like clearly not as good as LCK so far. Yeah.
Breaks out. It's usually the team that didn't invest in going for the steal, but Lions' Bard ultimate disabling them for so long.
Oh, and Calmy was waiting in the brush, and he capitalizes on Darkwings unawares. Solo kill for Calmy.
Is Easy Hoon still on BLG? I have no idea.
left that fight with almost no health but a red buff, looped around,
But yeah, like Mordekaiser's gonna come in here, and he's kind of immediately going to just like one-shot the Xin Zhao, but I wish that he had held his ult and like waited for Akali to go back in and then ulti Akali. I feel like the fight would have gone better if he had done that instead of just ulting the Scion.
Really get that much done when he flies in here, narrowly finishing off Hombach. But then, like, look at that. They think Calmy's out. They think he's completely out of fight. He's at
One in Victor, do you think Ro is better over Blackfire? I think that one of Victor's biggest strengths in the game is that he is a deceptively hard champion to kill. Like, you would think in theory that in a mobile mage is like a champion that like you could dive or that you could kill, but like Victor's Q, which gives him a shield, the fact that like once you get all of your evos, like all of your abilities flow, the W gravity field is deceptively big, his ult comes with a mini silence, like he has so many tools to outplay dives that I think that Victor is like phenomenal at absorbing engages intentionally. And then like playing off of the engage, like he can like stuff the engage and then play off of it after that. So my personal opinion is that I think that Victor thrives with tankier builds. Like, I like seeing Roa Victor. I just think if you're gonna do it, you need to have like other damage on your team, and they do have damage this game. Like they have Mordekaiser or Aphelios, they don't have a damage problem. So I think that Darkwing's build is correct. Yeah, I think the idea is that when you're playing Victor, you want to play aggressively in their face, and you want to like try to bait Bard and Akali and Xin Zhao to go on you, and then you can like play through the dive with your tanky build, and then it makes the rest of the team fight for the rest of your team so much easier. If your team has a damage problem, then you can definitely go Blackfire, yeah.
I'm really favoring DSG's position right now. It's going to be very hard for Sentinels to get
He has green, blue, purple in the middle. Yeah, I mean, the gun rotation is fine. I've already pointed it out. His gun rotation is, like, acceptable. Depends on what he depletes first. I mean, like, I think he should deplete blue first, personally, but if he depletes purple, it's not bad. Like, both rotations are like, acceptable.
How are they going to set up, retake, and try and get this third Drake?
Also like to highlight anytime new items come in is, oh, the back will finish. Lions on the Bard going for the Bandle Pipes, even with the extra gold added to
What's the ideal rotation these days? In my opinion, the ideal rotation is green, blue, purple, red, white for the until you have 3 items, and then you swap to green, purple, blue, red, white for the rest of the game.
Faster auto attack speed. Really good.
I think that should be every Aphelios player's default rotation. And if a situation comes up where you want to change something, like for very specific conditions in the game, then sure, but I think your default should look something like that.
Interesting. Oh, no, the TP in. It's going to be a late Drake contest. Drake is secured for Sentinels. As Call Me an Impact now 1v1ing. The Bard ult will land as Castle's trying to follow up. Life takes a big chunk. Rahel in some trouble as Kizno diving deep with his top laner. Rahel does die. Impact does not win the 1v1 in the Death Realm. A double kill to Sajed as DSG will win the team fight. Still Dragon picked up by Sentinels. They're able to get 3 members out of there. DSG,
by the way, did you guys know that Aiming's gun rotation, like, I actually, when I went back and looked at it, it was even worse than I thought. Because the guns that Aphelios starts with, at the start of the game, the rotation that he begins the game with, is green, red, purple, blue, white. Aiming's rotation for the first 35 minutes of the game was green, red, purple, blue, white. He literally did not change his rotation from the default rotation. Like, at least the other players who end up with like these weird blue-white rotations are like doing it on purpose. And like they have like a rotation in mind. Aiming literally just did not swap his guns at all. He literally just played the default rotation for 90% of the game.
They just completely annihilate.
What is Rahel's positioning? Yeah, I think that Rahel thought he could maybe position more aggressively because he had blue-red and like he thought he was tankier than he was, but like no.
He's gonna either get them killed or burn a flash every single time.
And we had talked about Lions earlier, saying it's kind of a tough position for a player like him to be in. I mean, he's on the team Lion, his favorite organization in LLA. He name changed to Lions because he wanted to play on that team.
Like Rahel's definitely playing a bad series, but that doesn't change the fact that he's been good for like the last couple of years, last few years. So I'm not going to instantly write him off just because he's sucking for 3 games.
If they win their first match here in 2026, it's going to be onwards and upwards for them. It's always so hard
The
to
Man
judge
City combo,
based
yep.
off the first game here because
Rahel doesn't have it, actually. And aiming's combo was, since it was literally just the default rotation, I don't really mind. I think that the Man City combo is the blue, white, wait, it's the red, blue, white, green, purple rotation. So the other way that you phrase that would be, wait, green, purple, red, blue, white. Yeah, green, purple, red, blue, white. That rotation, that's the Man City rotation.
But it is solid impact. He got a solo kill on Cassante and Renekton. He's got the lead right now in this top lane.
If you ever see a pro player doing that shit, then
how is Darkwings going to develop as a player? One crazy carry performance in game 1, rough performance on the Cassiopeia. This game
Scary Jerry would never use the Israel rotation. True.
Rahel's been the bigger surprise.
Why would you separate red, white? That's what I want to know. I have no idea. But all these pro players love doing it. All of these pro players seem convinced that blue-white is an OP combo, and they're willing to sabotage the rest of their rotation to do it. They're like, I have to go blue-white, but I also have to go red-blue. And it's like, alright, well, if you insist.
I guess there's always two sides of the coin. Tough for Rahel not being able to find these leads so far, but great for Sajed on
Yeah, I have faith that Jeremiah would pull out the proper rotation.
Right there, DSG are fighting for buffs at this point. The next Dragon's in a minute and a half. Baron is still on the table right now. So if they find a pick, they're on the Baron side. They could just look for it, or they can look to find Darkwings, swing and a miss from the Tempered Fate.
I don't even think Darkwings has to flash there, by the way. I feel like Darkwings is underestimating his, like, his durability.
Castle trade summoner spells for Darkwings and no kills.
Like, I think that's exactly where you want to be with Victor. Bard used ult, Scion used ult, entire team is walking at you, but I swear to God, you can never die in that situation. And you just tank the engage, and then your team can try to collapse.
Getting the flash out of Darkwing's Victor makes him a much more vulnerable target.
Colors confuse me. Red is Shuriken and purple is fire. No. Fire is blue.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how Impact wants to play this, as he will pull him back.
Yeah, green is the sniper, red is the lifesteal, purple is the root one, blue is the flamethrower, and then white is the weird shuriken things.
Perfect execution flash away, but shut down regardless. Impact picks up the kill.
That flash looked like Darkwing is playing on 300 ping. Alright.
Drake up in 30 seconds as well, so call me. Able to teleport in about 10 seconds after it spawns. Decent chance Sentinels can control this, but gotta be a little.
You know what makes me sad?
Sivir still 3 full items.
I really wanted to cheer for Scary Jerry, like once he got put in the NICL, but the problem is that he was on a team with a Blaze Olive. I think, right? Yeah, he was on a team with a Blaze Olive.
Doesn't have the best guns, but he's gonna
like,
try
come
and
on,
cycle the better team fight guns
come on, Jerry. I can't cheer for you if you're on that team.
Won't have flash, so it's not even like that much advantage if they can stall this dragon. Maybe they find a pick, but it looks like engage now from who he has. Sentinels want to be the ones to pull the trigger. Kisno forced back. Sajed shredding through Impact's health bar as who he will die as well. The Bard ult onto Rahel. He's got a flash. Ult doesn't go off. Sajed is bombing off in the team fight. Massive damage from the.
This is now 2 team fights in a row that Rahel has had blue-white at the start of a team, or blue-red at the start of a team fight. Like, I think when you're playing Aphelios, you do start the team fight with blue-red, but you should start the team fight with, like, less than 10 ammo left on your blue. Like, you should have just enough ammo on your blue that you can, like, fire R and then maybe 1 Q and then you should instantly be red-white. But he's been blue-red for, like, 2 full team fights. I think you should never do that.
Doesn't miss a beat, never cancels an auto, gets the reset on W, kills another one. He's not getting credit for the kills, but I feel like he carried that.
What did Mr. Oliver do?
Oh, incredible performance.
I think you could Google it.
He's locked in.
That's the response?
Yeah, no acknowledgement, you're on fire. Of course I am.
Yeah, that was expected. I knew. But again, I got to talk with some of the players before they took to the stage today.
Craziest part is Rahel's an Aphelios Giga enjoyer. You know what else is crazy? Aiming has like 60 games of Aphelios.
It wasn't like a, we're gonna smash. Good night. As Calmy's doing just that. Another solo kill on a Darkwing.
So what happens if Akali gets going in the side lane? You just wait in a bush for the other guy to show up, and then you one-shot him. So very nicely done by Call Me. And they kept the expectations low, and The feelings are so good when you are the underdog like this and you're this close to victory. So they are playing.
Okay, so I thought that Disguise was going to be the worst team in the region, and they're playing with a sub jungler right now, and Kizno is playing really well. But is the conclusion that we're reaching here that Sentinels is just like really bad? Is that what's happening?
From this young AD carry, DSG will take the middle inhibitor. They're looking for the top turret next, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down with 3 cannon and power or Baron and power cannons. They can just walk up. Impact will pull 2 of those under the turret, but the rest of Sentinels just can't quite stop the onslaught that is DSG.
Maybe they're just having an off day.
Doesn't have the flash
I don't know, maybe.
take a big chunk of damage right now, but the turret does go down. The
I think that Rahel and Darkwings have not been playing well today.
flash on the Zinjao, no chance of survival. Call me with this 5th kill of the game, and DSG with 5 members strong. Baron on 2 waves. They're gonna look to end it right here, right now. Back from Castle, he can TP to the wave.
Rahel does just look worse than last season. Okay, but he's only played 3 games. Like, let's calm down a bit.
It's going to be real tough for them to do that. Castle taking down this first one. You always have to watch out about a call on the flank too.
Impact has the ultimate available. He's trying to 1v1
Ooh,
right now. The first
biffed.
Nexus turret will fall. Kizno goes back in on the Impact. He's just getting chunked down. Will pull Kizno into the ult and get the GA. But that's only an item cooldown. That's not the full kill. Now he comes out of the Death Realm into a slaughterhouse. Who he tries to engage, but the damage cannot follow up. Hambach will get one. Darkwings with a big shutdown. But DSG, they took down the Nexus turrets. DSG.
Well, that was a series of all time. Man, that felt like an LCP series.
It only takes them 1 series to get on the board here in 2026. Smiles all around for DSG. Some incredible rookie debuts. This was a shocking result based on
Okay, so what do we have tomorrow? It's tomorrow is FlyQuest versus Shopify and Lion versus Dig. I think that FlyQuest versus Shopify sounds like a banger. And then Lion versus Dig is like, I think it will be exciting to see how Lion looks for their first series. I want to see how good they are out of the gate. But yeah, I mean, genuinely,
really popped off in that game.
That might be the best I've ever looked that I've ever seen Lions look in a series, by the way. I've been like super unimpressed with Lions for like 3-4 years, but I actually thought that they played really well. Like, even though it was messy, even though I thought that both teams were pretty disconnected in teamfights, like I actually thought the Lions played well. Thought that Kizno played better than I expected. Sajed looked pretty good.
They ended the game 75 CS up, 80 carry versus 80 carry, deathless across both 80 carry and support, and he was
Castle had some nice movement in the Embessa game, I guess.
He played great.
Whoever picks a Jet
Yeah,
for their fantasy
maybe
this week,
Disguised is not going to be horrible. That's my takeaway.
I think I might have had Lions, actually, so I gotta check my roster lineup again.
I got absolutely slaughtered. I had 3 Sentinels players.
Now, that said, basically what's going to happen for all of these LCS co-streams, just so that people are aware, is essentially the instant the last game ends, I'm going to be ending stream, because I have to sleep and then wake up in 4 hours for LCP.
Other teams.
So,
but for a debut,
yep. If you guys happen to be around at 1 in the morning, then come check out the LCP co-stream. What's the first LCP match? The first LCP match today is
higher than 7th. It was 7th or 8th for absolutely everyone, and they just
Vikings versus CFO. Oh, that's like a mega banger.
Probably should have won game
Yeah, Vikings versus CFO is going to be a really good series. So yeah, if any of you guys are staying up for like LCK, LPL stuff, and you have nothing to do at 1 in the morning before the other region before the Eastern region start, then come check out Vikings versus CFO. Should be pretty fun. Let's see. Oh, I found the Ablaze Olive drama. Wish I didn't though. Yep, that's an apt description of that. is an LCK in 6 hours? Yeah, but LCP is in 4 hours. LCP has an earlier time slot.
AD carry,
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if somebody's staying up for LCK and they want something to do,
your
like
team and fans
in
are
the
here,
hours
behind
before
you
that,
cheering
then
on.
come
I
join
said
the
that
LCP
they
co
can
stream.
come in and interject if they'd like.
You watch
So first
LCP
off,
too? Yep, that is why my sleep schedule
how do you
is
feel playing on
so
stage?
fucked. Is because
My second
I
time playing on stage. I like playing on
have
stage. You know, I like
North
having guys
American
watching me,
co-streaming rights,
so honestly,
I
it
have
feels
Asia
great,
Pacific
and
co-streaming
I'm happy we got
rights,
the win.
and I'm coaching a European team. So, yeah.
You up, or
Yeah.
can you hear it at all?
Yeah,
I
can
think
hear the
I'm
crowd.
really,
For some
I'm being
reason,
really
you
intelligent.
know,
Yep.
when they make a good play, like I don't
I
really
am
hear
not
the crowd
ruining
that much.
everything with
So
my
I think
life.
the crowd is on our side.
All right.
So
Yep, I'm out of here.
yeah.
I'm going to
I'm
bed
here,
so that way I can be not super tired
And
for
then
LCP.
obviously you guys
See you all
didn't
tomorrow
necessarily have
or
the full starting lineup
tonight,
with
depending
you, but
on
you looked really,
if you
really
guys show up
strong
or
in
not.
all 3 games, actually. So what was your prep and practice like